Before we begin tonight's story, larger population centres. Proposed targets include rural communities in Oregon, Idaho and Montana, with eventual metropolitan deployment pending Senate Armed Services Committee approval. They weren't studying a natural phenomenon. They weren't even studying an accidental release of biological material. They had deliberately rained biological weapons on American citizens as a test run for larger operations. How many people know about this? I asked Chen. Peterson and I were the only ones with clearance to access the environmental data, but Peterson suspected something was wrong with the whole operation. He'd been asking questions about the military involvement, the secrecy protocols, why we needed level 5 containment procedures for what was supposed to be an algae bloom. That's why they took him, Webb said quietly. We spent the next 2 hours copying everything we could from the device onto multiple backup drives. The full scope of Project Rainil was even more disturbing than the initial document had suggested. This wasn't some rogue military operation. It was part of a larger program dating back to the 1960s, designed to test the feasibility of using biological agents for population control. Not population reduction, population control, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to media manipulation. The Oakville incident was just the latest in a series of tests conducted on unwitting American communities over the past 30 years. There were references to similar operations in small towns across the Midwest and Southwest, all documented with the same clinical detachment you'd expect from a pharmaceutical trial. But they weren't testing medicine, they were testing methods for controlling human behaviour on a mass scale. Long pause, sound of someone taking deep breaths. We've hidden copies of the data in 3 different locations. If something happens to us, at least there will be a record of what really happened here. Tomorrow we're supposed to report back to Colonel Hayes with our final analysis of the Oakville samples. He expects us to conclude that the incident was caused by natural atmospheric phenomena, algae blooms, bacterial contamination, nothing that can't be explained by meteorology and bad luck. But I can't do it. I became a doctor to help people, not to cover up biological weapons tests on American citizens. Even if it means the end of my career, I have to find a way to expose what's really happening here. The question is, how do you fight an enemy that can rain compliance from the sky? End of entry number 3. Date, August 11th, 1994. Time, 6:45 p.m. Location, Oakville Community Center. Background noise of equipment being packed, multiple voices. Today was supposed to be our final day of analysis. Colonel Hayes called a team meeting for 8 this morning to discuss our conclusions about the Oakville incident. I walked into that community centre knowing it might be the last honest thing I ever did as a CDC scientist. But I wasn't prepared for what Hayes told us. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, standing in front of a projector screen that showed aerial photographs of Oakville, "your analysis has been extremely valuable to national security. However, the nature of your findings requires us to adjust our public reporting strategy." He clicked to the next slide, a draft report concluding that the Oakville incident was caused by atmospheric algae blooms, combined with unusual weather patterns and trace bacterial contamination from agricultural runoff. This is the report that will be filed with the CDC, the Washington State Department of Health, and local authorities, Hayes continued. It explains the symptoms observed in local residents and provides recommendations for preventing similar incidents in the future. Dr. Chen raised her hand. "Colonel, this report doesn't mention the human white blood cells we found in the samples, or the engineered bacterial strains, or the aircraft fuel compounds." Hayes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Dr. Chen, I'm afraid there may have been some contamination in your testing procedures. When we ran independent analysis on the same samples, we found no evidence of the anomalies you described." He clicked to another slide showing laboratory results that looked exactly like ours, except all the anomalous findings had been replaced with standard bacterial cultures you'd expect from environmental contamination. "I don't understand," Webb said. "We have documented evidence of—" "Dr. Webb," Hayes interrupted, "you have documented evidence of testing errors caused by inadequate field laboratory conditions. It's not uncommon for researchers working in improvised settings to introduce contamination that produces false positive results." I realised what was happening. They weren't just covering up the biological weapons test. They were gaslighting us into believing our own findings were mistakes. "What about Dr. Peterson?" I asked. Where is he? Hayes consulted his notebook. Dr. Peterson was recalled to Atlanta yesterday afternoon due to a family emergency. He sends his regrets for leaving without saying goodbye. The lies were so smooth, so practiced, that for a moment I almost believed them myself. If I hadn't seen the Project Rainil documents with my own eyes, if I hadn't made copies of all our real findings, I might have convinced myself that we'd somehow contaminated our samples or misread our equipment. But I knew the truth, and from the looks on Webb's and Chen's faces they knew it too. Now, Hayes continued, I need each of you to sign this amended report confirming these corrected findings. Your signatures indicate that you stand behind the scientific accuracy of this document. Chen was the first to crack. I can't sign something I know isn't true. Hayes looked at her with what might have been sympathy. Dr. Chen, I understand your concern for scientific integrity, but sometimes the greater good requires us to accept that our individual perspectives might be limited. The greater good? I couldn't keep quiet any longer. Colonel, we found evidence of biological weapons testing on American civilians. How is covering that up serving the greater good? The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Hayes closed his notebook and looked directly at me. Dr. Marrow, I think you may be suffering from the stress of extended field work. It's not uncommon for researchers to develop paranoid interpretations of routine data when working under pressure. Paranoid interpretations, there it was, the classic discredit and marginalise strategy. However, Hayes continued, I'm prepared to be understanding about the psychological effects of this assignment. If you sign the corrected report, we can arrange for you to take some administrative leave. Time to recover from what has obviously been a traumatic experience. The threat was clear. Sign the false report and disappear quietly, or be labelled mentally unstable and discredited professionally. Webb and Chen both signed. I watched them do it, their hands shaking as they wrote their names on documents they knew were lies. I don't blame them. They have families, mortgages, careers to protect. The system is designed to make resistance too costly for ordinary people. But I didn't sign. I need more time to review the data, I told Hayes. He nodded like he'd expected this. Of course. Take all the time you need. Just remember, Doctor, sometimes the most patriotic thing a scientist can do is know when to stop asking questions. Sound of chairs scraping, people leaving. Everyone else has gone home. I'm alone in the community centre now, supposedly packing up the last of our equipment. But really, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I've spent my entire career believing that science serves truth, and truth serves the public good. But what happens when the truth is so dangerous that revealing it might be worse than hiding it? What if they're right? What if there are threats to national security that justify testing biological weapons on unwitting civilians? What if the greater good really does require some people to suffer in ignorance so that others can be protected? Long pause. Number, I can't accept that. The moment we start justifying weapons tests on our own people, we've lost everything worth protecting. I'm going to find a way to expose Project Rainil. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to make sure the world knows what happened in Oakville, even if it destroys me. End of entry number 4. Date, August 13th, 1994. Time, 11:30. PM. Location, undisclosed. Voice much more subdued. Sounds of traffic in background. I can't tell you where I am right now. It's not safe. Yesterday, after I refused to sign Hayes' fabricated report, things moved very quickly. I went back to my motel room to find 2 men in suits waiting for me in the parking lot. They identified themselves as federal agents, but when I asked to see their credentials, they just smiled and suggested we have a conversation. The conversation took place in the back of a black sedan with tinted windows. They didn't threaten me directly. They didn't need to. Instead, they told me about other CDC researchers who'd developed psychological problems after stressful field assignments. Researchers who'd been quietly moved to desk jobs or taken extended medical leave, or simply transferred to positions where their paranoid tendencies wouldn't be a problem. Dr. Marrow, one of them said, we understand you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Working in field conditions, dealing with unusual biological samples, the stress of trying to protect public health. It's enough to make anyone start seeing conspiracies where there are only coincidences. They offered me a choice. Accept a transfer to a nice, quiet position in the CDC's Historical Archives Division, or continue to insist on my misinterpretation of the Oakville data and face the consequences of being labelled psychologically unfit for fieldwork. I told them I needed time to think about it. That was a mistake. This morning I got a call from my supervisor in Atlanta. Apparently there had been concerns raised about my mental state during the Washington assignment. I was being placed on immediate administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. When I tried to access my CDC email account, my password had been changed. When I called the IT department, they told me my account had been suspended for security reasons. My CDC credit cards were cancelled, my official phone was remotely wiped. In less than 24 hours, they'd completely severed my connection to the agency I'd worked for 8 years. But they made one mistake. They assumed I'd kept all my evidence in official channels. Before leaving Oakville, I'd mailed copies of our real findings to 3 different addresses. A journalist I knew from graduate school, a professor at Johns Hopkins who specialised in biological weapons research, and my own personal storage unit in Atlanta. I'd also uploaded encrypted copies to a private bulletin board system that a friend of mine ran for sharing research data. If they wanted to silence me, they'd have to find and destroy all of those copies, and I wasn't going to make it easy for them. Sound of papers rustling. I've been doing my own research over the past 2 days, using public records and Freedom of Information Act requests to trace the history of Project Rainil. What I've found is terrifying in its scope. The Oakville incident wasn't isolated. Over the past 30 years, there have been at least 24 similar events in small communities across the United States. Strange weather phenomena followed by unexplained illnesses, always in rural areas with populations under 1,000, always with minimal media attention. 1967, Eureka, Utah. Residents reported snow that wouldn't melt, followed by a flu outbreak that left most of the town bedridden for weeks. 1973, Millfield, Ohio. A chemical spill from a passing truck caused respiratory problems and severe lethargy in local residents. 1981, Hanksville, Utah. Military aircraft conducting weather research preceded an outbreak of what doctors called desert fever. Symptoms included cognitive fog and unusual compliance with authority figures. 1988, Jordan Valley, Oregon. Atmospheric algae blooms caused flu-like symptoms and temporary memory problems in nearly half the town's population. The pattern is always the same: unusual atmospheric phenomena followed by specific symptoms that include not just physical illness, but psychological changes. Reduced anxiety, increased suggestibility, temporary memory problems, and always military aircraft in the area immediately before the incident. But here's what really scares me. I found evidence that some of these tests were deemed successful and led to larger-scale operations. In 1976, San Francisco experienced what was officially described as a fog phenomenon that caused widespread respiratory problems. Thousands of people were affected, but the symptoms were dismissed as a particularly bad flu season. What the public wasn't told was that military aircraft had been conducting weather modification experiments over the Bay Area for months leading up to the incident. They'd been testing biological weapons on American citizens for decades, refining their techniques, expanding their scope. The Oakville incident was just the latest iteration of a program that's been growing bolder and more sophisticated over time. Long pause, sound of someone lighting a cigarette. I tried to call the journalist I'd sent documents to. Her editor told me she'd been reassigned to cover local politics and wasn't available for comment on conspiracy theories. The professor at Johns Hopkins never returned my calls, and when I finally reached his department, they told me he was on sabbatical in Europe with no forwarding address. Someone got to them. Someone with enough influence to silence respected professionals with just a phone call. But they haven't found all of my evidence yet, and they haven't silenced me. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to find out how high this goes, how many people know about Project Rainil, and what they're planning next. Because I have a terrible feeling that Oakville was just a small-scale test for something much bigger. The question isn't whether they're going to do this again. The question is where, when, and how many people will be affected next time. End of entry number 5. Date: August 20th, 1994. Time: 3:17. AM location: unknown. Voice tired, stressed, sounds of typing. It's been a week since my last recording and everything has gone to hell. I thought I was being careful. I thought I was covering my tracks. But they've been watching me since the moment I left Oakville, and they're very, very good at what they do. 3 days ago, I was staying in a small motel outside Portland. trying to piece together more information about Project Rainil using public records and online databases. I'd managed to identify what I thought was the command structure for the program, a joint task force involving elements from the Army, the Air Force, and something called the Biological Defense Research Command that doesn't officially exist. I was making good progress, connecting the dots between various military installations, research facilities, and the locations of suspected biological weapons tests. I'd even found what looked like budget allocations for atmospheric delivery systems buried in Defense Department spending reports. That's when they found me. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of someone trying to pick the lock on my motel room door. I'd been paranoid enough to wedge a chair under the handle and set up some improvised early warning systems, glasses balanced on the doorknob, that sort of thing. When I heard the glasses fall, I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before they got in. I grabbed my laptop and the backup drives, threw them in a bag and went out the bathroom window. It was a 2-story drop, and I'm pretty sure I sprained my ankle when I landed, but it was better than waiting around to see what they had planned for me. From the parking lot I could see 3 men in my room, searching through everything I'd left behind. They were thorough, checking inside the toilet tank, ripping apart the mattress, even removing electrical outlet covers to look for hidden storage. These weren't amateur government agents. These were professionals who'd done this kind of thing many times before. I limped to my rental car and drove until dawn, changing direction randomly, paying cash for everything, trying to stay ahead of whatever tracking systems they might be using to find me. But they found me anyway. Yesterday, I stopped at a library in a small town whose name I won't record here, trying to use their computers to continue my research. After about an hour of digging through military contractor databases, every computer in the library suddenly lost internet access. The librarian said it was probably a problem with their service provider. But when I went outside, I saw a van parked across the street with sophisticated communications equipment visible through the back windows. Someone had jammed the library's internet connection to stop me from accessing information they didn't want me to see. That's when I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This isn't just a cover-up of one biological weapons test. This is a coordinated campaign involving multiple agencies, military units, and intelligence services. They have the resources to monitor internet traffic, jam communications, and track individuals across multiple states in real time. But they've also made a mistake. They've shown me how scared they are. If Project Rainil was just a minor research program that got out of hand, they wouldn't need this level of resources to contain the story. The fact that they're throwing this much manpower and technology at stopping one CDC researcher means the program is much bigger and much more important than I initially thought. Sound of papers rustling, typing. I've managed to piece together more of the picture using cached web pages and archived documents I downloaded before they started actively interfering with my research. What I've found suggests that Project Rainil isn't just about testing biological weapons, it's about implementing them. The psychological effects we documented in Oakville, increased compliance, reduced anxiety, temporary memory problems, aren't side effects of biological contamination. They're the intended results of a sophisticated behaviour modification program. Think about it. What if you could make entire populations more accepting of government authority? What if you could reduce civil unrest, decrease crime rates, and increase social stability by adjusting the neurochemistry of millions of people simultaneously? That's what Project Rainil is really about. Not killing people, but controlling them. Making them easier to govern, less likely to resist, more willing to accept whatever they're told by authority figures. And from what I can determine, they've been testing and refining these techniques for 30 years, gradually expanding the scope of their operations. Oakville wasn't an isolated incident. It was a field test for nationwide deployment. Long pause. I found something else in the archived documents. References to what they call Phase 4 implementation. Budget projections for large-scale atmospheric delivery systems. Purchase orders for chemical compounds measured not in grams or kilograms, but in tons. They're not planning small-scale tests anymore. They're planning to deploy these biological agents over major metropolitan areas. And based on the timeline in the documents I've seen, Phase 4 is supposed to begin sometime in the next 2 years. I have to find a way to stop this, but I'm running out of options and they're getting closer. End of entry number 6. Date: August 25th, 1994. Time: 7:42. PM. Location: redacted. Voice noticeably more strained, background sounds of wind. This is probably going to be my last recording for a while, maybe my last recording ever. 5 days ago, I thought I'd found the break I needed. Using a combination of military contractor databases and cross-referencing with air traffic control records, I'd managed to identify the specific aircraft used in the Oakville operation. A KC-135 Stratotanker, tail number 63-8877, operating out of McCord Air Force Base near Tacoma. More importantly, I'd found the flight manifest for August 6th, 1994, the day before the Oakville incident. The aircraft had conducted what was officially logged as a weather modification training exercise over southwestern Washington, with a flight path that took it directly over Oakville at approximately 3:47 a.m. The pilot was Major Dennis Kowalski, a veteran of the Gulf War with specialized training in chemical and biological weapons delivery systems. The mission commander was Colonel James Hayes, the same Colonel Hayes who'd overseen our investigation of the incident. I had proof. Direct, undeniable evidence that the Oakville incident was a deliberate military operation using biological weapons against American civilians. But when I tried to use this information, everything fell apart. I contacted an investigative journalist at the Washington Post, thinking that a major newspaper would have the resources and credibility to break this story. I sent him encrypted copies of all my documentation, including the flight records, the Project Rainil documents, and our original laboratory analysis. He called me back within hours, excited about the story. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in downtown Seattle to discuss how to proceed. He never showed up. When I called the Post the next day, they told me he'd been reassigned to cover a congressional hearing on agricultural subsidies. When I pressed for more information, they said he wasn't available for comment on pending investigations. That's when I realised they'd gotten to him too. Whatever influence Project Rainil had, it was powerful enough to silence journalists at major newspapers. So I tried a different approach. I reached out to a congressional aide I knew from college, someone who worked for a senator known for investigating government misconduct. I figured that Congress had oversight authority over military operations, and that elected officials might be harder to silence than journalists. I was wrong. The aide was interested at first, but after I sent him the documents, his attitude changed completely. He called me back and suggested that I might be misinterpreting the evidence, that the stress of my CDC work had caused me to see patterns that aren't really there. The exact same language Hayes and his people had used. Someone had gotten to him within 24 hours of receiving my information. Either they'd threatened him, paid him off, or convinced him that I was mentally unstable. It didn't matter which. The result was the same. Sound of typing, papers rustling. But then I found something that changed everything. A name I recognised from my graduate research. Dr. Elizabeth Carver, formerly of the Army's Biological Weapons Research Program at Fort Detrick. Dr. Carver had been a whistleblower in the 1970s, exposing illegal human experimentation programs run by the military. She'd faced the same kind of harassment and discrediting that I was experiencing, but she'd managed to get her story out through alternative channels. More importantly, she was still alive and still fighting. I managed to track her down through academic networks. She was working as a professor at a small college in Vermont, keeping a low profile but still conducting research into government biological weapons programs. When I called her, she knew exactly what I was talking about before I even mentioned Project Rainil. They've been expanding the program, she told me. What you saw in Oakville was just the latest test. They've been working on this for decades, and they're getting ready to go operational. She agreed to meet with me, but only under very specific conditions. No phones, no electronic devices, no credit card transactions. Cash only, public places, multiple contingency plans for communication. They're very good at what they do, she warned me, and they have resources you can't imagine. But they're not invincible. There are ways to fight back. We met 3 days ago in a small diner in rural Montana. Dr. Carver was in her 60s, grey-haired and unassuming, but when she spoke about the biological weapons program, her voice carried the authority of someone who'd spent decades studying the subject. The Oakville incident follows the same pattern as dozens of other tests, she explained. They select isolated communities, deploy biological agents designed to affect behaviour and cognition, then monitor the results while maintaining plausible deniability. She showed me documents I'd never seen before, classified reports dating back to the 1960s describing similar operations, not just in the United States, but in allied countries whose governments had agreed to let American forces conduct defensive research on their soil. The ultimate goal, she said, is population-scale behaviour modification. They want to be able to adjust the psychological state of entire regions, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to propaganda and social manipulation. The scope of what she was describing was staggering. Not just occasional weapons tests, but a systematic program to develop the capability for mass psychological control. But why? I asked. What's the point of having a compliant population if you have to drug them to achieve it? Dr. Carver smiled grimly. Because the people who run these programs believe that democracy is inherently unstable. They think that giving people too much freedom leads to chaos, rebellion, and social collapse. In their view, a little bit of chemical compliance is a small price to pay for social stability. She explained that Project Rainil was part of a larger strategic initiative called Cognitive Stability Operations, designed to give the government tools for managing what they called democratic volatility. The idea was that by subtly adjusting the neurochemistry of target populations, they could prevent civil unrest, reduce crime rates, and maintain social order without the need for overt authoritarian measures. They see it as a more humane alternative to military occupation, or police-state tactics, she said. Instead of oppressing people directly, they just make people less inclined to resist oppression. Long pause, sound of wind getting stronger. Dr. Carver gave me more than just information. She gave me hope. There are others, she told me. Scientists, journalists, government officials who know what's happening and are working to expose it. We have to be careful. We have to be smart, but we're not alone. She put me in touch with a network of researchers and activists who've been tracking government biological weapons programs for years. They have resources, connections, and most importantly, they have a plan for getting this information to the public in a way that can't be suppressed or discredited. But the plan requires me to disappear for a while, to go completely underground, cut all ties to my previous life, and work with them to build an airtight case that even the government's media manipulation capabilities can't dismiss. The moment you surface again, Dr. Carver warned me, they'll do everything they can to destroy your credibility. They'll say you're mentally ill, they'll fabricate evidence of erratic behaviour, they'll turn your friends and family against you. You have to be prepared for that. I am prepared, or at least I think I am. Sound of car doors slamming, engine starting. They found me. I can see headlights approaching from both directions on the highway. I don't know how they tracked me here, but I'm out of time. If you're hearing this recording, it means I managed to upload it to the dead drop Dr. Carver set up before they caught me. It means the network of researchers and activists she told me about is real, and they're continuing the work. But more importantly, it means that somewhere in the world, people are still fighting for the truth. Project Rainil is real. The biological weapons tests on American civilians are real. The plan to deploy behaviour modification agents over major population centres is real. And if we don't stop them, if we don't expose what they're doing, then the next time it rains you might want to ask yourself, is this water falling from the sky, or is it something else entirely? Sound of vehicles approaching, voices shouting. Remember Oakville. Remember what they did to those people, and remember that the price of freedom is... Recording cuts off abruptly. Date, March 15th, 2024. Source, anonymous upload to secure drop. Different voice, younger male. My name is Dr. James Mitchell, and I'm a microbiologist with the Nebraska Department of Health. 3 weeks ago, the town of Hartington, Nebraska, experienced what local officials are calling an unusual weather event. On February 23, 2024, gelatinous material fell from the sky over a 6-hour period. Within 48 hours, over 100 residents had been hospitalised with flu-like symptoms, cognitive fog, and what doctors are describing as temporary behavioural changes. The CDC has classified the incident as a natural phenomenon caused by atmospheric algae blooms. The military has denied any aircraft operations in the area. But I've run my own analysis on samples of the material, and what I've found matches exactly what Dr. Lena Marrow documented in her recordings from the Oakville incident 30 years ago. Human white blood cells embedded in an unknown matrix, engineered bacterial strains designed to affect neurochemistry, aircraft fuel compounds indicating direct military involvement. They're still doing it. They're still testing biological weapons on American civilians. Dr. Marrow's recordings resurfaced last week on a secure server, along with a cache of documents from Project Rainil and its successor programs. The evidence is overwhelming, and it's being distributed to journalists, researchers, and government officials around the world. But that's not why I'm making this recording. I'm making this recording because the Hartington incident wasn't an isolated test. According to the leaked documents, it was part of something called Phase 7 implementation, a nationwide deployment of biological agents designed to increase social compliance and reduce civil unrest. The documents include target lists, major metropolitan areas, specific dates and delivery methods, and a timeline that suggests the full deployment is scheduled to begin within the next 6 months. Dr. Marrow was right about everything. The government has been developing the capability for mass psychological control, and they're finally ready to use it. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Sound of typing. I'm uploading Dr. Marrow's complete audio journals, along with all the supporting documentation from Project Rainil and its successor programs, to multiple secure servers around the world. I'm also sending copies to journalists, researchers, and government officials who might be able to act on this information. But I need everyone who hears this to understand. They're not going to stop just because we've exposed them. They've been planning this for decades, and they have resources and influence that most of us can't even imagine. The only way to stop them is if enough people know the truth, if enough people refuse to accept the official explanations, if enough people demand answers when unusual weather events are followed by mysterious illnesses, so the next time it rains, look up, look closely, and ask yourself, what's really falling from the sky? Because Dr. Lena Marrow gave her life to warn us about what's coming. The least we can do is listen. Over the next half hour, we'll introduce you to Agent Silas Rourke, Doctor, Liana Suresh, and Director Vance Halcor. A trio drawn into a web of secrets around a lethal pathogen called VX-73. As tensions mount and paranoia spreads, you'll witness how fear can become a powerful tool of control, and how a single whistleblower might spark either liberation or a deeper descent into conspiracy. Now close your eyes, or let them wander across these words, and follow me into the first moments of this dark, suspenseful odyssey. It started with a single headline: Mysterious respiratory illness detected in Port Maxwell. Within days, similar stories crept across the country, quiet at first, overshadowed by routine politics and everyday noise. Then, all at once, everything changed. The virus, designated VX-73, emerged as a swift-moving spectre, triggering coughing fits that escalated into respiratory failure for many. In a matter of weeks, schools were shut, businesses locked their doors, and entire metropolitan areas were quarantined under what officials described as temporary emergency protocols. For Agent Silas Rourke, a 42-year-old operative at the Bureau of Federal Integrity, BFI, life became an endless string of directives and dispatches. His daily uniform was a crisp suit layered beneath a bulletproof vest and a standard-issue respirator mask that itched at his face. He'd spent over a decade tackling threats deemed subversive to national security, from financial sabotage to espionage. Yet no training had ever prepared him for watching entire city blocks fall silent overnight. He walked the corridors of the BFY with practiced composure, scanning the myriad bulletins pinned on corkboards. The walls hummed with fluorescent lights that gave everything a stark, sterile glow. Digital screens listed the latest infection rates, projected mortalities, and newly declared red zones where infections raged unabated. Over the PA system, a recorded female voice repeated the same instructions every half hour. Stay indoors, maintain social distancing. All citizens must comply with the National Stabilization Bureau's guidelines. The National Stabilization Bureau, NSB, led by Director Vance Halcor, had been formed to centralize the government's emergency functions. Some called it necessary response. Others whispered about the creation of an all-powerful agency with little oversight. Halcor himself was a tall, imposing figure who frequently appeared on screens throughout the BFI complex, delivering updates about mandatory daily biometric scans and the development of a new vaccine, Unity Serum. Silas had known Halcor only in passing, enough to catch glimpses of a man driven by unwavering conviction. He recognised in Halcor that sense of unstoppable momentum, as though the security of the entire nation hinged on following his blueprint. Silas tried to set aside his personal misgivings. He was a loyal agent, bound to uphold the Bureau's mission. If the vaccine provided the solution to stop VX-73, so be it. Then one morning, Silas was summoned to a high-clearance briefing. He expected a new assignment along the lines of standard public compliance checks. Instead, he found himself in a cramped conference room, facing a handful of BFI higher-ups who spoke in hushed, clipped tones. The gist was simple. Alleged disinformation campaigns were circulating, claiming that VX-73 was not naturally occurring but lab-engineered. These rumours, the brass said, were fueling panic, turning citizens against the government's measures. Silas's job was to investigate any potential insiders leaking such nonsense. At first, he believed the directive to be legitimate. Disinformation in a crisis could be lethal, prompting civil unrest and undermining official responses. Yet as Silas pored over digital logs and tapped into encrypted chat rooms, he stumbled across an unencrypted file labelled simply Project Paragon, Preliminary. The file wasn't supposed to be on the BFI's server at all. It appeared as though someone with high-level credentials had hidden it behind labyrinthine subdirectories. Intrigued, Silas pried open the document. Inside were sanitised references to VX 73 months prior to the earliest official detection date. The language read, "Field tests planned in controlled sectors, monitor subject compliance and social response." A chill rippled through Silas. The deeper he delved, the more he found that pointed to a private biotech lab with direct ties to the Department of Defense. Another set of documents discussed funding from major corporate donors, massive pharmaceutical conglomerates that had a vested interest in vaccines, testing kits, and biometric devices. Confusion turned to a subtle dread. If these partial records were real, then the official narrative was incomplete at best, or outright deceptive at worst. Silas secured the files on a flash drive. Over the next few days, he quietly cross-referenced the data, trying to confirm whether Project Paragon existed. He took caution, covering his digital tracks with proxy servers. Even so, he noticed the BFI's internal security channels seemed abuzz with mentions of an internal breach. Fear knotted in his stomach. Someone else was on this trail too. He found short references to a doctor, Liana Suresh, apparently a virologist who once worked at a biotech facility codenamed Cerulean Labs. Her name popped up in correlation with antigen research and compliance metrics. The wording was bizarre. Since when did a vaccine program revolve around compliance? Yet there it was. VX-73 antigen trials show 62% compliance rate. Additional modifications required. The date? Nearly a year before the current outbreak. By the time Silas realised how incriminating his findings were, the hair on his arm stood on end. His imagination conjured scenarios he'd previously deemed paranoid. A virus unleashed intentionally. A vaccine designed not just to inoculate, but to control. He forced himself to remain calm. Conjecture was easy. Proof was everything. So he resolved to gather more. That night he left the BFI building with the flash drive tucked in the lining of his jacket. He tried to banish the creeping sense that eyes were trailing him. Outside, the city's main avenues lay deserted. Army trucks patrolled at intervals. Overhead drones whirred, scanning for curfew violators. Digital billboards displayed a single message across a black background. Unity Serum, your key to tomorrow. From a payphone booth, one of the last still standing, Silas called in a favour from a fellow agent he trusted, someone adept at hacking behind the Bureau's firewall. The friend agreed to help, no questions asked, but Silas could sense tension in his voice. Everyone was on edge, unsure who was truly friend or foe. Silence had become a survival tactic. As he hung up the phone, the city's gloom pressed close, neon lights flickering across shuttered storefronts. In that moment, He wondered if the official explanation, VX-73 as a random mutation, was a purposeful lie from the start. If so, then the so-called Unity serum might be more than just a vaccine. A wave of dread consumed him. The next steps would determine whether he stayed a loyal operative or became a traitor to the system he'd served for half his life. At the next corner, a spotlight from a drone settled on him, scanning his face. He forced a neutral expression. The device beeped and swiveled away. Good. No red flag. Yet. As Silas ducked into the underground metro, he realised with grim certainty that he had stumbled onto something monstrous. For years he'd believed in the Bureau's cause, trusting that each operation served the greater good. Now he faced the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the virus itself, but the hidden intent behind it. City by city, the VX-73 infections soared. Once bustling centres of commerce turned into ghost towns, patrolled by uniformed enforcers under orders from the National Stabilisation Bureau. Curfews became absolute. Violators risked detention at newly established health containment camps. The mainstream media hammered a constant drumbeat of fear. The virus was unstoppable unless every citizen complied. For those still resistant, a single solution was presented day and night: Unity Serum. On every channel, Director Vance Halcor appeared in a crisp suit, arms folded behind his back, proclaiming the vaccine's near-miraculous efficacy. Over 90% effective, his report said, a shining beacon of hope. Yet the rollout came with conditions. For public safety, those who refused the jab lost access to banks, public transportation, and official documentation. Within a month, entire swathes of the unvaccinated population found themselves in a twilight zone, forced to scavenge or rely on black market services just to survive. Amid the chaos, Agent Silas Rourke continued his secret investigation. By day, he donned his BFI credentials, working on official compliance enforcement tasks. By night, he devoured every new sliver of intel he could glean from that hush-hush file, Project Paragon. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the puzzle became. Encrypted references hinted at something hidden within the vaccine, a nano-emitter that lodged in the brain's limbic system. One internal document read, "Neurological regulation markers confirm mild sedation of aggression, increased docility, potential for broader cognitive modulation pending further trials." Silas felt physically ill reading these words. Could the government have hijacked a public health crisis to deploy a mind-altering device at scale? He needed answers. Over a secure channel, he messaged the elusive doctor, Liana Suresh, the scientist named in the files. She responded in short, coded texts, reluctant to trust him. Finally, after days of careful back and forth, she agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. Silas arrived half an hour early, scanning the shadows for signs of a tail. No drones overhead, no suspicious vehicles. He waited under a flickering street lamp, the smell of salt water and rust filling the air. When Liana Suresh emerged, she wore a hooded jacket, her face partly obscured by a mask. Only her eyes were visible, tired, guarded, yet undeniably brilliant. She gave Silas a once-over, keeping a hand near her coat pocket. Possibly she carried a stun gun or pepper spray. Without greeting, she said in a hushed tone, "Why should I believe you're not with them?" Silas replied with the only currency that mattered, truth. He produced the flash drive and recited data from the files, his voice laced with quiet desperation. Liana's expression shifted from suspicion to grim acknowledgement. "I was part of the early design team for VX-73, she confessed. They told me it was to protect against a future pandemic, some advanced deterrent that would strengthen national security. We manipulated certain genetic markers to ensure the virus targeted specific alveolar receptors, but none of us realized the real plan, to unleash it upon the public." Her words ignited a spark of horror within Silas. He asked about the vaccine's rumoured mind control aspect. Liana hesitated, inhaling a shaky breath. It's not mind control, at least not in the sense of puppet strings. It lowers inhibitions, fosters compliance, makes people more susceptible to suggestions. Over time, it can dull critical thinking. They want a populace too numb to resist. Tremors ran through Silas. Even with his suspicions, hearing it plainly stated felt like a blow to the gut. They spoke in hushed tones for another hour, Liana finally handing him a battered thumb drive containing her original notes, the unredacted version that proved VX-73's artificial origin and the presence of a compliance mechanism in the vaccine. If they find you with this, you won't get a trial. They'll vanish you, she warned. From the surrounding gloom, a rat scurried across the broken concrete. Silas realised how precarious everything was, the squeaking rodent in the dark, the quiet lapping of the tide behind them, his own racing heartbeat. Danger lurked behind every shadow. Sensing they could stay no longer, the pair parted ways, promising to regroup soon. Back at the BFI, Silas carefully compartmentalised his roles: obedient agent in the daylight, clandestine researcher after hours. Meanwhile, the nation's capital sank deeper into fear-driven militarisation. Propaganda played ceaselessly on loudspeakers. Stay safe, stay indoors, trust the cure. Curfew drones soared over empty streets, shining bright beams to catch anyone outside after sundown. Social media platforms became inundated with pro-government messages, while dissenting posts vanished, labelled as threatening misinformation. Those who complied enjoyed a semblance of normalcy. Restaurants reopened for vaccinated patrons, businesses resumed for employees who presented a scannable immunity pass. Yet they all seemed more subdued, less likely to ask questions about privacy intrusions or the ever-increasing powers of the NSB. It was as though a hush had fallen over society, as if curiosity had been collectively tranquilized. Within government circles, Director Vance Halcor emerged as a national hero. Public polls, at least those broadcast on official channels, showed near universal support for his bold measures. He'd saved millions of lives, the anchors repeated. He'd stabilised the economy. He was proof that unwavering resolve could defeat chaos. Not a single mention of the billions in profits the corporate donors raked in, nor a hint about hidden modifications to the Unity serum. As the days passed, Silas found it harder to hide the turmoil in his gaze. He saw colleagues in the hallway, wearing forced smiles, praising Halcor's leadership. He noticed how many had begun to project a certain eerie calm, like their personal anxieties had evaporated. Could it be the effect of the serum? Silas tested a co-worker with a subtle question. Ever wonder why the lockdown measures ramped up so fast before the outbreak peaked? The man's eyes glazed momentarily, then he simply shrugged. Doesn't matter, O'Rourke. They keep us safe. He returned to his desk, more convinced than ever that Halcor's master plan was in full swing. The virus was the perfect storm to usher in sweeping surveillance and push a mind-numbing serum to the masses. And the BFI was part of it, or at least complicit in bearing the truth. He could keep quiet, or he could do the unthinkable and blow this wide open, risking everything in the process. One evening, Silas found a sealed envelope slipped beneath his apartment door. Inside, a single typed line. This is bigger than you think. They see all. The bottom edge was marked with an obscure symbol, a circle with a diagonal slash, like a stylized zero. He'd seen it once in a classified file referencing an underground resistance network. If these rebels wanted to contact him, it meant they believed he might be an ally. The tension hammered in his chest. He was dancing on a razor's edge. His loyalty to the Bureau, his conscience the unfolding nightmare. Taking a shaky breath, he powered up his laptop. A series of pings indicated a new assignment in his BFI inbox. Track down a subversive known for smuggling contraband medical supplies. Silas realised with a jolt that the suspect's name had been flagged in Dr. Liana Suresh's notes. Another piece connecting the puzzle. and another reason the Bureau might soon brand him a traitor. He closed the laptop. Outside, the city lights glowed, reflecting off dark clouds pregnant with the threat of a new storm. If he hesitated much longer, it might be too late for everyone. The seeds of control had already sprouted, and every day they dug deeper roots into the world. Agent Silas Rourke watched from a distance as the unvaccinated families huddled together in the crumbling outskirts of Old Glendale. The press had labelled it a containment zone, but locals called it a human dumping ground. Living conditions were dire: sporadic power, limited sanitation, and roving squads of Unity enforcers scanning for anyone who might have hidden a child or avoided mandatory updates on vaccination status. The air crackled with dread. Days earlier, Silas had steeled himself to reach out to the symbol-bearing group implied by that cryptic envelope. If they were an underground resistance, maybe they could help him get the truth out. He had no illusions about personal safety. Once he exposed the deception behind VX-73 and Unity Serum, the entire apparatus of the National Stabilization Bureau would come crashing down on him. But each time he pictured the slumped figures in these zones, cast aside for refusing a forced injection, his resolve hardened. Through a secure channel, he arranged a meeting with a contact who went by the codename Sparrow. The location, an old print shop with boarded-up windows, rumoured to have once published subversive newspapers. Silas made sure to lose any trailing drones or BFI watchers by weaving through side streets. He wore a hooded coat, his respirator mask pulled high to conceal half his face. Inside the print shop, the musty smell of ink and paper still lingered. Boxes of unused flyers leaned against dusty presses. A dim light revealed a short figure in a makeshift black scarf. Sparrow. Their voice was muffled but direct. "You're late." Silas exhaled, nerves crackling. "I had to shake a drone." Sparrow nodded, then led him to a small back room. It was here Silas found half a dozen other figures, all clad in dark, worn clothes. A battered laptop sat on a folding table. A tangle of cables connected it to a generator. One by one, they introduced themselves with code names: Rook, Nightshade, Sahara, a clandestine cell of journalists, medics, and rogue programmers dedicated to fighting the government's stranglehold. "I have proof," Silas said, placing Dr. Liana Suresh's files on the table. "The virus was engineered, and the vaccine is rigged to manipulate behaviour." Silence fell over the group. The gravity of his statement hung in the stale air. Finally Sparrow spoke. "We've suspected as much. Over the past month we've been collecting testimonies, people complaining of unusual mental fog, the inability to feel strong emotions after receiving the serum. We even have ex-military sources who claim the NSB is funneling billions into a new wave of surveillance tech, but we needed a smoking gun. This might be it." Each set of eyes fixated on Silas. He handed them a flash drive, explaining how it contained Liana's unaltered research logs plus the Project Paragon blueprint. The group quickly scanned the data, verifying its authenticity. The sense of tension and excitement in the room was palpable. "We'll need to broadcast this globally," said Rook, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "Not just post." Tension rises as strange warnings appear. Suspicious accidents claim the lives of those close to him, and the unstoppable juggernaut of a conspiracy that crosses generations threatens to silence him forever. In the 5 parts that follow, we'll dive into Dr. Reeves' step-by-step investigation, from the first glimpses of abnormal structural damage on the Titanic's hull to the frantic final hours, where he attempts to broadcast the truth before shadowy agents can destroy both him and the evidence. If you're ready to uncover a hidden piece of maritime history, at least in this fictional reimagining, read on and let the swirl of ocean currents and midnight conspiracies guide you deeper into the hush of night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Allow your mind to wander into the possibilities that maybe, just maybe, everything we've been told about that fateful April night is not the whole story. And remember, in times of darkness, knowledge can be as blinding as a flare. or as comforting as a dim lantern. May you find the perfect balance tonight as we embark on this mysterious tale. The frigid waters of the North Atlantic loomed above Dr. Nolan Reeve like an endless dark plain, and beneath them, almost 2.5 miles down, lay the shattered remains of what was once the grandest ship afloat, RMS Titanic. The year was present day, and Reeve found himself aboard the research vessel Eegis, leading a deep-sea expedition to study microbial decay on century-old wrecks. It was all in the name of science, or so he believed. The Aegis was no luxurious craft, but it boasted a sturdy submersible named Deep Seeker that could navigate the tremendous pressure at such depths. Reeve's focus was to gather data on the rusticles, those icicle-like formations of iron-oxidizing bacteria slowly consuming the Titanic's hull. Alongside him was a small crew of marine scientists, including Isla Grant, a skilled submersible pilot and camera operator with a knack for zeroing in on small details. The funding for this expedition came from a wealthy institute run by Andrew Calder, a rather enigmatic financier who seldom gave interviews but had a keen interest in the maritime heritage. As the Aegis hovered in the general area, Reeve and Grant prepared for their first descent. Their mission's outward goals were straightforward: collect microbe samples from various compartments, photograph structural integrity, and produce a documentary charting the wreck's gradual dissolution. But Reeve felt an odd stirring in the back of his mind. Something about Calder's deep pockets, and the near-obsessive interest he showed in the Titanic, unsettled him. Calder insisted on daily updates, demanded high-resolution close-ups of specific hull sections, as though searching for something more than just rust. On a crisp morning, the submersible deck rumbled with mechanical clanks as Deep Seeker was lowered into the ocean. Reeve and Grant strapped into the tiny sphere that formed the sub's cockpit, oxygen humming through portable lines. Once submerged, the watery gloom swallowed them. Dials glowed green, and the hull's thick glass offered a restricted but haunting view. Grant navigated them slowly downward, the hull lights cutting a pale cone through dark water. After about 2 hours of descent, the sub's external beams finally caught sight of the Titanic's bow. Even after a century submerged, the shape was unmistakable. The ghostly hulk loomed from the gloom, broken in half, the once proud prow half buried in silt. Reeve felt his heart clench with awe and sorrow. It was a tomb and a monument, a silent testament to a night that changed history. They inched along the starboard side. Coral, fish, and anemones colonized the iron plating. Grant guided the sub's manipulator arm to gather small fragments of rusticles. Reeve carefully stored them in sample tubes. They progressed deeper, filming rooms that once bustled with first-class passengers and cherubs and grand staircases, now lying collapsed or entombed in sediment. These swirling detritus gave everything a dreamlike haze. Midway through the session, while scanning the lower hull near the stern, Grant noticed something peculiar on her camera feed. A portion of the metal showed not smooth tearing or typical impact damage, but an odd concavity ringed with a faint scorch pattern. Reeve pressed in for a closer view. The plating there was bent outward, as though from an internal explosion. This was bizarre. The official record insisted the Titanic's damage came from an external tear by an iceberg. If that was so, why did this metal appear warped from the inside out? Reeve's heartbeat quickened. He asked Grant to pivot the sub's lights for better clarity. Sure enough, the contortion pattern strongly suggested that some internal force had bulged the hull outward. The jagged edges showed hints of blackening, a dark residue that might be scorched metal. Reeve snapped multiple high-resolution stills. This flew in the face of the standard iceberg collision damage narrative. He radioed the Aegis with mild excitement, describing a strange hull anomaly. The ship's comm operator acknowledged him, but in a clipped tone, urging them to stick to the planned route. Reeve found that suspicious. Usually the team back on deck was enthralled by discoveries. Why dismiss this so quickly? Pushing further, Reeve and Grant discovered more irregularities, sealed cargo compartments not listed in the ship's known manifests, metal beams that looked warped in ways you wouldn't expect from an iceberg tear. Then they saw something even more bizarre, a small chunk of what seemed like embedded steel that didn't match the rest of Titanic's composition. Could it be a fragment from a device or an outside structure? They collected a sample with the sub's manipulator arm. As their time slot undersea neared its end, Reeve's mind whirled with questions. When they returned to the surface, Calder was on the deck to greet them, a faint smile on his lips. "Any interesting finds?" he asked casually. Reeve hesitated, glancing at Grant. "We saw some unexpected hull damage patterns. Might deviate from the standard historical account." Calder's expression flickered, then resumed neutrality. "I see," he said softly. "Well, keep me informed of any further anomalies." Then he pivoted away, leaving Reeve unsettled by his reaction. That evening, Reeve spent hours reviewing the footage. The scorch marks, the outward bent steel. It pointed to an internal explosion or sabotage. But how? This was the Titanic, the world's biggest ship at the time, lost in 1912 to an iceberg. The official narrative had been accepted for over a century. No major historian ever seriously advanced a sabotage theory. He found it all improbable. But then, so was the photographic evidence in front of him. Isla joined him in the ship's small lab. She too looked uneasy. If the Titanic was scuttled or bombed from within, that means... what? Some grand conspiracy. She paused, leaning over the images. That's nearly unimaginable, and yet these images speak for themselves. Reeve nodded, chewing his lip. We need more context. Old shipping logs, survivor accounts, something that might confirm the possibility. He emailed a few colleagues, maritime historians, archive specialists, seeking discreet help. Unbeknownst to Reeve, others had their eyes on the expedition's data. Hours later, while the crew slept, a silent figure wearing a staff uniform accessed the main lab console, scanning the raw footage, then left behind a small device that quietly started encrypting all data. By morning, Reeve discovered that his recordings had been locked, needing a passcode. A glitch? Possibly, but it felt too coincidental. In the next days, Reeve would realise he'd stirred a hornet's nest with that single discovery. The evidence of sabotage on the Titanic's wreck threatened to unravel a century-old deception, and those who guarded that secret were not about to let one curious marine biologist rewrite history. In the cramped lab aboard the Aegis, Dr. Nolan Reeve wrestled with the encrypted files. Every time he tried to open them, an error message demanded an unknown passcode. He suspected sabotage, but who would want to bury the data? The expedition's sponsor, Andrew Calder, insisted it must be a technical glitch, urging Reeve to keep the incident quiet and rely on fresh recordings. But Reeve felt the tension in Calder's voice. It was too pointed, too insistent. Frustrated, Reeve and Isla Grant turned to the partial images and notes they'd saved offline. A few snapshots still remained on Isla's personal camera, showing that suspicious scorch pattern on the Titanic's hull. Reeve cross-referenced the Titanic's original construction blueprints, which the Historical Society had in their public archive. That region of the hull was never intended to have anything more than standard plating. No known modifications or cargo compartments were recorded in that area. So how did an explosion or something akin to it mar the interior? Seeking clarity, Reeve reached out to maritime historians he knew back on the mainland. One responded quickly, an old friend named Francis Hobbs, who specialised in transatlantic liner accidents. Hobbs expressed utter shock at the hull damage suggestion. No major source ever mentioned burn marks or outward bent steel. The entire official inquiry pinned it on an iceberg gash. Reeve pressed further, mentioning the possibility that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had sustained damage weeks prior to Titanic's maiden voyage. Some fringe conspiracy circles argued the White Star Line might have swapped ships to salvage insurance money. But that didn't fully explain sabotage or bombs. As the days went on, Reeve discovered more digital meddling. A chunk of audio data from the sub's recordings vanished. The expedition's official logs were being updated to downplay the hull anomalies as corrosion patterns. Meanwhile, Calder announced an abrupt shift in the research plan. They were to focus on the ship's upper decks, ignoring the stern or deeper compartments. Reeve confronted Calder in the corridor, voice tight with anger. "We came for a thorough study of microbial decay, remember? We're not done with the lower hull." Calder just patted Reeve's shoulder. "This expedition is under my sponsorship, Doctor. We have all we need. Let's not waste resources on rabbit holes." Suspicion soared. Yella quietly confided in Reeve that she'd seen an unknown staffer rummaging through the lab's computers late at night. Something bigger was at play. They hatched a plan. On the next dive, they'd pretend to follow orders but actually gather clandestine footage of the suspicious hull region again, storing it on a separate device. They hoped to smuggle that out. The next day, they executed the plan. Isla took an alternate camera hidden in the sub's toolkit, capturing fresh angles of the scorch marks. But near the end of the dive, the sub's thrusters failed, plunging them into darkness momentarily. A near-fatal scenario if Isla's backup system hadn't restarted the motors. The official post-dive report pegged it as a mechanical glitch, but Reeve and Isla suspected sabotage, an attempt to end them mid-ocean. Back on the surface, they realised they needed more historical context. They discovered, from old survivor memoirs, mention of loud booms below deck some hours before the iceberg collision. In official statements, these were dismissed as boiler explosions due to flooding. Another survivor wrote that wealthy industrialist John Astor had confided to a friend about shadowy deals for or against a central banking system. Then one cryptic line from a steward's note surfaced. "We were told not to speak of the cargo in hold number 3, told it was hush-hush for the men with suits." Reeve's blood chilled. It sounded like sensitive cargo beyond just mail or supplies. The more Reeve read, the more an unsettling pattern emerged. Certain powerful men who opposed the formation of a global central banking authority died on the Titanic. Surviving members who wanted that bank system ironically missed the voyage last minute. Could the sinking have been orchestrated to remove key opposition? Reeve's logic reeled. It was wild, reminiscent of conspiratorial talk. Yet the sabotage evidence from the wreck gave these claims unexpected weight. Meanwhile, the expedition approached an official end date. Calder seemed eager to wrap up. The mood on the Aegis turned tense, with some staff openly complaining about weird instructions from Calder's office. Reeve realised that once they returned to shore, Calder might quietly seize all official findings, labelling anything about sabotage as a hoax. Reeve confided in Isla that they needed to break free from Calder's control. "We have to publish or release these anomalies ourselves," he insisted. She agreed, though fear glimmered in her eyes. "But they're watching everything we do." Days before the final docking, an unnerving event confirmed their fears. One of Reeve's close colleagues, a diver who had glimpsed the scorch marks as well, died in a suspicious boat explosion near the Aegis. The official statement labelled it a tragic fuel accident, but Reeve saw no sense in the story. The diver had been careful, not the type to mishandle fuel lines. The message was clear: keep your mouth shut or pay the price. Now Reeve recognised the bigger threat. Some covert group, possibly with Calder's backing or beyond him, was determined to bury any mention of sabotage. Perhaps a direct lineage of those old bankers or industrialists from 1912 still wielded enough influence to ensure the Titanic's alternative story remained hidden. The fear in Reeve's gut was overshadowed by moral resolve. People deserved the truth. The tragedy that claimed 1/500 lives might have been a coldly calculated mass murder. Nights turned sleepless. Reeve hammered out a partial draft of his revelation, an academic paper explaining the structural anomalies, listing historical coincidences, and linking them to potential sabotage. He also prepared a short documentary with images and voiceover, planning to upload it online the moment they were near stable internet. Isla assisted, editing in hush hours. They stored backups on hidden flash drives, but unbeknownst to them, an unknown figure in the staff was already alerting superiors about their secret activities. The black-suited watchers who answered to a shadowy black archive were preparing a final move. Reeve received a cryptic email from an unnamed address. "Stop, we see you. Let the Titanic rest, or you'll join its fate in deep silence." Sickness clenched Reeve's stomach. This was no empty threat, but he pressed on, determined. The Titanic's dead deserved no less than the truth. As the expedition's final day dawned, the Aegis began returning to port. Calder circled the decks, ensuring all official data was locked. Reeve and Isla, with their clandestine files, awaited the perfect moment to slip away or go public. Tension crackled through the sea air. Both felt that soon the conspirators would strike. Reeve thought of the thousands who died that night in 1912, possibly sacrificed for a hidden agenda. He vowed not to let them remain pawns in some century-old cover-up. He could only hope that in the hours ahead he'd find a way to broadcast the shocking truth before the Watchers enforced their deep silence, just as they had, apparently, for the diver who died, and for countless others who might have glimpsed the Titanic's real story over the decades. On the morning the Aegis neared the harbour, Dr. Nolan Reeve stood on the stern deck, scanning the shoreline for any sign of abnormal presence. The coastal city's skyline shimmered under the rising sun. People going about their daily routine had no idea that a conspiracy over 100 years old was about to surface. If Reeve and Isla Grant could manage to reveal it. The tension inside Reeve coiled tighter with each minute. The Watchers might be waiting at port, planning to intercept him or destroy the evidence. At breakfast, Andrew Calder made an announcement. Once they docked, all expedition materials, logs, footage, collected data, were to be handed over to the sponsoring institute for analysis and archiving. He claimed it was standard procedure, but Reeve caught the triumphant glint in Calder's eyes. This was clearly the final step in burying the sabotage findings. Reeve pretended compliance, casually finishing his toast while his pulse hammered. Isla, seated nearby, gave him a subtle nod. They understood each other. They had to act quickly. Below decks, Reeve and Isla retrieved their hidden flash drives from a safe compartment in the sub's tool storage. On these drives lay the photographic proof of the Titanic's hull damage, the partial interviews with experts who had uncovered old shipping conspiracies, plus the half-finished documentary. They sealed them inside a watertight case small enough to slip into Isla's personal bag. Their plan was to slip away from the Aegis the moment they landed, find an off-site location with stable internet, and upload everything. They also had a contact in the press, a freelance investigative journalist who had expressed interest in unconventional Titanic revelations. If they could get in touch, the journalist could go public with the story, but their Watchers were a step ahead. As the Aegis came into port, Reeve noticed a black SUV parked near the dock, 2 men in suits standing by. They exuded the same menacing aura as the staffer who had prowled the lab at night. Reeve recognised their type, ex-intelligence or corporate security, probably the Black Archive or some affiliate. If Reeve and Isla marched out the front gangplank, they'd be easy prey. Thinking fast, Reeve told Isla, "We can't disembark with everyone else. We need a back route." She recalled there was a smaller cargo ramp on the starboard side used for unloading sub-equipment. If the Watchers were fixated on the main exit, maybe they could slip out unnoticed. They bided their time until docking was complete, the bustle of the harbour overshadowing the usual procedures. Then, with anxious hearts, they made their move. Slipping on plain jackets and carrying minimal gear, they snuck to the starboard cargo area. The usual guard was absent, likely assisting with the main disembark. They lowered a small ramp onto the dock. Heart pounding, they hurried down. Reeve's eyes darted to the black SUV. The suited men were still scanning the main exit. Good. They made it halfway across the dock when a shout broke out behind them. "Hey, stop! Stop!" Another staffer from the Aegis, wearing an earpiece, sprinted forward. Reeve and Isla broke into a run, weaving among crates and dock workers. Over their shoulders they saw the black suits rush into action. The watchers realised their target was escaping. Isla pointed to a cluster of cabs by the gates. "We can get one of those," she gasped. But as they neared, they found a man stepping from a second black SUV to block the path. The watchers were closing in from both sides. In a desperate manoeuvre, Reeve dashed behind a forklift. The driver, startled, nearly dropped his cargo. Isla jumped aboard, urging the forklift driver to swing around. The watchers hesitated. Not wanting to cause a scene with bystanders, the forklift jerked forward, awkwardly separating them from at least 2 pursuers. Reeve spotted a side alley leading away from the harbour. "That way!" he yelled. They tumbled off the forklift and sprinted into the alley, footsteps echoing on wet concrete. The watchers gave chase. Adrenaline pounded in Reeve's veins. He clutched the bag containing the flash drives, desperate not to lose it. They twisted down side streets in a labyrinth near the harbour's industrial zone, the watchers cursing behind them. Once they found a small metal door leading into an old warehouse. They slipped inside, the watchers' footfalls receding briefly. In the dim interior, crates of fish meal or old maritime supplies reeked of stale salt. Isla quickly typed a text on her phone to the journalist contact. "Need immediate pickup. Coordinates near old warehouse. Being chased." She pressed send, praying the signal went through. They heard footsteps outside, no time to hide further. Moments later, the watchers kicked in the door. A short scuffle ensued. Isla brandished a wrench from a table, swinging it as a deterrent. Reeve ducked behind a crate, but one watcher advanced, gun drawn, muzzle fixed on Reeve. "Drop the bag," the watcher growled. Reeve's mind whirled. If they took the evidence, everything was lost. Then headlights sliced through a window. A van screeched up, brake lights glowing. Another door was forced open from the building's backside. The journalist contact, a wiry man named Carl Dawson, burst in, brandishing a camera flash that momentarily blinded the watchers. In that flash, Reeve and Isla dove behind crates. Shots rang out, hitting metal and wood. Carl roared, "This way!" They fled through the hole in the back wall. The watchers tried to close in, but the trio scrambled into Carl's van. Tyres squealed as the van sped off. Another bullet shattered the rear. Some say it's based on classified information that was never meant to reach public ears. Tonight we explore the darkest corners of government experimentation and the thin membrane between dimensions. Daniel Cross bolted upright in his bed, sweat-drenched sheets twisted around his legs like restraints. The dream had returned, more vivid this time. Underground tunnels bathed in pulsing blue light, the cold metal chair, the leather straps on his wrists, and the voices, always the voices, echoing through concrete chambers. Subject 17 demonstrates exceptional receptivity. Increased neural amplitude by 30%. His bedroom television flickered with static, though he was certain he'd turned it off before going to sleep. From within the dancing grey pixels came a familiar hum, a sequence of tones just below normal hearing threshold. Something about it pulled at the corners of his mind, like fingers trying to pry open a locked door. Daniel stumbled out of bed and approached the screen, mesmerised. Within the chaos of white noise, patterns emerged, geometric formations that shouldn't exist in random static. His reflection in the screen looked foreign, almost like another person watching him from behind the glass. "Delta Protocol 17, he whispered, the words rising unbidden from some hidden chamber of memory. "Initiate phase bend." The static intensified, the hum growing to an electric whine that made his fillings ache. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the television went black. Daniel stood there, trembling in the dark, wondering why tears were streaming down his face. In the morning, he convinced himself it had been nothing but a particularly vivid nightmare. But as he brushed his teeth, he noticed something unsettling in the bathroom mirror. A small red mark behind his ear, perfectly circular, like a healed puncture wound. He had no memory of receiving it. As the days passed, the dreams intensified. Always the same elements. The underground facility, scientists in lab coats, the chair with its cruel restraints, and tests. Endless tests designed to push the boundaries of his mind. In each dream he was younger, perhaps 11 or 12 years old. But the strangest part was the location that kept appearing in the background of these fractured memories. A distinctive radar tower rising against a darkening sky. When not at work coding security algorithms for a defense contractor, Daniel found himself obsessively drawing the tower, trying to place where he might have seen it before. His apartment walls became covered with sketches, the tower from different angles, the curved coastline it overlooked, strange symbols that his hand seemed to produce without conscious direction. His colleague Martin noticed the change in him first. "You look like hell, Dan," he said over lunch one day. "Not sleeping?" Daniel hesitated. "Just some weird dreams." "About what?" "I don't know. Some kind of facility. Tests. A radar tower by the ocean." Martin's plastic fork paused halfway to his mouth. "What kind of tower?" "An FPS-35. Cold War era. Massive thing with a distinctive cowling." Daniel blinked, surprised at his own precise knowledge. Martin set down his fork. "That's oddly specific for a dream." "I know, and there's something else." Daniel lowered his voice. "Sometimes when there's static on the TV I hear something, like a signal." "What does it say?" "It doesn't speak. It's more like a beacon, calling me somewhere." Martin studied him for a long moment. "You ever heard of Camp Hero? Out in Montauk?" The name sent an electric shiver down Daniel's spine. His coffee cup slipped from suddenly numb fingers, shattering on the floor. "Jesus, you okay?" Martin asked, jumping back from the spreading puddle. "I need to go there," Daniel whispered, staring at nothing. Montauk. The drive to Long Island took 4 hours. But to Daniel it felt like returning from an exile that had lasted decades. As he crossed into the township of Montauk, a pressure began building behind his eyes. Not quite pain, but an insistent awareness, like the sensation before a sneeze that never comes. The roads grew narrower, pine forests pressing in on both sides. His GPS lost signal twice, but Daniel found he didn't need it. His hands seemed to know which turns to take, guiding the car along increasingly remote routes until the trees gave way to scrubland, and beyond that, the Atlantic stretched to the horizon. And there it stood, exactly as he'd drawn it 100 times, the massive radar tower of Camp Hero, its distinctive silhouette rising against the pale blue sky. The abandoned Air Force base sprawled beneath it, a collection of bunker-like buildings and concrete structures designed to withstand Soviet bombs that never fell. According to the weathered sign at the entrance, Camp Hero was now a state park, its military function long obsolete. But something about the perimeter fence looked too new, the security cameras too well maintained for a simple historic site. Daniel parked in the nearly empty lot and approached the visitor centre, a converted military building with peeling green paint. Inside, a bored park ranger glanced up from her crossword puzzle. "Closing in an hour," she said without preamble. "I was wondering what you could tell me about the history of this place," Daniel asked, trying to keep his voice casual despite the hammering of his heart. "Standard Cold War radar station, decommissioned in the early 70s. She pushed a pamphlet across the counter. "Self-guided tour maps there. Stick to the marked trails." "What about the underground sections?" The ranger's crossword pencil stopped mid-letter. Her eyes flicked up to study him more carefully. "There aren't any underground sections open to the public, but they exist. Look, mister, this is just an old radar station, if you're one of those conspiracy nuts." "I've been here before," Daniel interrupted, surprising himself. "When I was a child, not possible. This place was sealed military property until 92. Daniel leaned forward. "What about the Montauk project?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. The The ranger's face hardened as she set down her pencil and reached for the phone. "Park's closing early today. You need to leave." "I just have a few questions." "Now," she said, her finger hovering over the keypad. "Or I call security." Daniel retreated to his car, the pamphlet clutched in his hand. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he noticed a black SUV with government plates turning in. The man in the passenger seat photographed his license plate as they passed. Instead of leaving, Daniel drove to the public beach adjacent to the former base. From there, he followed a trail that hugged the dramatic bluffs overlooking the Atlantic. The radar tower remained visible above the tree line, seeming to watch him as he walked. When he reached a chain-link fence marking the base's boundary, Daniel felt a strange duality, his conscious mind seeing it for the first time, while something deeper recognized every rust spot and bent link. He knew, without understanding how, that 20 yards to the left, the fence had been repaired where someone had once cut through it. Sure enough, when he checked, there was a section of newer fencing exactly where he'd expected. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Daniel found a secluded spot where the bluff had partially collapsed, creating a natural path down to a narrow strip of beach. The base's concrete seawall extended here, covered in graffiti and eroded by decades of salt spray. He ran his hand along the rough surface until his fingers caught on something, a small recess containing what appeared to be a rusted electrical box. Without hesitation, Daniel entered a sequence of numbers, 8-1-3-5. Nothing happened. He tried again with 8315, and then finally 8153. A deep mechanical groan emanated from within the wall. A section of concrete, expertly disguised as part of the seawall, shifted inward by several inches. Daniel pushed, and it swung open on hidden hinges to reveal a dark passage leading into the earth. The smell that wafted out was a complex mixture of mildew, ozone, and something chemical that triggered an intense wave of déjà vu. Daniel switched on his phone's flashlight and stepped inside. The passage sloped downward, concrete walls giving way to rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. Daniel moved cautiously, guided more by buried memory than by sight. After about 50 yards, the tunnel opened into a larger space, what appeared to be an abandoned maintenance room filled with rusted equipment and collapsed shelving. But Daniel knew this wasn't its original purpose. He directed his light toward the far wall, where a heavy metal door hung partially ajar. Beyond it lay darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow his flashlight beam. As he approached the threshold, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Fractured images flashed through his mind. Children in hospital gowns, scientists with clipboards, a massive chair surrounded by electronic equipment, and always, the tests. "Focus on the light, Daniel. Tell us what you see through the gateway." His phone slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor as Daniel collapsed. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was a symbol scratched into the metal door, a triangle intersecting with a perfect circle. When he awoke, Daniel was lying on the beach, waves lapping at his feet. The sun had set, and stars glittered in the darkening sky. His clothes were soaked with seawater, though he had no memory of entering the ocean. His phone was gone. And most disturbing of all, the entrance in the seawall had vanished, not just closed, but seemingly never there at all. Daniel stumbled to his feet, disoriented. His watch showed it was just past 9 p.m, but the date displayed was wrong. According to his watch, he had lost nearly 3 days. The drive back to his apartment in Connecticut was a blur, a dreamlike passage through darkness punctuated by the hypnotic sweep of headlights. Daniel's mind churned with fragments of memory that couldn't possibly be his, yet felt more authentic than his recollections of college or his first job. He remembered the chair, the Montauk chair they'd called it, a monstrous assemblage of technology salvaged from alien craft and enhanced with Tesla-inspired circuitry. He remembered the sensation when they activated it with him strapped inside, like his consciousness was being pulled through the top of his skull and stretched across dimensions. And he remembered what they made him do with it. Back in his apartment, Daniel paced until dawn, scribbling everything he could recall into a notebook. Names surfaced: Doctor, Marcus Bennett, the project lead with cold blue eyes, Cameron Hayes, the military liaison who always smelled of cigarettes and cheap cologne, and Preston Nichols, the reluctant technician who sometimes snuck the children candy bars when the others weren't looking. Preston Nichols. The name felt important. When morning came, Daniel called in sick to work and drove to the nearest public library. The librarian gave him an odd look when he asked if they had anything on the Montauk project, but directed him to their small collection of conspiracy literature. There, sandwiched between books on Roswell and MK Ultra, was a worn paperback. The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, by Preston B. Nichols and Peter Moon. Daniel's hands trembled as he flipped through pages describing exactly what he'd been remembering. The secret installation at Camp Hero, the psychic experiments, the Montauk chair, even the alleged success in manipulating the fabric of time and space. According to Nichols, the Montauk project was the continuation of the Philadelphia experiment, another rumoured government program that supposedly made a naval destroyer, the USS Eldridge, temporarily invisible and teleported it from Philadelphia to Norfolk, Virginia in 1943. The book claimed the Montauk project had been shuttered after an incident in 1983 when a monstrous manifestation, dubbed the Beast, had been psychically pulled through a dimensional gateway. The creature had wreaked havoc before the power was cut and the project abandoned. But Daniel knew this wasn't entirely true. The project hadn't ended. It had evolved. The techniques refined at Montes had been incorporated into other programs, dispersed across multiple sites to ensure no single failure could expose the entire operation. Back at his apartment, Daniel found himself standing before his closet, staring at a locked metal box on the top shelf. He had no memory of putting it there, yet he knew exactly what it contained. The key was taped underneath his dresser, precisely where some part of him expected it to be. Inside the box was a US Bank safety deposit key. The following morning, Daniel presented himself at First National Bank in downtown Hartford. He provided the key along with his ID, and the manager escorted him to the vault. When they were alone with the metal drawer extracted from the wall, Daniel opened it with a sense of inevitability. Inside lay a manila envelope, sealed with red security tape bearing federal classifications he shouldn't have had access to. He broke the seal and emptied the contents onto the small table. Photographs spilled out, black and white images of children in a sterile facility. In several, Daniel recognised his younger self, perhaps 10 years old, wired to various machines. In one particularly disturbing image, he sat in a massive chair surrounded by Tesla coils and computer banks, his small form almost swallowed by the ominous apparatus. There were documents too, partial research notes, diagrams of the Montauk chair annotated with equations that made his eyes hurt to look at, and a map of Camp Hero with underground sections marked in red. At the bottom of the pile lay a compact disc in a paper sleeve, unmarked except for a date. August 12th, 1983, the day of the alleged Beast incident. Most chilling of all was a typed list of names under the heading Project Subjects Delta Group. His own name appeared with a designation that turned his blood cold. Subject 17, Primary Gate Opener. That night, with shaking hands, Daniel loaded the disc into his laptop. After whirring for several seconds, the screen displayed a single video file. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. It showed a concrete room dominated by the chair he'd been drawing obsessively. A boy, himself, was strapped into it, electrodes attached to his temples. Men in lab coats monitored equipment while military personnel stood guard at the doors. A voice off camera counted down. Initiating Delta Protocol in 3, 2, 1. The lights in the facility dimmed as power surged to the chair. Young Daniel's body went rigid, his back arching impossibly as his eyes rolled back. Equipment sparked and smoked. Several technicians backed away nervously. Then, at the centre of the room, the air itself seemed to tear open. A writhing black void that pulsed like a living thing. From within that impossible darkness, something began to emerge. The camera feed distorted violently, static washing across the screen. When the image stabilised, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running. Blood spattered one of the walls. And at the edge of the frame, partially obscured, was a glimpse of something that couldn't exist in our reality. A mass of shifting geometries and impossible angles that hurt to look at. The final clear image before the video cut to static. Young Daniel staring directly into the camera. Blood streaming from his nose and ears. Mouth moving to form words that seemed addressed to his future self. You have to shut it down before it opens again. Daniel ejected the disc with numb fingers, his mind reeling. Not just from what he'd seen, but from what was happening inside his head. Memories crystallizing, filling in gaps he hadn't known existed. He remembered now. All of it. The next day he called the only person who might understand. The number was etched in his memory, though he couldn't recall ever learning it. "Hello?" The voice that answered was aged, cautious. "Is this Preston Nichols?" A long pause. "Who's asking?" "My name is Daniel Cross. I was Subject 17 at Montauk." The silence that followed lasted so long that Daniel thought the connection had been lost. Finally the old man spoke, his voice a haunted whisper. "God help you, boy. They're still watching. I need answers. Not over the phone. They're always listening." Another pause. "The lighthouse. Tomorrow. Noon." The line went dead. Daniel arrived at the Montauk Point Lighthouse an hour early. Parking his rental car, he'd abandoned his own vehicle, suddenly paranoid about tracking devices, in the tourist lot. The historic lighthouse stood tall against a sky heavy with approaching storm clouds, its red and white stripes a cheerful contrast to the grim purpose of his visit. He spotted Nichols immediately, a heavy-set older man in a worn fisherman's jacket sitting alone on a bench overlooking the Atlantic. As Daniel approached, Nichols didn't turn but spoke as if continuing a conversation already in progress. "They told us we were serving our country," he said, eyes fixed on the churning waves below. "Advancing human potential. Opening frontiers. What a load of horse shit." Daniel sat beside him. "You were there. You helped them. And I've spent 40 years trying to make up for it." Nichols finally turned to look at him, his weathered face a map of regret. "Jesus. You grew up. Last time I saw you, you were just a skinny kid with too much power in your head. What did they do to me?" Nichols sighed, reaching into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. His hands trembled slightly as he lit one. "You were special, even among the sensitives. Most of the children could receive impressions, maybe move small objects, but you could create doorways. Doorways to where? That was the question, wasn't it? At first, they were just focused on remote viewing, psychically observing distant locations. Then they realized some of you kids could not just see, but reach. And you, Daniel, you could open gates that others could step through." The old man took a long drag from his cigarette. "They started small, different rooms in the facility, then different points in time. Just minutes at first, then hours, then years. By 82, they had you opening doorways to other places entirely." "The beast," Daniel said quietly. Nichols' face went ashen. "You remember?" "I found a recording." "Then you know what happened. What came through wasn't from another place on Earth, not even from another time. It was from somewhere else, somewhere that operates under different physical laws." Nichols stubbed out his cigarette with more force than necessary. "We lost 16 people that day before they cut the power. And the thing, it didn't die. It just folded back into dimensions we can't perceive." Daniel's head throbbed with half-formed memories. They shut it down after that. Officially, yes. The Montauk project was terminated, the facility sealed. But you know better, don't you? Nichols fixed him with a penetrating stare. They just went deeper underground, compartmentalized. The work continued. But I don't remember anything after that day. I have a whole life. School, college, my job. Artificial memories, very sophisticated. The best MK Ultra techniques combined with targeted chemical therapy. They built you a new identity, brick by brick. Nichols glanced around nervously. The question is, why are you remembering now? The programming doesn't just break down on its own. Before Daniel could respond, his vision split, like a double exposure photograph. Overlaid on the present scene was another image. The same lighthouse, but under clear blue skies, with Nichols wearing different clothes. Happening again, Nichols was saying, his voice echoing strangely as the two realities flickered and merged. The temporal distortions are getting worse. Daniel gripped the bench, nauseated by the visual discord. What's happening to me? Time is bleeding through. Your connection to the Montauk chair never fully severed. It just went dormant. Nichols leaned closer, his face shifting subtly between older and younger versions of himself. Listen carefully. There's an access point they never sealed. Bunker 14 near the old power station. The equipment is still there. You need to... The world around them rippled like disturbed water. A crushing pressure built inside Daniel's skull as reality itself seemed to stutter. When it stabilized, Nichols was gone. In his place sat a teenage boy with a familiar face. Nichols, 50 years younger, wearing a Camp Hero security badge. Find the failsafe before it's too late, the boy continued in Nichols' elderly voice, seemingly unaware of his transformed state. They're trying to recreate the conditions from 83, but they don't understand the danger. The membrane between worlds is thinner now, weakened by the original experiments. The young Nichols flickered and was replaced by the old man again. He clutched Daniel's arm with surprising strength. Go back to Camp Hero, find Bunker 14, destroy the chair before they can use it again. Another wave of temporal distortion washed. Hello there, fellow truth-seekers and insomniacs. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I want to know, how was your day? What time is it where you're listening from? Are you tucked away in a cosy bedroom in Ohio, walking the late-night streets of London, or perhaps watching the sunrise from your apartment in Tokyo? Wherever you are in this interconnected world of ours, I'm glad you're here. And hey, if you're enjoying these deep dives into the shadows of our reality, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories. We're building a community of people who aren't afraid to ask the hard questions. Now, let's begin. My name is Julian Stone, and I used to believe I was making the world a better place. For 12 years, I worked as a senior policy analyst at the Arcus Foundation, one of those shadowy think tanks that most people have never heard of, but whose fingerprints are on every major global initiative of the past 3 decades. We had offices in Geneva, New York and Brussels, gleaming towers of glass and steel, where brilliant minds gathered to solve humanity's greatest challenges. Or so I thought. The Arcus Foundation's mission statement was poetry and corporate speak, advancing global harmony through unified policy frameworks and sustainable governance solutions. We consulted with the UN on climate initiatives, advised the IMF on economic stability measures, and provided research support to the World Economic Forum's annual gatherings in Davos. I felt like I was part of something important, something that mattered. I specialised in demographic transition models, studying how populations respond to policy changes, economic pressures, and social interventions. My reports influenced food distribution programs in sub-Saharan Africa, urban planning initiatives in Southeast Asia, and immigration policies across the European Union. The work was intellectually stimulating, well compensated, and came with the satisfaction of knowing that my analysis was helping shape a more equitable world. That was before March 15th, 2024. Before I discovered what we were really building, the day started like any other. I arrived at our Geneva office at 7:30 a.m, grabbed my usual double espresso from the lobby cafe, and settled into my corner workspace on the 14th floor. The Alps were visible through my window, their snow-capped peaks catching the morning light. a view that never failed to remind me how fortunate I was to be there. My supervisor, Dr. Elena Vasquez, stopped by my desk around 9 a.m. Elena was a former World Bank economist with connections that reached into every major international organisation. She had recruited me personally from Columbia University, where I'd completed my PhD in applied policy analysis. Over the years, she'd become something like a mentor to me. "Julian, we have a situation," she said, her usually composed demeanour showing cracks of stress. "There was a security breach in our server infrastructure last night. Nothing critical was compromised, but we need a full audit of our internal document database. I'm putting you in charge of the cleanup." This wasn't unusual. Think tanks like ours were constant targets for corporate espionage, activist hackers, and foreign intelligence services. Our cybersecurity protocols were robust, but no system was perfect. I'd handled similar situations before, cataloguing sensitive documents, ensuring proper classification levels, and identifying any potential vulnerabilities in our information architecture. "What kind of breach are we talking about?" I asked, already pulling up our security monitoring dashboard. "Attempted penetration of our archived research database. The intrusion was blocked, but it triggered an automatic review protocol. Legal wants everything above classification level 7 to be personally verified by senior staff." Elena handed me a secure tablet loaded with administrative credentials. "Start with the Governance Innovation Archive. That's where our most sensitive collaborative research is stored." The Governance Innovation Archive. I'd heard references to it in high-level meetings, but had never had clearance to access it directly. My excitement at finally getting a peek behind the curtain was tempered by the tedious nature of the task ahead. Archive reviews were notoriously time-consuming. Thousands of documents to be sorted, verified, and reclassified. I spent the morning working through routine policy papers, demographic studies, and economic forecasting models. Most of it was familiar territory, research I'd either contributed to or referenced in my own work. The sun traced its arc across the sky as I methodically processed file after file. It was around 2:30 p.m. when I found it. The document was buried deep in a subfolder labelled Historical Research Initiatives, nestled between a 1997 study on European monetary integration and a 2001 analysis of post-Soviet economic transitions. The file name was innocuous: GI Archive Reset Framework version 7.pdf. But when I opened it, the blood in my veins turned to ice water. Project RESET Comprehensive Societal Restructuring Protocol. Classification level, Obsidian. Distribution, Council authorization only. Date, August 12, 1998. The document was 247 pages long. What I read in those pages would shatter everything I thought I knew about the world, about my work, and about the true nature of the organizations I'd devoted my career to serving. The executive summary was clinical in its brutality. The transition to harmonized global governance requires systematic deconstruction of existing national sovereignty frameworks, followed by controlled reconstruction under unified administrative protocols. Project RESET outlines a 5-phase implementation strategy designed to achieve this transition while maintaining public compliance and minimizing resistance vectors. 5 phases. 5 stages of what could only be described as the methodical dismantling of human freedom, disguised as progressive policy initiatives. Phase 1. Digital Identity Infrastructure. The first phase called for the establishment of universal digital identification systems, ostensibly for improved service delivery and security. Every human being would be assigned a unique digital profile containing biometric data, financial information, health records, travel history, and behavioural analytics. The document described this as creating comprehensive individual mapping for optimised resource allocation and risk assessment. But buried in the technical specifications, the true purpose became clear. The digital ID system wasn't just about identification, it was about control, real-time tracking, automatic compliance monitoring, and the ability to instantly restrict access to banking, travel, employment, and even food distribution for anyone deemed non-compliant with social directives. Phase 2. AI-managed resource distribution. The second phase involved transitioning all essential resources, food, water, energy, housing, to centralized AI management systems. The justification was environmental sustainability and equitable distribution. The reality was something far more sinister. The document outlined algorithms that would determine individual resource allocations based on social contribution scores, behavioral compliance metrics, and demographic optimization parameters. In plain English, the system would decide who got to eat, who could access clean water, and who deserved shelter based on their usefulness to the new order and their willingness to comply with its directives. There were detailed flowcharts showing how resource restrictions could be used to modify behaviour at both individual and population levels. Hungry people, the document noted with chilling matter-of-factness, were compliant people. Phase 3, engineered economic collapse and synthetic recovery. The third phase was perhaps the most diabolical. It called for the deliberate triggering of a global economic collapse through coordinated actions, synchronized market crashes, currency devaluations, supply chain disruptions, and debt crisis escalations. The chaos would be blamed on external factors, pandemics, climate disasters, geopolitical conflicts, or technological failures. In the aftermath of this engineered collapse, a new economic system would be introduced as the necessary solution to prevent future catastrophes. This system would be entirely digital, completely traceable, and fully controlled by the same AI networks managing resource distribution. Private property rights would be eliminated in favour of sustainable stewardship models. Individual economic autonomy would disappear. Phase 4, unified surveillance architecture. The fourth phase involved the integration of all monitoring systems into a single, omnipresent surveillance network. Every device, every sensor, every camera would feed into a central intelligence system capable of tracking and analysing human behaviour in real time. The document described predictive intervention protocols that would identify and neutralise dissent before it could manifest as organised resistance. Potential troublemakers would be flagged by behavioural analysis algorithms and subjected to corrective interventions, everything from social isolation and economic pressure to direct psychological manipulation through targeted media exposure. Phase 5, population normalisation protocols. The final phase was the most horrifying of all. Population normalisation was a euphemism for systematic depopulation, reducing the global human population from over 8 billion to what the document described as sustainable levels of approximately 500 million to 1 billion individuals. The methods outlined were varied and sophisticated: fertility reduction through endocrine disruptors in food and water supplies, healthcare protocols designed to increase mortality rates among low-value demographics, and what the document euphemistically called accelerated natural selection events, engineered disasters that would disproportionately affect populations deemed surplus to requirements. The document concluded with a timeline. Phase 1 had begun in 1999 with early digital ID pilots. Phase 2 would be fully implemented by 2025. Phase 3 was scheduled for 2027 to 2030. Phases 4 and 5 would be completed by 2035. I sat staring at my screen, my hands trembling. This wasn't some fringe conspiracy theory or dystopian fiction. This was a detailed operational plan, complete with budgets, timelines, implementation strategies, and success metrics. And it was dated 1998, over a quarter century ago. Looking back at the past 25 years with this knowledge was like suddenly being able to see the matrix code streaming down in green letters. Every major crisis, every solution proposed by global institutions, every erosion of privacy and freedom justified by security concerns, it all fit the pattern outlined in Project RESET, the 2001 terrorist attacks that ushered in mass surveillance programs, the 2008 financial crisis that consolidated banking power and normalised government intervention in markets, the 2020 pandemic that accelerated digital ID adoption, remote monitoring, and restrictions on movement and assembly. Each crisis followed by solutions that moved us incrementally closer to the world described in this document. I realised I had been an unwitting participant in this process. My demographic studies, my policy recommendations, my analysis of population behavioural patterns, all of it had been feeding into this larger machine. I thought I was fighting poverty and inequality. In reality, I was helping to perfect the mechanisms of human subjugation. The afternoon sun was setting behind the Alps when I finally closed the document. My coffee had gone cold hours ago. My phone showed 17 missed calls from Elena, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. How do you have a casual conversation about quarterly budget reviews when you've just discovered that your entire profession is part of a conspiracy to enslave humanity? I needed to understand more. If this document was real, and every instinct I had told me it was, then there had to be other evidence. References to council authorization suggested a governing body overseeing the implementation. The technical specifications implied vast infrastructure investments that would leave paper trails, and the timeline suggested that we were currently in the middle of Phase 2, with Phase 3 approaching rapidly. As I prepared to leave the office that evening, Elena appeared at my cubicle. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I caught something in her eyes, a wariness that hadn't been there that morning. "How's the archive review coming along?" she asked. "Fine," I managed. "Just working through the historical research files. Nothing unusual so far." She nodded, but her gaze lingered on my computer screen. "Good. Make sure you flag anything that seems out of place. We can't afford any compliance issues with the legal review." After she left, I copied the Project RESET document to an encrypted drive. Call it insurance or call it stupidity. I knew I couldn't let this information disappear into the bureaucratic machinery of damage control. If what I'd read was true, then the fate of human civilization hung in the balance. That night I lay awake in my Geneva apartment, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what I'd discovered. Outside my window, the city hummed with the quiet activity of normal life. People returning from dinner, late commuters heading home, the distant sound of traffic on the highway, all of them oblivious to the web of control being woven around them. I thought about my colleagues at Arcus, brilliant and dedicated people who believed, as I had, that we were working toward a better world. How many of them knew the truth? How many were complicit, and how many were simply useful idiots like I had been? More disturbing was the realization that the plan was working. Digital ID systems were being rolled out globally under the banner of convenience and security. AI-managed resource distribution was being piloted in smart cities around the world. Economic instability was increasing, with more frequent market volatility and supply chain disruptions becoming the new normal. The infrastructure for total control was being built piece by piece, sold to the public as progress and innovation, and by the time people realized what they had traded away, it would be too late to resist. As dawn broke over Lake Geneva, I made a decision that would change the trajectory of my life forever. I was going to find out who was behind Project RESET, how far the implementation had progressed, and whether there was any way to stop what was coming. I had no idea that by opening that file, I had already marked myself for termination. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in paranoid research methodology. I couldn't use Arcus resources for obvious reasons, and I couldn't risk conducting searches from my home computer that might trigger surveillance algorithms. Instead, I developed a routine of visiting different internet cafes, public libraries, and university computer labs around Geneva, always paying with cash and never staying in one location for more than an hour. What I discovered during those weeks of clandestine investigation was both validation and horror. The language from Project RESET wasn't just theoretical. It was operational vocabulary that had been seeded into the public discourse for decades. The phrase, "Build Back Better," appeared in a 2005 United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, years before it became a mainstream political slogan. Sustainable development goals weren't just environmental initiatives, they were restructuring protocols directly lifted from the Project RESET documentation. Stakeholder capitalism wasn't a progressive business philosophy, it was the economic model described in Phase 3 of the plan. I started mapping connections, creating a network diagram that resembled a spider web of interlocking organisations, all connected by shared personnel, funding sources, and ideological frameworks. At the centre of this web were names that any political science student would recognise: the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, and the World Economic Forum. But it was the personnel overlaps that made the pattern undeniable. The same individuals appeared on the boards of multiple organisations, moved seamlessly between government positions and private sector roles, and maintained influence networks that spanned decades. These weren't coincidences. They were evidence of coordinated long-term planning. Dr. Klaus Müller, for instance, had served on the board of the Arcus Foundation since 2003, while simultaneously holding positions with the Trilateral Commission and maintaining an advisory role with the World Economic Forum. His academic credentials were impeccable. PhD in International Relations from Harvard, former Deputy Director of the IMF. But his career trajectory revealed a pattern of strategic positioning within the exact organisations mentioned in Project REZT. Elena Vasquez, my own supervisor, had spent 3 years with the World Bank before joining Arcus. Her previous role involved developing population optimization models for developing nations, work that, in light of what I now knew, took on a sinister new meaning. The more I dug, the more I realised that the world of international policy wasn't the collegial academic environment I had believed it to be. It was a carefully orchestrated theatre, with different organisations playing complementary roles in advancing the same underlying agenda. The Bilderberg Group provided high-level strategic coordination, bringing together political leaders, corporate executives, and academic experts for closed-door discussions that never appeared in public records. The World Economic Forum served as the public face of the agenda, packaging radical social restructuring as progressive innovation and corporate responsibility. The Club of Rome provided intellectual legitimacy, producing research that supported predetermined policy conclusions. And think tanks like Arcus served as implementation arms, developing the detailed technical frameworks that transformed abstract plans into concrete policies. It was during my 4th week of investigation that I made contact with Harper. I was sitting in a small cafe near the University of Geneva, cross-referencing attendance lists from various international conferences, when I noticed someone had left a newspaper on the adjacent table. Folded inside the newspaper was a handwritten note. "You're asking the right questions, but you're asking them in the wrong places. Tomorrow, 3 p.m, Parc des Bastions, near the Reformation Wall. Come alone." My first instinct was to ignore it. Paranoia was an occupational hazard when researching conspiracy theories, and I had no way of knowing whether this was a genuine contact or an elaborate trap. But the note demonstrated knowledge of my research activities that was both impressive and terrifying. Someone had been watching me, tracking my movements, and monitoring my investigation. The next afternoon, I found myself walking through Parc des Bastions with sweaty palms and a racing heart. The Reformation Wall loomed ahead of me, a massive stone monument celebrating the Protestant Reformation, with larger-than-life statues of religious reformers who had challenged the established order of their time. The irony wasn't lost on me. Harper was waiting on a bench facing the monument. He looked to be in his 60s, with silver hair and the kind of weathered face that suggested a lifetime of difficult experiences. His clothing was unremarkable, a grey wool coat, dark slacks, leather shoes that had seen better days. But his eyes were alert and calculating, constantly scanning our surroundings with the practised vigilance of someone accustomed to danger. "Julian Stone," he said as I approached. It wasn't a question. I sat down beside him, maintaining the pretense of casual conversation in case we were being observed. "How do you know who I am?" "I know because I've been watching the Watchers for longer than you've been alive." His accent was British, with traces of something else, perhaps South African or Australian. "My name is Harper. I used to work for Her Majesty's Secret Intelligence Service until I learned some things that made continuing that work problematic." We sat in silence for a moment, watching tourists take photographs of the monument. A group of school children ran past, laughing and playing games that seemed impossibly innocent, given the conversation I was about to have. "You found the Project RESET documentation," Harper continued. "Impressive work, considering the access restrictions. Most people in your position never make it past the first layer of classification. Most people in my position, policy analysts, research coordinators, academic consultants, the intellectual workforce that powers the think tank ecosystem. You're all kept in comfortable compartments, given enough information to do your jobs effectively, but never enough to see the complete picture. It's an elegant system, really. The vast majority of people working within the network genuinely believe they're contributing to positive change." Harper reached into his coat and withdrew a slim folder. "But you've seen behind the curtain now. The question is, what do you intend to do with that knowledge?" I took the folder, glancing around to ensure we weren't attracting attention. Inside were photographs, documents, and what appeared to be transcripts of recorded conversations. The material was far more detailed than anything I had discovered during my own research. Project RESET is Phase 4 of a much larger operation, Harper explained. The planning began in the 1970s, when a group of industrialists, academics and political leaders became convinced that democratic governance was incompatible with long-term social stability. They believed that ordinary people were too short-sighted, too emotional, and too self-interested to make rational decisions about complex global challenges. The first document in the folder was a memorandum dated 1975, bearing the letterhead of the Club of Rome. The subject line read, "Crisis of Democracy, Toward Managed Governance Solutions." The oil crisis of 1973 was a test run, Harper continued, a demonstration of how quickly modern civilization could be disrupted and how readily populations would accept authoritarian measures if they were presented as temporary emergency responses. The success of that operation convinced the planners that more comprehensive interventions were not only possible, but necessary. I flipped through pages of meeting minutes, budget allocations and organisational charts. Names I recognised from my research appeared throughout the documentation, along with others I'd never heard of, shadowy figures who seemed to wield enormous influence while maintaining complete public anonymity. Wars and pandemics are what they call in moments of acceleration, Harper said, periods when normal political processes can be bypassed and fundamental changes can be implemented under the justification of emergency response. The 2001 attacks accelerated surveillance infrastructure development by at least a decade. The 2020 pandemic accelerated digital control systems by another decade. A photograph in the folder showed a group of men in expensive suits standing around a conference table. The image quality suggested it had been taken with a hidden camera. Harper pointed to a figure partially obscured by shadows. That's Dr. Heinrich Strasser, primary architect of the population normalization protocols. Officially, he's a retired professor of demographics from the London School of Economics. Unofficially, he's the man responsible for calculating optimal population levels and developing implementation strategies for achieving those targets. The casual way Harper discussed mass depopulation sent chills down my spine. We were talking about the systematic elimination of billions of human beings, as if it were an abstract policy problem to be solved through careful planning and efficient execution. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. Harper was quiet for a long moment, watching a young couple push a stroller along the path in front of us. Because the timeline has accelerated. What was supposed to be a gradual transition over several decades is now being compressed into a few years. The planners are concerned about growing public awareness and resistance, so they've decided to move directly to Phase 3, the economic collapse scenario. He handed me a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. Everything you need to understand the current operational status is on that device. Meeting schedules, communication intercepts, financial transaction records. But be warned, accessing this information will mark you as a priority target. They won't try to discredit you or buy you off. They'll simply make you disappear. I pocketed the device, my hands trembling. What about you? How have you managed to avoid disappearing? Harper smiled grimly. I haven't. The man who used to be called Harper died in a car accident in Morocco 15 years ago, according to official records. The person sitting next to you is a ghost, and ghosts have certain advantages when it comes to moving through the world undetected. We parted ways without shaking hands or exchanging contact information. Harper simply stood up, walked away, and disappeared into the crowd of tourists and afternoon shoppers. I remained on the bench for another hour, trying to process what I had learned, and struggling with the magnitude of the decisions I now faced. That evening I examined the device Harper had given me. The interface was unlike anything I'd seen before, clearly custom-built with security features that went far beyond commercial encryption standards. The data it contained was staggering. Real-time intelligence on Project Reset implementation across multiple continents, detailed profiles of key personnel, financial flows between organisations, and most disturbing of all, operational timelines for the next phase of the plan. According to the intelligence Harper had provided, Phase 3, the engineered economic collapse, was scheduled to begin within 18 months. The trigger would be a coordinated cyber attack on critical financial infrastructure, blamed on state-sponsored hackers but actually orchestrated by the same network that had been planning global restructuring for decades. The attack would simultaneously cripple banking systems, electrical grids, supply chains and communication networks across North America and Europe. In the chaos that followed, emergency powers would be invoked, constitutional protections would be suspended, and the new digital control systems would be implemented as temporary security measures. Within 6 months of the collapse, the new economic system would be fully operational. Physical currency would be eliminated in favour of digital transactions that could be monitored, controlled, and restricted in real time. Universal basic income would be introduced, but payment would be conditional on compliance with behavioural modification programs. Private property rights would be suspended in favour of collective stewardship models managed by AI allocation algorithms. Anyone who resisted the transition would find themselves cut off from the economic system entirely, unable to buy food, unable to access shelter, unable to travel or communicate. Social pressure and biological necessity would force compliance within weeks. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. By engineering a crisis and positioning themselves as the solution, the architects of Project Rainil could implement total social control while maintaining the illusion of democratic legitimacy. The public would beg for the very chains that enslaved them. As I sat in my apartment that night, surrounded by the evidence of humanity's impending subjugation, I made a decision that would define the rest of my life. I couldn't stop what was coming. The machinery was too vast, too well coordinated, and too far advanced. But I could expose it. I could ensure that when the collapse came, at least some people would understand what was really happening and why. The real governments weren't in the Capitol buildings where tourists took photographs and school children learned about democracy. They were in conference rooms with no cameras, making decisions that would reshape human civilization according to their vision of optimal management and control. But first, I needed to learn more about the Council of Nine, the shadowy governing body that Harper had mentioned only in passing, but that seemed to represent the apex of the power structure I was investigating. What I would discover about the Council would make everything I had learned so far seem like a preparation course for the real horror show. Harper contacted me again 3 days later, this time through a more sophisticated method that demonstrated the depth of his surveillance capabilities. When I returned home from work, I found that someone had been in my apartment. Nothing was missing, nothing was damaged, but subtle signs indicated professional intrusion. A book moved slightly on my desk, a coffee cup repositioned by a few inches, the angle of my computer monitor adjusted just enough to be noticeable. On my kitchen table was a single playing card, the 9 of spades, with a time and location written on the back in precise handwriting. Thursday, 9 p.m, Jet d'eau viewing platform. The Jet d'eau was Geneva's famous water fountain, a towering spray of lake water that had become the city's unofficial symbol. The viewing platform offered panoramic views of Lake Geneva and was typically crowded with tourists during the day, but at 9 p.m. on a Thursday in early spring it would be largely deserted. I arrived 15 minutes early, using the time to scan for potential surveillance or security threats. Harper's warnings about being marked as a priority target had left me hyper-vigilant, seeing potential enemies in every passerby and possible monitoring devices in every street camera. Harper materialised from the shadows near the platform's eastern edge, moving with the silent efficiency of someone trained in covert operations. He wore different clothes than during our first meeting, but the same calculating alertness animated his features. "You've been researching the Council of Nine," he said without preamble. "I can tell because your digital footprint shows specific query patterns that correlate with Council-related information architecture." I hadn't mentioned the Council during our previous conversation, which meant Harper had been monitoring my online activities despite my precautions. The realization was both impressive and unsettling. "How do you know what I've been researching?" "Because I built some of the monitoring systems that track research patterns related to sensitive topics. Before I became a ghost, I spent 12 years developing psychological analysis algorithms for MI6. We called it cognitive fingerprinting, the ability to identify individual researchers based on their information-seeking behaviours." Harper handed me a waterproof envelope sealed with what appeared to be tamper-evident tape. The Council of Nine represents the operational command structure for Project RESET. They're not the architects. Those individuals died decades ago. But they're the executors responsible for implementing the final phases. The envelope contained photographs that had obviously been taken with sophisticated surveillance equipment. The images showed a conference room that looked like something from a high-end corporate retreat. Polished mahogany table, leather chairs, floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of what appeared to be a mountain landscape. But it was the occupants of the room that made my blood run cold. 9 individuals sat around the table, their faces partially obscured by shadows that seemed strategically positioned to prevent clear identification. Despite the lighting conditions, I could make out enough detail to recognise several figures from my research. Dr. Klaus Müller from the Arcus Foundation, a woman who appeared to be Dr. Margaret Thornfield from the World Economic Forum's Executive Board, and others whose faces seemed familiar but whose identities I couldn't immediately place. These photographs were taken during a C9 emergency protocol meeting 6 months ago, Harper explained. The audio quality from that particular session wasn't optimal, but we managed to capture enough to understand the current operational parameters. He handed me a small audio device with earbuds attached. This is a compilation of intercepted communications from various council sessions over the past 2 years. I should warn you, what you're about to hear will fundamentally change your understanding of how power operates in the modern world. I inserted the earbuds and pressed play. The audio quality was variable, ranging from crystal clear to barely audible, but the content was unmistakably authentic. The first segment featured a woman's voice with a slight Germanic accent. Phase 2, implementation is proceeding ahead of schedule in North America and Western Europe. Digital ID adoption rates are exceeding projections by 23%, and AI resource management pilots are showing promising compliance metrics. A male voice responded, "What about resistance indicators?" The psychological analysis models predicted higher levels of public pushback by this stage. "Resistance has been effectively channeled into harmless outlets," the woman replied. "Social media algorithms are directing dissent toward peripheral issues, cultural conflicts, partisan political divisions, environmental activism. The core infrastructure development continues without meaningful opposition." The recording shifted to what appeared to be a different meeting. The audio quality was clearer, allowing me to distinguish individual speakers more easily. "The timeline for Phase 3 has been moved up," announced a voice I recognised as belonging to Dr. Klaus Müller. "Recent polling data suggests that public awareness of systematic restructuring is approaching critical thresholds. We need to initiate the collapse scenario before organised resistance can develop." Another voice, older and more gravelly, expressed concern. "Acceleration carries significant risks. If the synthetic recovery process is implemented too quickly, it could trigger the kind of popular uprising that the entire operation was designed to prevent." "The risk analysis has been updated," Muller responded. "Current societal conditioning levels indicate that the majority of the population will accept authoritarian measures if they're presented as temporary responses to existential threats. The 2020 compliance experiments exceeded all expectations." The recording continued for over an hour, revealing operational details that confirmed Harper's earlier warnings. The cyber attack that would trigger Phase 3 was being developed by a contractor called Prometheus Systems, a private cybersecurity firm with deep ties to intelligence agencies in multiple countries. The attack would be sophisticated enough to cripple critical infrastructure while leaving forensic evidence pointing to foreign state actors. But it was the discussion of Phase 5, the population normalization protocols, that left me physically nauseated. "Demographic optimization cannot be achieved through voluntary measures," stated a voice, with what sounded like an Eastern European accent. "The behavioural modification programs have been successful in reducing fertility rates, but not to levels consistent with sustainability targets." "The healthcare integration protocols offer more direct intervention capabilities," replied another speaker. "Selective service rationing, modified treatment algorithms, and enhanced mortality acceleration for non-productive demographic segments." They were discussing mass murder with the same clinical detachment that I had once used to analyse statistical models. Billions of human lives reduced to data points in an optimization algorithm designed to achieve their vision of sustainable population levels. The final segment of the recording was the most chilling of all. It featured what appeared to be a briefing on something called the Consciousness Integration Project, a psychological warfare operation designed to prepare the surviving population for permanent subjugation. "Individual autonomy is incompatible with managed governance systems," explained a voice that seemed artificially modulated to prevent identification. "The transition to collective consciousness algorithms will be facilitated through neurochemical interventions delivered via water supply modification and atmospheric aerosol deployment." "What about cognitive resistance patterns?" asked another speaker. "Resistance requires individual identity coherence. The consciousness integration protocols will systematically deconstruct individual psychological frameworks, and replace them with collective identity matrices. Within one generation, the concept of personal autonomy will be psychologically incomprehensible to the surviving population. I removed the earbuds and handed the device back to Harper, my hands shaking with a combination of rage and terror. What I had heard wasn't just evidence of a conspiracy, it was evidence of a plan to erase human consciousness itself, transforming the survivors of their depopulation program into biological robots incapable of independent thought. "Now you understand the stakes," Harper said quietly. "This isn't about political control or economic manipulation. It's about the fundamental nature of human existence. They're planning to transform our species into something that can be managed like livestock." The lights of Geneva sparkled across Lake Geneva, a testament to human creativity and achievement that would soon be subordinated to the algorithmic control systems of the Council of Nine. Every light represented families, dreams, aspirations, and individual lives that would be extinguished or enslaved, according to the optimization calculations of psychopaths who had convinced themselves that they were saving the world. "What can we do?" I asked. Harper's expression was grim. "The operational infrastructure is too advanced to be stopped through conventional means, but there might be a way to disrupt their timeline and create opportunities for organized resistance." He explained that the Council's power derived from coordination and secrecy. Their plans required precise timing and public ignorance to succeed. If the implementation schedule could be disrupted and their methods exposed to widespread public awareness, the resulting chaos might create openings for resistance movements to organize and respond. "They're planning a closed-door summit next month," Harper continued. "A C9 emergency protocol meeting to finalize the Phase 3 trigger parameters. If we could intercept their communications during that meeting and broadcast the proceedings publicly, it would expose everything," I finished. "More than that. It would force them to abandon their current timeline and revert to contingency protocols that are less well developed and more vulnerable to disruption." Harper outlined the technical challenges involved in intercepting the Council's communications. Their meetings took place in secure facilities with sophisticated counter-surveillance measures. The participants used encrypted communication devices that were regularly updated with new security protocols, and any interception attempt would almost certainly be detected, triggering immediate countermeasures against anyone involved in the operation. "I need you to understand," Harper emphasized, "that this is likely a one-way mission. Even if we succeed in exposing their operation, we won't survive the aftermath. The Council has resources and capabilities that extend far beyond anything a conventional government could deploy." I stared out at the lake, watching the gentle waves lap against the shore. 3 weeks ago, my biggest concern had been meeting quarterly research deadlines. Now, I was contemplating a suicide mission to save human civilization from technocratic enslavement. "When is this summit?" I asked. "April 15th. Location is still being determined, but intelligence suggests it will be at the Château de Bossé, about 20 kilometers outside Geneva. It's a World Council of Churches conference centre that's been used for sensitive meetings before." Harper handed me a final envelope thicker than the others. "Everything you need to prepare is in there. Technical specifications, surveillance protocols, communication equipment. Study it carefully. Our success depends on flawless execution." As we parted ways for what would be the last time, Harper offered me a choice that would haunt me for the rest of my abbreviated life. "You can still walk away, Julian. Disappear, create a new identity, and try to survive what's coming. No one would blame you for choosing self-preservation over martyrdom." I considered his offer seriously. I had no family, no romantic attachments, no obligations that would be affected by my disappearance. I could liquidate my assets, assume a false identity, and find some remote corner of the world where I might escape the coming transformation. But as I walked home through the streets of Geneva, I realized that escape was an illusion. There would be no safe havens in the world the Council of Nine was creating. Every corner of the globe would eventually be incorporated into their control grid. And even if I managed to survive the initial phases of their plan, I would spend the rest of my life knowing that I had possessed the knowledge and opportunity to resist, but had chosen cowardice instead. The next morning I submitted my resignation to the Arcus Foundation, citing family health issues that required my immediate attention. Eleanor Vasquez accepted my resignation, with what seemed like genuine regret, though I noticed she didn't press for details about my family situation. I spent the following 3 weeks studying Harper's materials and preparing for the mission. The technical challenges were formidable, but not insurmountable. The Chateau de Bossey's security systems were sophisticated, but not impregnable. More importantly, Harper had provided me with detailed intelligence about the Council's communication protocols and meeting procedures. The plan was elegantly simple. I would infiltrate the chateau during the summit, establish a covert listening post in the building's communication infrastructure, and broadcast the Council's proceedings live to multiple online platforms simultaneously. The global exposure would make it impossible for them to suppress the information or maintain the fiction of legitimacy. April 15th arrived with an unseasonable spring snowstorm that provided perfect cover for my approach to the chateau. I'd spent the previous night in a small hotel in Séligny, using the time to conduct final equipment checks and mentally prepare for what was likely to be my final mission. The chateau was an imposing medieval structure surrounded by manicured gardens and modern security installations. Thermal imaging revealed the presence of at least 12 security personnel, along with the 9 council members and their personal staff. The building's communication systems were exactly as Harper had described. A central server room in the basement that handled all electronic communications for the facility. I made my approach through the gardens, using the snow and darkness to avoid the exterior security cameras. Harper's intelligence had identified a service entrance that was monitored, but not heavily guarded. A simple electronic lock bypass granted me access to the building's interior. The next 30 minutes were the most terrifying of my life. Moving through the chateau's corridors while armed security personnel patrolled just meters away required a level of stealth and nerve that I had never before been required to demonstrate. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the hallways, every distant sound could have meant discovery and immediate termination. The server room was located exactly where Harper's blueprints had indicated. The communication equipment was more sophisticated than anything I had worked with before, but Harper's technical specifications were precise enough to guide me through the installation process. I had just finished establishing the connection to my broadcasting equipment when the voices began echoing through the chateau's ventilation system. The meeting was taking place in what had once been the chateau's grand library, a room lined with ancient books and dominated by a massive fireplace. Through the building's internal communication system, I could hear every word with crystal clarity. Phase 3 implementation begins in 72 hours, announced a voice I recognized from Harper's recordings, Dr. Klaus Müller. Prometheus Systems has confirmed that the cyber attack vectors are fully operational and undetectable. Critical infrastructure across North America and Western Europe will be compromised simultaneously. The casual way he discussed the orchestrated collapse of civilization sent chills down my spine. These weren't desperate revolutionaries fighting against an oppressive system. They were the architects of oppression itself, calmly discussing the implementation of totalitarian control with the same tone I had once used to discuss quarterly budget projections. What about contingency protocols if the public response exceeds manageable parameters? Asked a woman's voice with a slight accent that could have been Scandinavian. Public response has been extensively modelled, replied another speaker. Current psychological conditioning levels indicate that 73% of the population will comply with emergency directives within the first week. An additional 19% will require moderate coercion, restriction of services, economic pressure, social isolation. Only 8% are projected to offer sustained resistance. My hands trembled as I adjusted the recording equipment. They were discussing the subjugation of billions of human beings as if they were managing a corporate restructuring project. The clinical precision of their planning made their intentions even more horrifying. The 8% resistance demographic will be addressed through Phase 4 acceleration, continued Muller. Enhanced surveillance protocols and predictive intervention algorithms will identify resistance cells before they can organise effectively. Those individuals will be transferred to controlled population centres for behavioural modification. And if behavioural modification proves insufficient, asked another voice. There was a pause before Muller responded. Then they will be reclassified as surplus population and processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Processed? They were talking about mass murder using the sanitised language of industrial efficiency. The conversation shifted to technical implementation details that were even more disturbing than the broad strategic discussion. They had developed sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques designed to make people grateful for their own enslavement. The economic collapse would be followed by a recovery program that would gradually introduce the new control systems as benevolent solutions to the problems they had created. The consciousness integration protocols show remarkable promise, reported a speaker, whose voice seemed artificially modulated. Test populations in controlled environments demonstrate complete behavioural compliance within 18 months of implementation. Individual identity dissolution proceeds according to projections, with subjects reporting increased satisfaction and social harmony. They had been experimenting on human populations. Somewhere in the world, there were communities that had already been transformed into the kind of managed livestock that the Council envisioned for all of humanity. What about the intellectual infrastructure? Asked another voice. Scientific research, technological development, creative production. These activities require some level of individual cognitive autonomy. Managed creativity protocols have been successfully implemented, came the response. Intellectual production can be optimized through selective cognitive enhancement of designated individuals while maintaining overall population compliance. The creative class will be a managed resource, like any other essential service. Even human creativity would be subordinated to their control systems. Artists, writers, scientists, and inventors would be reduced to biological machines producing innovations according to centrally planned directives. But it was the next part of their conversation that made me realise the true scope of their ambitions. The interplanetary expansion protocols require careful coordination with Phase 5 implementation, announced a voice I hadn't heard before. Optimal population levels for Earth-based operations must be maintained while developing sustainable colonies for the management class. They weren't just planning to control Earth, they were planning to expand their control system to other planets. The population reduction wasn't just about sustainability, it was about creating a manageable labour force, while the ruling class established themselves as the founders of interplanetary civilization. Mars colony infrastructure development is proceeding ahead of schedule, reported another speaker. The first management class settlement can be established within 15 years, with full operational capability within 30. Earth-based population levels can be reduced to maintenance requirements, while interplanetary expansion continues. The vision was breathtaking in its scope and horrifying in its implications. Earth would become a managed preserve populated by enslaved humans whose consciousness had been technologically altered to ensure compliance. Meanwhile, the architects of this system would establish themselves as the lords of a new cosmic empire, free from the limitations and messy complications of democratic governance. I was so absorbed in the horror of what I was hearing that I almost missed the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the server room. My blood turned to ice as I realised that someone was approaching my hiding place. The door opened slowly, revealing a figure in dark clothing carrying what appeared to be a sophisticated detection device. He swept the room methodically, his equipment clearly designed to identify unauthorised electronic devices. For a moment our eyes met across the server room. He was younger than I had expected, probably in his 30s, with the kind of athletic build that suggested military or law enforcement training. His expression was professionally calm, but I could see the calculation in his eyes as he assessed the situation. "Dr. Julian Stone," he said quietly. "You're not supposed to be here." I had been caught, but the recording was still active. My mission could still succeed if I could delay long enough for the broadcast to complete. "Neither are you, I'd imagine," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Unless you're part of their security detail." He smiled grimly. "I'm part of something else entirely. Someone who shares your concerns about what's happening in that room upstairs." The revelation that I wasn't alone in my resistance lifted a weight from my shoulders that I hadn't realised I was carrying. How many others are there? More than they know. Fewer than we need. He moved closer, keeping his voice low. The broadcast is working. The signal is getting through to multiple platforms simultaneously, but they're going to detect the transmission within minutes, and when they do, we're both dead, I finished. Probably, but the information will be out there. People will know the truth. From upstairs, we could hear the council's discussion continuing. They were moving into operational details for the immediate aftermath of the cyber attack. Emergency broadcast scripts, military deployment protocols, procedures for implementing martial law while maintaining the illusion of democratic legitimacy. The public messaging framework is critical, Mueller was saying. The population must believe that the emergency measures are temporary responses to an external threat. Constitutional rights can be suspended indefinitely as long as the suspension is framed as protective rather than punitive. My companion, he had never given me his name, was monitoring the broadcast signal on a handheld device. Upload is at 67% completion, he whispered, but they're starting to scan for unauthorized transmissions. The voices from upstairs were becoming more animated, suggesting that someone had noticed the security breach. "We have a problem," announced a voice I hadn't heard before. "Our communication systems are showing signs of external access. Someone is intercepting our proceedings." The response was immediate and chilling. "Lock down the facility, search every room, find the source of the breach and eliminate it." 78% complete, my companion reported. "Just need a few more minutes." But we didn't have a few more minutes. The sound of heavy footsteps was echoing through the corridors as security personnel began a systematic search of the building. It was only a matter of time before they reached the server room. 85% complete, came the whispered update. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear radio chatter as the security team coordinated their search pattern. The voices were professional, efficient, and absolutely ruthless. 92% complete. A voice outside the door. Check the server room. Full scan for unauthorized equipment. 97% complete. The door handle turned. Upload complete, my companion whispered just as the door burst open. What happened next was a blur of violence and chaos that I'm still not entirely sure I remember accurately. Multiple armed figures poured through the doorway, their weapons trained on both of us with professional precision. My companion, the man who had helped me complete the broadcast, was shot immediately, his body crumpling to the floor without a sound. I raised my hands, expecting to join him in death, but the lead security operative spoke into his radio instead of pulling the trigger. "Package secured, bring him upstairs." They dragged me from the server room, through the chateau's elegant corridors, and into the grand library where the Council of Nine had been conducting their meeting. The room was exactly as I had imagined it, ornate, imposing, and filled with the kind of understated luxury that spoke of genuine power rather than mere wealth. The 9 figures were still seated around their mahogany table, but now their attention was focused entirely on me. In the better lighting, I could see their faces more clearly than I had in Harper's photographs. They were older than I had expected, mostly in their 60s and 70s, with the kind of well-preserved appearance that came from access to the best medical care money could buy. Dr. Klaus Mueller rose from his seat, his expression combining disappointment with professional curiosity. "Doctor, Julian Stone, we've been monitoring your research activities for some time. Impressive work, actually. You identified patterns that took us decades to establish." I said nothing, focusing on memorizing as many details as possible about the room and its occupants. If I somehow survived this encounter, I wanted to be able to provide accurate descriptions to anyone who might continue the resistance. "The broadcast has been successfully contained," reported one of the security operatives. "All major platforms have been contacted, and the uploaded content is being systematically removed. Estimated public exposure was minimal, fewer than 10,000 views before suppression protocols were implemented. 10,000 people. It wasn't much, but it was something. Somewhere in the world, 10,000 individuals now knew the truth about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. Unfortunately, Mueller continued, your interference has created complications that require immediate resolution. The Phase 3 timeline cannot be adjusted. which means we need to implement enhanced security protocols to prevent further breaches. A woman at the far end of the table spoke for the first time. Her voice was cultured, with the kind of accent that suggested expensive education and international travel. The Harper problem has been persistent for too long. This incident demonstrates that we can no longer afford to ignore opposition elements, regardless of how marginal they appear to be. Harper. My heart sank as I realised that my mentor in resistance had probably been captured or killed. The network of opposition that I had hoped might grow from our exposure had been compromised before it could develop. Harper was terminated 6 hours ago, confirmed one of the security operatives, along with 12 associated individuals identified through communication analysis. The resistance network has been effectively neutralised. The casual way they discussed murder was perhaps the most chilling aspect of the entire encounter. These weren't monsters or fanatics. They were bureaucrats implementing policy decisions with the same detached professionalism that I had once applied to demographic analysis. Which brings us to the question of what to do with Dr. Stone, Muller said, returning his attention to me. His knowledge of our operations is comprehensive, and his analytical capabilities are impressive. There might be value in incorporating him into our planning apparatus rather than simply eliminating him. The suggestion sent a chill down my spine that was worse than the threat of death. They were offering me the chance to become complicit in their plan, to use my skills to perfect the mechanisms of human enslavement. The offer is genuine, Muller continued, apparently reading my expression. Your research background makes you uniquely qualified to contribute to population management optimization. You could help us minimize the suffering associated with the transition process. Minimise the suffering of genocide, you mean? I replied, speaking for the first time since being brought into the room. Genocide is an emotionally charged term that doesn't accurately describe our objectives, responded the woman who had spoken earlier. We're implementing a comprehensive restructuring program designed to ensure long-term human survival. The current population levels are unsustainable, and democratic governance systems have proven incapable of addressing existential challenges. They genuinely believed they were saving humanity. The realization was somehow more terrifying than simple malice would have been. These weren't evil people. They were intelligent, educated individuals who had convinced themselves that totalitarian control and mass murder were necessary for the greater good. The current global population of 8 billion will be reduced to approximately 1 billion within 30 years, Muller explained with the same tone he might have used to discuss quarterly earnings projections. The selection process will be optimized to preserve genetic diversity, intellectual capacity, and cultural heritage while eliminating redundant demographic segments. Redundant demographic segments? They were talking about 7 billion human lives as if they were excess inventory to be disposed of for efficiency purposes. The survivors will live in a managed environment free from war, poverty, environmental degradation, and social conflict, continued the woman. Individual autonomy will be replaced by collective optimization, ensuring that every person contributes to overall societal welfare according to their capabilities. And what about human dignity? I asked. What about the right to make your own choices, to pursue your own goals, to live your own life? Individual autonomy is a luxury that our species can no longer afford, replied Muller. The evidence is overwhelming. Democratic societies are incapable of making rational long-term decisions. Personal freedom inevitably leads to collective catastrophe. The conversation continued for another hour, with various council members explaining their philosophy and attempting to convince me to join their cause. They spoke eloquently about sustainability, efficiency, and social optimization. They presented detailed research showing the failures of democratic governance and the advantages of managed social systems. But beneath all their sophisticated arguments was a fundamental contempt for human nature itself. They saw people as problems to be solved rather than individuals with inherent worth and dignity. Their vision of the future was a world where every aspect of human existence would be optimized according to algorithmic calculations designed by individuals who considered themselves superior to the rest of our species. As the meeting concluded, Muller made his final offer. Join us willingly, and you'll be part of the management class that guides humanity through the transition. Your expertise will be valued, Your contributions will be meaningful, and your survival will be assured. Refuse, added the woman, and you'll be processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Your knowledge makes you too dangerous to be allowed to live as a private citizen, but not valuable enough to preserve against your will. The choice was clear, collaboration or death. But there was a third option that they hadn't considered. I need time to think about it, I said. Muller nodded. You have until tomorrow evening, but understand that this is the only offer you'll receive. Choose wisely. They returned me to a secure holding room in the chateau's lower level, a comfortable but windowless space that was clearly designed for temporary detention. The door was locked from the outside, and I could hear the subtle hum of electronic surveillance equipment monitoring my activities. But they had made a crucial mistake. In their arrogance, they had assumed that I would either join them or passively await execution. They hadn't considered the possibility that I might have prepared contingency plans for exactly this situation. Hidden in the lining of my jacket was a small device that Harper had given me during our final meeting. A dead man's switch connected to a comprehensive data package containing everything I had learned about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. If I failed to check in with the automated system every 24 hours, the information would be distributed to thousands of recipients worldwide, including journalists, government officials, and activist organizations. The Council's suppression of my live broadcast had been successful, but it wouldn't be enough to contain the firestorm that would erupt when Harper's complete intelligence archive was released. The evidence was too comprehensive, too well documented, and too widely distributed to be suppressed through conventional means. As I sat in that holding room, contemplating my final decision, I realised that the 10,000 people who had seen my broadcast were more significant than the Council understood. In the age of social media and viral information distribution, 10,000 viewers could become 10 million within hours if the content was compelling enough. The resistance wasn't dead. It was just beginning, and the Council of Nine was about to discover that their carefully constructed timeline was no longer under their control. I spent that night writing a final message, using the time to document everything I had learned and experienced. If I was going to die, I wanted my death to serve a purpose. The message would be transmitted along with Harper's archive, providing context and human perspective to the technical intelligence he had gathered. The next evening, when Muller returned to collect my decision, I was ready. I've made my choice, I told him, and I choose resistance. Muller's expression didn't change, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes. That's unfortunate. You could have been part of something historically significant. I already am, I replied, just not the way you intended. The following text was recovered from Dr. Julian Stone's encrypted files. To whoever receives this message, my name is Julian Stone, and by the time you read this, I will probably be dead. But my death will serve a purpose if you understand what I'm about to tell you and act on that knowledge. Everything you've learned about Project RESET and the Council of Nine is true. They are not theoretical threats or abstract conspiracies. They are operational realities that are being implemented right now in the real world by real people with real power. The cyber attack that will trigger Phase 3 is scheduled to begin in less than 48 hours. When it happens, you will be told that foreign terrorists or hostile nations are responsible. You will be told that emergency measures are necessary to protect your safety and security. You will be told that the restrictions on your freedom are temporary responses to an unprecedented crisis. All of it will be lies. The attack will be orchestrated by the same people who will offer to save you from it. The emergency measures will be permanent features of a new system of control. The restrictions on your freedom will never be lifted because they were never intended to be temporary. But you have a choice. You can choose to believe the lies and accept the chains they offer you, or you can choose to resist and fight for the future of human dignity and freedom. If you choose resistance, you need to understand what you're fighting against. This is not a political movement that can be defeated through elections or legal challenges. This is a coordinated assault on human consciousness itself, implemented by people who have resources and capabilities that exceed anything most people can imagine. They control the media that shapes public opinion. They control the financial systems that determine economic stability. They control the technology platforms that facilitate communication and organisation. They have been planning this transformation for decades, and they have considered every possible form of resistance. But they have made one crucial error. They have underestimated the power of human consciousness itself. Individual awareness, when multiplied across millions of people, creates possibilities that no algorithm can predict or control. The key to resistance is understanding that this is fundamentally a spiritual battle disguised as a political conflict. They are trying to convince you that individual autonomy is selfish, that personal freedom is dangerous, and that collective management is more efficient than individual choice. Don't believe them. Your individual consciousness is not a bug in the human system. It's a feature. Your ability to think for yourself, to make your own choices, to pursue your own dreams and goals, is not a luxury that humanity can no longer afford. It's the essence of what makes us human. When the collapse comes, and it will come, remember that the chaos is artificial, and the solutions they offer are designed to enslave you. Organise locally, communicate privately, and maintain your individual identity at all costs. Most importantly, remember that you're not alone. All around the world, people are waking up to the reality of what is being done to them. The resistance is not centralised or organised in the traditional sense, but it is real and it is growing. The New World Order is not inevitable. It is simply the preferred outcome of people who have convinced themselves that they know better than the rest of us how we should live our lives. They are wrong, and if enough of us refuse to cooperate with their vision, they will fail. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Choose resistance. Choose freedom. The future of human consciousness depends on it. Transmission ends. Addendum. The World Unity Day broadcast. The following transcript was recovered from archived television broadcasts dated 6 months after Dr. Stone's disappearance. The content has been verified as authentic by multiple independent sources. Good evening. This is Sarah Chen reporting for Global News Network with a special report on this year's World Unity Day celebration. Across the globe, millions of people are gathering to celebrate the remarkable progress we've made in building a more sustainable, secure and harmonious world. The past year has seen unprecedented cooperation between governments, corporations and civil society organisations in addressing the challenges facing our planet. The successful implementation of the Global Resilience Framework has provided stability and security for billions of people, while the Universal Basic Services Programme has eliminated poverty and inequality in participating regions. Behind me you can see thousands of happy families enjoying the festivities here in Geneva, grateful for the peace and prosperity that has been achieved through collective action and shared sacrifice. It's a remarkable testament to what humanity can accomplish when we work together toward common goals. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of today's celebration is the sense of unity and purpose that pervades the crowd. Individual concerns and selfish interests have given way to collective consciousness and shared responsibility. It's truly inspiring to witness. In the background, we can see representatives from the Global Coordination Council observing the celebrations. These dedicated public servants have worked tirelessly to ensure that the transition to our new social model has been as smooth and beneficial as possible. One figure stands out among the observers, a man in dark clothing who seems to be watching the crowd with particular intensity. Our cameras haven't been able to get a clear shot of his face, but his presence adds to the sense of careful stewardship that characterises our New World Order. As we conclude this special report, I'm reminded of the words spoken by one of our Global Coordination Council members just last week. The New World Order isn't coming, it's here, and it's working exactly as intended. This is Sarah Chen, reporting for Global News Network. Thank you for watching, and happy World Unity Day. Firm paranoia. The terminal stood cavernous and quiet. Her footsteps echoed across the polished floors as she walked through the main concourse. Despite the late hour, the space felt unnaturally vacant. A few cleaning staff moved about like ghosts, and the occasional security guard made perfunctory rounds. Otherwise, the massive building seemed to be holding its breath. Bigger than the city of San Francisco, she muttered. Why build an airport this massive in a city that didn't need it? Evelyn had arranged a room at the airport hotel, giving her a reason to wander the terminals without arousing suspicion. She'd start properly tomorrow, but something compelled her to take a preliminary look around. The vast emptiness of night offered a freedom that daylight crowds would deny. Her attention drifted to the high ceilings, the elaborate art installations, the sheer scale of everything. DIA had cost $4.8 billion, $2 billion over budget. The explanations had never satisfied journalists like her. Something about the math didn't add up, as if the excess billions had built something else entirely. Near the south end of the terminal, she paused before the dedication capstone, a polished granite marker set into the floor. The Masonic square and compass symbol was prominently displayed, along with the date of dedication and, most curiously, reference to something called the New World Airport Commission. Evelyn knelt down, pretending to tie her shoe while snapping a photo with her pendant camera. The New World Airport Commission didn't exist, at least not officially. She'd checked every possible record. No such organisation had ever been registered anywhere in the United States. Hiding in plain sight, she whispered, tracing the Masonic symbol with her finger. The marker mentioned the airport being built for the people of New World. Not Denver, not Colorado, not even America. Just New World. As she stood, a security guard appeared nearby, watching her with unusual intensity. Evelyn smiled casually and moved on, but she could feel his eyes following her. Was she being paranoid, or had she already been marked as someone to watch? Moving toward the hotel, she passed the infamous murals that had spawned countless conspiracy theories. Even at this hour, their vivid imagery was disturbing. Children lying in coffins, a gas-masked figure wielding a scimitar, extinct animals, indigenous people weeping over destruction. The artist claimed they represented peace following environmental apocalypse, but to Evelyn, they looked more like plans than warnings. At the hotel check-in, the night clerk barely acknowledged her, sliding her keycard across the counter without meeting her eyes. "Enjoy your stay at DIA," he said mechanically. "I'm sure I will," Evelyn replied. "It's quite an impressive facility." "Larger than most people realise," the clerk said, finally looking up at her with an unnerving intensity. "Most of it you'll never see." The comment hung in the air between them. Had it been a casual observation or something more? Evelyn nodded politely and walked to the elevator. In her room, she unpacked her equipment and spread the printouts of the encrypted emails across the bed. Each contained fragments of maps, maintenance schedules, strange symbols, and cryptic references to underground levels not shown on any official blueprint. One phrase appeared in every message: Level Subnormal 3. She arranged the pieces, trying to make sense of the puzzle. Through the window, the massive blue Mustang glowed in the distance, its red eyes like beacons in the Colorado night. Beyond it, planes took off and landed on runways designed in a formation that, from above, resembled a swastika. Another coincidence that conspiracy theorists love to mention. Evelyn checked her watch. 3:42 a.m. She should sleep, but her mind raced with questions. Who had sent the emails? Why choose her? And most importantly, what really lay beneath the sterile, controlled environment of Denver International Airport? She took out her recorder pen and spoke softly. Day 0 at DIA. Tomorrow I begin mapping the visible to find the invisible. If the emails are correct, this isn't just an airport. It's the entrance to something much bigger and much darker. As she set down the pen, the lights in her room flickered briefly. Just an electrical hiccup, surely. But in that moment of darkness, Evelyn could have sworn she heard something humming beneath the floor. A deep, steady vibration, like massive machinery churning in the earth below. Morning brought artificial normality to Denver International Airport. Travellers rushed through security lines, baristas served overpriced coffee, and overhead announcements called for final boardings. Yet to Evelyn's newly attuned senses, everything felt like a performance, a carefully choreographed dance to disguise what lay beneath the surface. She sipped her coffee near the south atrium, pretending to work on her laptop while photographing the murals more thoroughly. The first, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed a massive military figure in a gas mask wielding a sword and an AK-47, stabbing a dove while surrounded by weeping mothers holding dead babies. Opposite this stood another panel where children of all races gathered around a central figure that glowed with supernatural light. Disturbing, aren't they? Evelyn startled as an elderly man settled beside her. His security badge identified him as Walter Simmons, Maintenance Division. "They're certainly unusual for an airport," she replied carefully. Walter nodded. The artist, Leo Tanguma, claims they represent the triumph of peace over war and environmental stewardship over destruction. That's the official story anyway. And the unofficial story, Evelyn prompted. The old man smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. Every place has stories. This one more than most. He tapped his badge. 32 years in maintenance here, since before they even finished construction. Evelyn closed her laptop. "I'd love to hear more about your experiences." "Would you now?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Most folks don't care about the opinions of old janitors." "I'm writing an article about unique airport architecture and art," she lied smoothly. "Your perspective would be valuable." Walter studied her for a long moment before nodding toward the dedication capstone. "You know what AUAG means in that cornerstone? The letters under the Freemason symbol? Chemical symbols for gold and silver? That's what they tell tourists." Walter leaned closer. "In ancient alchemy, they represent the foundation of transformation, breaking down to build anew." Before Evelyn could respond, Walter stood abruptly. "Meet me at closing time. Baggage claim level, Carousel 19, if you're really interested in architecture." Without waiting for a response, he shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Evelyn spent the next hours methodically photographing every strange element of the airport. The gargoyles emerging from suitcases, the floor tiles with Navajo symbols arranged in patterns that resembled circuitry, and most notably, the time capsule marble inscribed with New World Airport Commission. Near the south terminal, she found another cryptic installation. A small plaque depicting paper airplanes flying around tall buildings, installed years before September 11th. Below it, Freemason symbols were incorporated into the terrazzo floor. Each discovery confirmed what the emails had suggested. DIA was a tapestry of symbolic messaging hidden in plain sight. But who was sending these messages? And to whom? By late afternoon, Evelyn had mapped the entire public area, cross-referencing it with the fragmented information from her anonymous source. Something didn't add up. The airport's underground baggage system, famously dysfunctional, had cost hundreds of millions before being abandoned. Yet construction had continued below ground for years afterward. Equipment logs showed massive tunnel boring machines operating long after the official completion date. At 9:45 p.m, Evelyn made her way to baggage claim, finding Carousel 19 shut down for the night. Walter stood nearby, pretending to mop an already clean floor. "You actually came," he said, sounding surprised. "Follow me. Don't speak." He led her through a service door marked Authorized Personnel Only, down a maintenance corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits. After several turns, Walter used his badge to access another door labelled Tunnel System Grid B. "Why are you showing me this?" Evelyn whispered, as they entered a long concrete tunnel large enough to drive trucks through. "Because I'm retiring next month," Walter replied. 32 years keeping my mouth shut. Maybe it's time somebody knew." The tunnel stretched ahead for what seemed like miles, curving gently downward. Evelyn's GPS on her phone showed them moving beyond the official airport boundaries, yet the concrete passageway continued. 5 subterranean levels, Walter said as they walked. That's what they put in the original plans, but we built 8. The deepest 3 don't officially exist. Who's they? Evelyn asked. Walter laughed bitterly. I've asked myself that for decades. The construction teams were compartmentalised. Different contractors for different sections. Nobody seeing the whole picture. But whoever designed this place, they weren't thinking about luggage. They passed massive air handling systems, water purification equipment and power generators far larger than an airport would require. Self-sufficient, Walter noted, following her gaze. Complete power generation, water purification, air filtration. This place could seal itself off from the outside world indefinitely. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached a junction where the modern concrete tunnel intersected with something else. A rough-hewn passage that appeared to be partially natural, partially excavated from the bedrock. This wasn't on any blueprint, Walter said. We found it during excavation. There was talk of ancient tunnels under this whole region. Native American legends about entrances to the underworld. Evelyn photographed the junction with her pendant camera. What's down there? Don't know. It was sealed off immediately. Armed guards for weeks. Walter pointed to a symbol carved into the stone arch. A stylized eye within a triangle. But that wasn't carved by construction workers. As they stood there, a low humming vibration filled the tunnel, the same sound Evelyn had heard in her hotel room. Walter's face paled. We need to go. Now. What is that? Evelyn asked. But Walter was already hurrying back the way they had come. Night shift's coming, he hissed. If they find us here. They barely made it back to the public area before Walter's radio crackled to life. He answered it, speaking in clipped professional tones about a clean-up needed at Terminal C. Don't try to find me again, he whispered to Evelyn before leaving. And whatever you do, stay out the tunnels at night. Back in her hotel room, Evelyn downloaded the images from her camera and compared them with the diagrams from the anonymous emails. The strange carved symbol matched one that appeared repeatedly in her source's messages. Beneath it, her source had written, "The eye watches the gate." She was drafting notes when her laptop suddenly crashed. When it rebooted, all her photos from the underground tunnel were gone. Even her backup files had been corrupted. A new email arrived, sent from her own account to herself. Curiosity endangers more than cats. Level subnormal 3 is not for you. Evelyn stared at the message, her hands trembling. Someone had remotely accessed her computer. Someone was watching. Through her window, Lucifer's red eyes glowed in the darkness, patient and knowing. The horse that had killed its creator seemed to be sending her a warning. She closed the curtains but couldn't shake the feeling that she was still being observed. The hum she had heard underground now seemed to permeate everything. The walls, the floor, the very air of the airport hotel room. What exactly had she stumbled into? By her 3rd day at Denver International Airport, Evelyn had established a routine designed to make her presence seem ordinary. Breakfast at the terminal cafe, work on her laptop in public areas, occasional calls to her editor back in Chicago, discussing a mundane article about airport architecture that would never actually be written. All the while, she methodically pieced together the puzzle, cross-referencing Walter's information with her anonymous source's emails. The warning message on her laptop had only convinced her that she was onto something significant. Someone with access to sophisticated hacking tools didn't want her digging deeper, which meant she absolutely had to. The key came in an unexpected form. A maintenance schedule left carelessly on a break-room table when Evelyn accidentally entered the wrong door. A quick photograph with her pendant camera captured what she needed. Access codes for the lower service levels, and most importantly, shift change times when the tunnels would be momentarily unmonitored. At 2:47 a.m, dressed in a custodial uniform stolen from a supply closet, Evelyn swiped a copied maintenance badge at a service elevator near the East Terminal. The badge wouldn't pass close inspection, but might work for automated systems. Her heart pounded as the reader flashed green and the doors slid open. Inside, instead of the usual floor buttons, there was a keypad. Evelyn entered the code from the maintenance schedule, 794503. The elevator began to descend. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It continued past the standard basement levels into depths that shouldn't exist according to official blueprints. When it finally stopped, the display read simply S3, subnormal 3. The doors opened onto a dimly lit corridor unlike anything in the upper airport. The walls were bare concrete, lined with thick pipes and bundled cables. The air felt different, cooler with a faint metallic taste. And there was that hum again, stronger now, vibrating through the soles of her shoes. Evelyn stepped out cautiously, her pendant camera recording. The corridor stretched ahead, branching into multiple paths. Ventilation ducts large enough for a person to crawl through ran along the ceiling. Every 50 feet, red emergency lights cast an ominous glow. She followed the main passage, noting that unlike service areas meant for maintenance, these corridors were designed for regular foot traffic. The floors were finished with resilient industrial coating. Directional signs pointed to areas labelled with codes rather than names. QB7, processing long-term containment. After several minutes of walking, the corridor widened into a large circular hub with multiple doorways. In the centre stood a scale model of the airport, but not as it currently existed. This version showed DIA with 6 runways instead of 5, additional terminals, and expansive underground structures depicted in cutaway view. Evelyn photographed it from every angle. According to the model's date stamp, this was Denver International, as it would exist in 2030. An expansion already planned but not publicly announced. A doorway labelled Observation drew her attention. Through its small window she could see a darkened room with control panels and screens. Evelyn tried her badge, and to her surprise the door unlocked. Inside, monitors displayed camera feeds from all over the airport. Public areas, service tunnels, even the surrounding airfield. But other screens showed locations she couldn't identify. Underground chambers filled with rows of empty bunks, warehouses stocked with supplies, what appeared to be hydroponic gardens under artificial light. One monitor showed a massive circular room with a strange black structure in its centre, a monolith of some kind, at least 20 feet tall, with a polished obsidian surface. Around it, technicians in white coats took measurements with specialised equipment. Evelyn stared at the scene, transfixed. This was unlike anything she had expected to find beneath an airport. A logbook lay open on the control desk. Recent entries referenced resonance testing and frequency calibration. One notation particularly caught her eye. Portal stability at 87%. Requires additional anchoring before Phase 2. Portal? The sound in the corridor snapped her attention back to her surroundings. Voices approaching. Evelyn quickly turned off her pendant camera and slipped behind a server rack just as the door opened. 2 men in dark uniforms entered, continuing a conversation already in progress. 3rd shipment this week. That's more than the previous 6 months combined. Orders from above. Accelerated timeline. Because of the seismic activity? Partially. Intelligence suggests we may have competitors accessing the network. Shanghai facility reported unusual readings. They moved to the control panels, their backs to Evelyn's hiding place. What about the upper levels? Security protocols. Remain in place. Limited access. Need-to-know basis. And the journalist? Evelyn's blood ran cold. being handled. Her breach of the service tunnels was expected. Walter played his role perfectly. He doesn't know he's an asset. Of course not. Carefully cultivated over decades. Retirement package includes memory modification. The men fell silent as they focused on the monitors. One adjusted settings while the other took notes. Evelyn remained frozen behind the server rack, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, they finished their work and moved toward the door. Shift change in 20 minutes. Make sure the containment teams are ready. What about tonight's arrivals? Processing as usual. The VIPs go directly to level S5. After they left, Evelyn waited 5 full minutes before emerging from her hiding place. Her mind raced with questions. Walter had been used to feed her information, but why? What was this facility really for? And most disturbingly, they had expected her to find the tunnels. Her investigation wasn't exposing their secret, it was somehow part of their plan. She needed to see more before escaping. Following the hub's directional signs, she chose the path marked Processing, moving as quietly as possible through the empty corridors. The processing area turned out to be a large chamber filled with equipment that resembled advanced medical scanning technology. Gurneys lined one wall. Isolation rooms with observation windows stood ready. Everything was immaculately clean and appeared to be regularly used. Beyond this area, Evelyn found something even more disturbing. A massive room filled with empty containment units. Hundreds of transparent chambers large enough to hold adult humans, connected to life support systems and monitoring equipment. These weren't designed for medical care, they were designed for storage. In an adjacent laboratory, refrigeration units held rows of vials labelled with alphanumeric codes. Research documents scattered on desks referenced extended biostasis and consciousness mapping. This went far beyond any government black site or military installation. Whatever was happening beneath Denver International Airport involved technologies and purposes Evelyn could barely comprehend. As she documented everything with her camera, the ambient hum that permeated the facility suddenly intensified. The lights flickered. An announcement echoed through hidden speakers. "Attention all personnel. Harmonic stabilization sequence initiating. Secure all sensitive materials and proceed to designated safe zones. Resonance testing commencing in 5 minutes." Evelyn knew she needed to leave immediately. She retraced her steps toward the hub, planning to return to the service elevator. But as she rounded a corner, she came face to face with the security team in black tactical gear. They didn't seem surprised to see her. "Evelyn Hart," the leader said calmly, "your tour ends here." The security team didn't restrain Evelyn. They didn't confiscate her equipment or even search her. Instead, they escorted her through corridors she hadn't yet explored, descending even deeper beneath the airport. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, trying to maintain some illusion of control. "To what you came to find," the leader replied simply. They arrived at massive double doors emblazoned with the now familiar symbol, the eye within the triangle. 2 guards stood at attention outside, wearing black suits with subtle lapel pins, the square and compass of the Freemasons. The leader of Evelyn's escort team stepped forward, placing his palm on a biometric scanner. "Witness Hart as scheduled," he announced. Scheduled? The door swung open silently, revealing a vast underground chamber unlike anything Evelyn could have imagined. The ceiling arched at least 60 feet above a circular floor the size of a football field. The walls were a strange material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and at the centre stood the black monolith she had glimpsed on the security monitors. A perfect obsidian rectangle, its surface rippling occasionally as if it weren't completely solid. Around the chamber's perimeter, tiered seating accommodated what appeared to be viewing galleries. Men and women in formal attire occupied these areas, observing both the monolith and Evelyn's entrance with equal interest. Their faces were partially obscured by the chamber's unusual lighting. but she recognized certain features associated with wealth and power: the confident postures, the expensive watches, the security details hovering nearby. "Council is in session," her escort explained, directing her to a small podium facing the gathered assembly. "You will observe and report." "Report what?" Evelyn asked, bewildered. "The truth. That's what you came for, isn't it?" Before she could respond, the lights dimmed further and a resonant tone filled the chamber. The black monolith pulsed in rhythm with the sound, its surface becoming increasingly fluid. The assembled observers fell silent. A figure in elaborate ceremonial robes stepped onto a platform near the monolith. Though his face was shadowed by a hood, his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. "The convergence approaches. Phase alignment has reached optimal parameters. The gateway prepares to receive." Digital displays materialized around the chamber, hovering in mid-air. They showed real-time data on geological activity, atmospheric conditions, and various measurements Evelyn couldn't interpret. One screen displayed a global map with pulsing points of light at specific locations. Denver was one, but she also noted similar spots in Antarctica, Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and beneath the Atlantic Ocean. "Our facilities report ready status," the robed figure continued. "The network is synchronized. When the moment arrives, transition will commence according to protocol." Another figure rose from the assembly, this one dressed in a modern business suit. "The controlled destabilization proceeds as designed. Economic indicators confirm system stress points have reached critical thresholds. Social fragmentation indexes are at predicted levels." "And the narrative control?" asked a woman's voice from another section. "Operational through all channels. Contradictory information continues to neutralize truth seekers. Those who approach genuine discovery are redirected through our asset network." With sudden clarity, Evelyn understood her role. She wasn't exposing a conspiracy, she was being used to shape the narrative around it. Whatever was happening here, they wanted it partially revealed, through her, in a way they could control. The robed figure gestured toward her. "The witness has arrived as arranged. Her presence completes the documentation requirement." All eyes turned to Evelyn. She felt exposed, manipulated, yet strangely empowered by her new... Tonight's story is called Storm Protocol, and it explores a scenario both startlingly plausible and deeply unsettling. The possibility that the weather, the very skies we depend upon for life, could be manipulated for power. We'll follow Nathan Cole, an atmospheric physicist who stumbles upon hidden files revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, a clandestine initiative that engineers storms, droughts, and natural disasters for geopolitical gain. As Nathan tries to warn the world, he finds himself hunted, discredited, and caught in a swirl of moral dilemmas that threaten his life and everyone else's. Sit back, turn the lights low, and prepare for a journey through 5 chapters of tension, paranoia, and shocking revelations. Whether you listen attentively to every detail, or simply let the words wash over you as you drift off, this is your space to relax and unravel a story that might just leave you questioning the next thunderstorm you see. Now let's begin. May you find both rest and wonder in this tale about secrets hidden behind towering clouds, in a world where not all storms are as natural as they seem. Nathan Cole had never considered himself a whistleblower. At 36, he was a meticulous scientist with a passion for analysing cloud formations and weather systems, working for a government-funded climate agency in a mid-sized city. He spent his days among swirling data sets and satellite imagery, focusing on how storms evolve and how the atmosphere changes across the globe. He believed wholeheartedly in the agency's mission, understanding climate shifts to protect communities from environmental disasters. It was Tuesday morning like any other when the first crack in his reality appeared. Nathan was poring over satellite data from the North Atlantic, a swirling mass of clouds that was intensifying into what meteorologists expected to be a mild tropical storm. Yet, in an older, theoretical predictive model, stored on an internal server, Nathan saw something odd, an exact projection of the storm's path that deviated significantly from the official forecast. More bizarrely, the model was labelled Cirrus Class Tier 4, a classification he'd never encountered, and it showed the storm making a sharp, unnatural turn, intensifying into a Category 3 hurricane. Curiosity piqued, Nathan cross-referenced live data. The real-time satellite feed indeed showed a suspicious shift in the storm's trajectory that aligned perfectly with the model's predictions that no one was publicly citing. If the storm turned out to be as strong as the Tier 4 model suggested, entire coastal regions would be unprepared. He tried to mention it to a senior colleague that afternoon, a data specialist named Ingrid. She gave him a polite smile, then stiffened when she saw the model's label. "Where did you get that file?" she asked quietly, her tone suddenly guarded. "It was in the archived server folders," Nathan replied. "But I've never seen references to Cirrus class in our usual forecasting. We should alert the hazard management department if this is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, I suggest you delete that file and forget about it. Sometimes old simulations are just mislabeled or inaccurate. If you talk about it publicly, you'll cause a panic." Something in her eyes told him she was terrified. He nodded numbly, though the numbers in that model were too precise to be accidental. As Ingrid walked away, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Later that evening, still uneasy, Nathan delved into the server again. He found an entire folder labelled Project Cirrus, restricted behind multiple passwords. He managed to bypass some security protocols, partly out of curiosity, partly out of mounting concern. Inside were numerous references to stratospheric aerosol injections, ionospheric heating, and artificial precipitation triggers. The documentation included scheduling for weather events in regions that, according to official narrative, had been hit by natural disasters. These logs dated back years, some referencing wildfires, others referencing drought patterns in farmland-rich nations. All of it implied a deliberate hand in steering or intensifying these phenomena. His heart pounded. This couldn't be real, could it? The possibility that the government or some clandestine branch was actively engineering weather events for undisclosed purposes defied everything he believed in. The sense of moral betrayal was overwhelming. He scanned more files, discovering reference after reference to manipulations that matched major storms of the past decade. Could it be a hoax or a conspiracy hidden inside official channels? But the data was too consistent, the language too methodical. Each major unpredictable storm, each bizarre drought anomaly, correlated with logs describing successful atmospheric seeding. He realised with dawning horror that he might be looking at evidence of the government's capacity to weaponise the weather. Struggling with the magnitude of it all, he decided to approach his immediate superior the next morning. That was Dr. Malcolm Ashcroft, the director of the Climate Research Division. Ashcroft was a disciplined, no-nonsense official with top-tier security clearance. If anyone could confirm or deny these findings, it would be him. Nathan scheduled a private meeting in Ashcroft's corner office, heart in his throat. The next day, upon entering the office, he felt the tension. The blinds were closed, giving the space a claustrophobic feel. Ashcroft listened to Nathan's account, flipping through the printed examples of the data, his face expressionless. When Nathan finished, Ashcroft leaned back, eyes cold. Coal? We're a climate agency, not a secret weather manipulation outfit, Ashcroft said with practised calm. Those files must be mislabeled or part of some out-of-date project that never got off the ground. I'll have them archived properly. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your assigned tasks." The words were benign, but a subtle threat underlined them. Nathan insisted, "But these references to aerosol injections match the storms from the last year. This can't just be a leftover project." Ashcroft's gaze hardened. "You're reading too much into it. Let it go." Dismissed from the office, Nathan left with a sinking feeling that he'd stepped into a hornet's nest. That evening, he returned to his desk only to find all references to Cirrus class or Tier 4 models wiped from the server. Ingrid avoided his gaze, looking frantic and pale. He attempted to log in with his clearance, only to find it revoked. A terse email labelled him for administrative leave pending a departmental audit. The message's subtext was clear: keep quiet. As the day ended, Nathan exited the building under a darkening sky. A storm front loomed on the horizon, thunder rumbling ominously. It felt symbolic. His world was about to shift, perhaps irreversibly. Searching the online world from home that night, he discovered countless conspiracy theories about weather control, but none that matched the systematic detail of Project Cirrus. Some articles mentioned HAARP or cloud seeding, but all were dismissive. Yet Nathan knew the truth might be hidden in plain sight. The real question was, how far would the perpetrators go to keep it hidden? And could he, an ordinary scientist, find the courage to expose it? 2 days of enforced idleness left Nathan Cole in an anxious whirl. Officially on leave, he was barred from the Climate Agency's premises. He spent his time combing through personal backups, notes, old research proposals, weather anomaly charts. Tucked among them, he found earlier versions of the Cirrus-class references, not labelled as such, but hinting at advanced geoengineering. The idea weighed heavily on him. Maybe Project Cirrus had roots in the agency's past under different names. Huddled in his small apartment with a mug of coffee gone cold, he typed weather manipulation into countless search engines. The results were mostly sensationalist. Wild claims of chemtrails, HAARP conspiracies, or microwave weapons used by shadowy groups. He had always dismissed such theories as fringe paranoia. Now he suspected they might contain grains of truth. He opened a new email with an attached data set, wrote a short message, and addressed it to Jade Ramirez, an underground investigative journalist he'd read about. Jade was known for exposing corporate cover-ups, mainly big pharma or environmental disasters. She had a reputation for chasing suppressed stories, ignoring official denials. But contacting her carried risks. If she proved untrustworthy, he'd be handing explosive info to the wrong hands. If she was legit, she might become his only lifeline. An hour later, to his surprise, Jade replied with a terse, "Meet me. District 7 coffee shop. 3 p.m, bring your evidence." The directness made his pulse quicken. It was happening. Someone was taking him seriously, or maybe it was a trap. Fear gnawed at him. He arrived at the coffee shop, a nondescript spot with battered wooden tables and flickering lights. Jade was waiting, arms folded, scanning the crowd warily. She was in her early 30s, short hair dyed a streak of blue, wearing a leather jacket that had seen better days. The second Nathan approached, her gaze locked onto him. "Cole?" she asked. He nodded, sliding into the seat across from her. "You said you have proof of government weather manipulation. That's a big claim." He took a deep breath, passing a flash drive across the table. "On this, you'll find partial logs referencing Project Cirrus, including time-stamped documents that correspond to real-world storms. I also have correlation data that suggests these events weren't natural." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Could be doctored. People fake documents all the time." "I'm not a forger. Check the metadata. It's from official servers. I just stumbled upon it." Jade hesitated, took the drive. "If you're messing with me, I'll know. But if this is real, it's huge." She paused. "Why come to me? Why not mainstream media?" Nathan grimaced. "They'll bury it or brand me a crank. My own office tried to muzzle me. You have a history of exposing cover-ups." She leaned back. "Look, I'll investigate. But I can't guarantee an immediate story. If it's genuine, we'll need proof stronger than a flash drive. We'll need interviews, logs, an angle the public can't dismiss." He nodded, heart pounding. "I'll help in any way I can." They parted with an unspoken understanding. If Jade verified the data, they'd blow the lid off Project Cirrus. He felt simultaneously relieved and terrified. He walked home in the drizzle, scanning for suspicious onlookers. Every silhouette on the sidewalk or parked car seemed menacing. That evening his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. A clipped voice said, "Nathan Cole, we advise you to withdraw your claims or face consequences." The line went dead. His blood ran cold. The watchers were on him. Days blurred into nights. Jade remained silent, presumably verifying the files. In that time, Nathan tried to unravel more threads. He recalled references to hot air pattern injections that preceded certain wildfires. Searching wildfire data, he saw a suspicious pattern of intense dryness in spots soon ravaged by flames. Cirrus logs described target dryness increment by 0.5%. He found that a 0.5% shift might be trivial except in the critical moment of spark ignition, enough to tip a region from safe to tinderbox. He also remembered seeing mention of economy disruption tests. Scouring open-source shipping data, he noticed how a large hurricane had ravaged ports in underdeveloped nations, right when they were poised to export vital resources. Could Project Cirrus be a covert economic weapon? The notion was horrifying, yet logically consistent with a conspiracy to manipulate global markets. Finally, Jade called. "Meet me, same place, 2 p.m. We have a problem." That phrase hammered his anxiety. He arrived earlier than planned. She showed up, expression grim. "I cross-checked your files. They match official formats. I also found references to offshore cloud seeding stations owned by shell companies. I tried contacting a few meteorologists who might confirm. Within hours they retracted statements, claiming they never said anything about manufactured storms. They were spooked. Some phone lines went dead. This is bigger than I imagined." They sat in tense silence for a moment. Jade went on. "It's reminiscent of old Cold War projects rumoured to manipulate the weather for strategic advantage. But the scale here is monstrous, modernised, global. Could the government be orchestrating storms to destabilise nations? That's bigger than a one-article scoop. We might be dealing with a militarised operation at the highest level." Nathan's face paled. "What do we do?" "Expose it, carefully. We'll gather unassailable proof, on-site photos, whistleblowers inside the operation. I can't publish half-baked data because they'll label it conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, we'll go big. Make it impossible for them to bury." He inhaled slowly, bracing himself. "That means infiltration, or a direct link to the agency. They locked me out. Any attempt to re-enter is dangerous." She clenched her jaw. "We find another lead, someone inside, or we break in somewhere else. This story, if true, changes everything about how we see natural disasters." Before they parted, Jay confided in him a personal note. "My brother died in a supposed freak hurricane a few years back. I always felt something was off. This might explain it. I want the truth as much as you do." Her resolve mirrored his. They left the cafe more determined, less alone. Still, doubt lingered. The forces behind weather manipulation likely had near limitless resources. Could two individuals, a disgraced scientist and an underground journalist, truly unmask it? And if they did, would the public accept such a monstrous possibility? Another beep from his phone cut through the gloom. A new text from an untraceable number. "You've been warned. Stop now." The intimidation was intensifying, yet it only fueled his conviction. They were on a collision course with a hidden power capable of rewriting the planet's skies. Surrender wasn't an option, not after glimpsing the scale of harm inflicted upon innocent lives. That night thunder rolled again outside Nathan's window. He wondered if it was a naturally occurring storm or another artificially steered system. In either case, the storm brewing inside his own life was about to get fiercer, driving him deeper into the shadows of a conspiracy that threatened the entire globe. Nathan Cole's days turned into a blur of covert meetings and frantic internet searches, each new revelation pulling him deeper into a labyrinth of conspiracies. Jade Ramirez, juggling her own investigations, collaborated with him on a plan to gather incontrovertible evidence. The stakes escalated when Jade stumbled upon references to Project Stormgate, a decades-old initiative rumoured to be the predecessor of Cirrus. Her findings: Stormgate started in the Cold War era, an attempt to use weather as a silent weapon, spawning floods, droughts, or storms in target regions without direct warfare. It was tested in small-scale scenarios, but never publicly acknowledged. Now it seemed Project Cirrus had modernised Stormgate's mission with advanced technologies like ionospheric heating and aerosol deployment. As Jade pieced together old FOIA, Freedom of Information Act documents, Nathan found corporate ties, shell companies that owned private cloud seeding stations in remote oceans. The trail led to a nondescript facility near the coast. Eyewitness accounts from local fishermen described unmarked planes releasing chemicals into the sky at night. Jade's eyes glinted. That might be our key, vantage point to capture them in the act. Their plan was risky. Slip onto the restricted coastline, photograph or record the planes, and cross-reference flight data. Jade had the gear: a high-zoom camera, a drone for overhead shots. If they caught a plane in action, it could corroborate the logs describing ChemLab 7 deploying aerosol injections. But infiltration carried the risk of immediate arrest or worse, especially if armed guards patrolled. Yet neither Nathan nor Jade hesitated. The storm battered the region, ironically providing them with a cover of gloom and thunder. One drizzly night, they navigated the coastline by a battered off-road vehicle, headlights off. Each minute that passed felt like an eternity. Rain battered the windshield. Jade skillfully drove, guided by the GPS coordinates from local rumours. Eventually they reached a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it lay a row of hangars and a short runway. Faint lights glowed from within. Jade parked behind a natural dune, pulling out a pair of binoculars. "We see if anything moves. If a plane takes off, we record. This is the only runway for miles. If they're launching secret ops, it's gotta be here." Nathan's nerves were raw. Hours ticked by in the humid darkness, hearts pounding with each new lightning flash. At around 2 a.m. they spotted activity. Hangar doors slid open, revealing a cargo plane with no visible markings. Workers wearing hooded raincoats hustled about. Through the binoculars, Jade glimpsed canisters being loaded into the plane's cargo hold. She snapped pictures, leaning forward with hushed excitement. As the plane taxied out, Jade launched a small drone. The drone soared up, capturing thermal signatures. A live feed on her laptop showed the canisters inside the hold. The plane took flight, slicing through storm clouds overhead. Jade followed with the drone as best she could, capturing aerial footage of suspicious aerosol jets spraying from the plane's underside. The night vision feed revealed a chemical trail dispersing into the storm. They had proof that matched the Cirrus documentation referencing mid-storm aerosol seeding. Suddenly, warning lights blared on the drone's interface, some kind of jamming signal. The drone feed cut out, the device spiralling. Jade cursed as the laptop screen flickered to static, but they'd already recorded a few minutes of incriminating footage. Gritting her teeth, she saved the partial data to multiple drives. Then came the wail of sirens. Spotlights erupted across the runway, scanning the perimeter. "Time to go," Jade muttered. Nathan nodded, adrenaline surging. They retreated, hearts pounding, water splashing underfoot. They reached the off-road vehicle and sped away. The swirling storm overhead a testament to the operation they'd just witnessed. In the rearview mirror, flashing lights and distant shouts indicated the facility was on high alert. But for now, they were free, with precious evidence in hand. Hours later, they reconvened in Jade's makeshift safe house, a dingy apartment she used for sensitive investigations. She meticulously backed up the footage on encrypted servers. "We have them in the act," she said, breath trembling with excitement. "No official markings, but definitely a plane deploying chemicals into a storm system. The question is, how do we tie it to a government directive?" Nathan rummaged in his bag, pulling out a snippet of log referencing a night ops flight from Hangar 15. The date matched that night. "We link it to that schedule. We still need a direct chain to Director Ashcroft or whomever is behind Project Cirrus. Otherwise they'll claim it's rogue actors or deny the authenticity." A sudden beep from Jade's laptop drew their attention. An intrusion warning popped up. A hacking attempt. Jade hastily scrambled to cut internet access. "They're trying to track us down," she hissed. "We have to move. This place isn't safe anymore." Frantic tension spurred them to pack their gear. Jade stuffed the drives into a sealed bag. They left under the pre-dawn sky, the city's neon glow a silent witness. By sunrise, they'd relocated to an abandoned storage unit on the outskirts. Nerves rattled but resolve firm. From there, Jade made contact with a fellow journalist known for secure data handling. They arranged a possible large-scale leak to multiple independent outlets. Meanwhile, Nathan discovered deeper references in the logs. Storm weapon test, drought expansions, wildfire expansions, hurricane targeting. The text explicitly mentioned impacting global commodity markets, resource control and political leverage. The scope of it was monstrous, pitting entire nations into chaos under the guise of natural disasters. A final piece of the puzzle emerged when Jade hacked into an older database containing Stormgate archives. The archived documents described how initially it was about sabotage, flooding enemy farmland or parching rival economies. Over decades, it evolved. Now, under Project Cirrus, it extended to forging or intensifying storms for strategic advantage across the globe. The authors rationalized it as maintaining global equilibrium, a twisted justification, but the powers behind this operation had no intention of letting them reveal everything. That day, Jade's phone lit up with an unknown text. "We see you. Enough." Then the lights in the storage unit flickered. Nathan's phone rang, the same menacing voice from before. "Hand over your data or face the consequences. We maintain Earth's balance, not you." Shaken, Jade clutched her phone. "They are calling it balance? More like playing gods with innocent lives." Nathan's face hardened. "We leak it now, or we lose the chance. But we must go big, or they'll just bury it again." Yet they also sensed that a direct leak might provoke a catastrophic distraction. More than once, Nathan had read references to false flag storms. If cornered, Project Cirrus might create a massive weather event to overshadow the news or discredit their revelations. Could it be done? All the data suggested yes. That realization weighed heavily on them as they prepared to risk everything for the truth. The decision was made. Nathan and Jade would hold a live-stream press conference revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, accompanied by a data dump across multiple independent platforms. The plan: go public at a set time so that even if their feed was cut, many mirrored sites would have the files. Over the next days, they arranged a safe location for the broadcast, a concealed studio belonging to one of Jade's contacts in the alternative media scene. Every hour that passed felt like waiting for an explosion. They received more threats. Online harassment escalated, with trolls labelling Nathan a climate kook, attacking his credibility. Jade's background was smeared with rumours of criminal activity, the typical discrediting tactics. Meanwhile, they fine-tuned the evidence: the Redwood documents, flight footage, satellite patterns, internal logs referencing spiked wildfires, even personal testimonies from two ex-technicians who refused to appear on camera but provided voice-distorted statements. During a tense planning session, Jade's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then shared a sobering look with Nathan. A new storm was forming in the Atlantic, unexpectedly. Meteorologists were baffled by its rapid intensification. Forecast agencies predicted it might reach Category 5 within mere days. Jade's eyes darkened. This is it. They're launching a major event to overshadow our story, or to threaten the entire region if we proceed. Nathan's throat constricted. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up late. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tyres, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognised. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he thought his chest might explode. Still, he crept forward, bracing himself for any sign of life. A sudden jolt of electricity arced across the debris, snapping him to a halt. He didn't want to risk stepping into a live current. Instead, he circled around, capturing angles of the crash from every side. The phone screen displayed a perfect shot of the wreck. Chunks of metal that glowed white-hot, unearthly symbols etched along the edges. In the distance, a twisted piece of plating flared with colour, like a neon hue that shimmered between purples and blues. Jack whispered to himself, "No one's going to believe this." But he had the footage, and that alone sparked hope that the truth might come to light. Suddenly the craft's lights dimmed. The field fell silent, except for crackling flames. The shape inside retreated deeper into the wreckage. Unsure what else to do, Jack took a few steps forward, balancing caution with curiosity. Then an unexpected surge of static flared from his phone, the screen going haywire. He cursed, stepping back as the phone beeped in protest. He managed to steady the device just as the screen returned to normal. Thank God, he thought. He hit stop on the recording, preparing to call 911, but the phone read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped rose in his chest. The SUVs stopped, engines humming. Doors opened and figures in dark suits spilled out. They carried flashlights that cut across the yard. One man, tall with a military-like bearing, stepped forward. "Mr. Calloway," he called, voice calm but unnervingly authoritative. Jack didn't answer. He realized they might want his phone, the precious footage. Even if they were from the government, something about their arrival felt sinister. He slipped inside, locked the door and sprinted to the kitchen. Peeking through the window, he saw the men fan out across his property. Another SUV arrived from the other direction, sealing any easy escape. The man in charge barked orders in a low tone. Despite the distance, Jack caught snippets. Secure the perimeter, search the barn, find the subject. Subject. As if he were some kind of criminal. A surge of defiance lit inside him. They're here for the crash. The pieces clicked. They must know about the fallen object. They wanted to contain it, hide it from public knowledge. Jack clutched his phone tight, sinking into a corner. Think, Jack. Don't let them seize that video. The file was his only proof that something extraordinary had landed in his fields. If these agents got it, the truth might vanish forever. He peered out again. noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason, and come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted. In the barn's gloom, the beams overhead creaked, and outside he caught the faint silhouettes of flashlights sweeping across the property. The agents were close. At last the laptop loaded. He plugged the phone in, frantically clicking to access the video file. The software recognized the phone, but the video thumbnail displayed a warning icon. Corrupt file. Even the laptop spat out an error. Jack cursed. Trying a half-dozen times, the footage refused to open. He sat back, trembling. So that's why they're so confident. Something about the crash or the craft's energy had garbled the data. For all he knew, it might be salvageable, but he didn't have the technical know-how. I need an expert. Remembering the commotion outside, Jack eased a peek through a gap in the barn wall. The black SUVs sat near the farmhouse, headlights illuminating part of the yard. Agents combed the area, scanning with thermal gear. Fear pinched his chest. If they had advanced tech, he'd be as visible as a heat signature behind these wooden walls. Quietly, he powered down the laptop and stuffed it into a battered tool bag. He had to get out of here. He grabbed an old hunting rifle from a rack just in case and made for a side exit. The moment he stepped outside, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Instinct kicked in. He darted behind the barn. A voice, low and commanding, called out, "Hold! Show yourself!" Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branching out, but the field was vast, and Jack knew its layout intimately. He used that knowledge to navigate a diagonal path, eventually emerging by a narrow dirt road at the far edge of his property. Breathing in ragged gasps, he paused behind a tree. The phone in his pocket remained lifeless. No signal. The laptop in his bag was all but useless if he couldn't fix the corrupted video. He needed someone with hacking or data recovery skills, someone who understood digital forensics. But who? A memory surfaced. During a county fair last year, Jack overheard a rumour about a reclusive tech wizard who lived 2 towns over, a woman named Olivia Carter, though folks called her Liv. She had once worked for the government in cybersecurity, then left under murky circumstances. Maybe she could salvage the footage. Deciding that was his only shot, Jack took the dirt road leading away from the farm. He hopped into his old pickup truck, which he'd parked out near the tree line for hauling feed earlier. The keys were still in the ignition. Country living had made him lax about locks. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As he drove, he risked a glance back at his property. The headlights from the agent's SUVs glowed, and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now, it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered. "Who is this?" it demanded. Clearing his throat, Jack identified himself, explaining that he got her name through local rumour, that he needed urgent help with a corrupted video. A pause followed, then the voice turned suspicious. "You got the wrong line, buddy," it said, starting to hang up. Jack insisted. "I have proof. Something that crashed. I caught it on camera. The government's after me. I was told you used to do NSA-level security or something." Another stretch of silence, then a half-laugh. "So you're the kind of paranoid who calls a random woman with a UFO story. I'm not that gullible." Desperation clawed at Jack. He quickly described the craft, the men in black suits, how his phone's file was corrupted after the crash. He added details about the signal jamming around his farm. The voice on the other end grew quiet. Finally it said, "Meet me at the old train depot outside Rockville, near mile marker 114. Be there in 2 hours, alone." Then it clicked off. Jack exhaled relief, though a kernel of doubt lingered. What if this is a trap? But with no other leads, he had no choice. He drove an hour on dusty roads until he found the abandoned train depot, a dilapidated brick building lost among weeds and rusted tracks. The place felt deserted, except for a single battered motorcycle leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You Liv Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time. Show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon. No other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention. Down the deserted highway, a convoy of black SUVs approached, just like the ones at his farm. Liv snapped her laptop shut, eyes widening. "Who the hell are they?" Jack's pulse surged. "FBI, CIA, I don't know," he said. "But they're after Maul." Liv snatched her gear. "We have to move." The two sprinted to their vehicles. Jack scrambled into his pickup. Liv revved her motorcycle. As the SUVs closed in, they sped off from opposite sides of the depot. The agents split, some pursuing Liv, others tailing Jack. Gravel sprayed beneath Jack's tyres as he lurched onto the highway. He glimpsed Liv in his mirror, weaving her motorcycle off-road in a cloud of dust, outmanoeuvring the black SUVs behind her. Jack's own pursuers kept tight, lights flashing. Suddenly a siren whooped, and a different set of lights flared in the distance, local county sheriff vehicles. They blocked the road, forcing Jack to swerve. He recognized the lead patrol car's driver, Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The older man stepped out, arms raised in a calm down gesture. One of the black-suited agents hopped from his SUV, flashing a badge at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a possible meteor strike, no threat to the public. Mr. Calloway is interfering with our operation. Please, step aside." Mitchell's gaze flicked to Jack. He saw the fear, the sincerity in the farmer's eyes. Something about the agent's calm, clipped tone felt off. "I'd like to hear more from Jack," the sheriff said, folding his arms. The agent's jaw tightened. "This is a federal matter. You're out of your jurisdiction." Jack took the moment's distraction to speak quickly, explaining the crash, the craft, the suits. He insisted he had footage, though corrupted. Mitchell's face paled, but he stood firm, telling the agent, "Federally or not, in my county, I want to see a proper warrant." The agent stared coldly, then motioned to the SUVs. 2 more men joined, brandishing official documents. "Here's your warrant, Sheriff. Satisfy your procedures." He smirked, as if expecting compliance. Mitchell studied the pages, then gave Jack a grave look. "Let me see your phone," he murmured. "I trust you, Jack, but I gotta see something." Jack hesitated, but he fished out the phone. Mitchell scrolled the corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object. Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me." The agent stepped forward, face stony. "Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well." Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. "I can't protect you if you fight them here." Then more audibly he said, "I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him." Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude. Elias Finch could taste both as he walked the muddy streets, notebook tucked securely in his inside pocket. At 36, his once youthful face had hardened into angular planes beneath a journalist's keen eyes that missed little. War had taught him that truth was the first casualty in times of conflict, and peace often buried it deeper still. The boarding house on F Street, where he rented a sparse room, was unremarkable by design. Anonymity was a currency more valuable than gold in his profession. As the publisher of The Honest Witness, an underground pamphlet that had exposed profiteering and corruption throughout the war, Elias had made powerful enemies, yet his readership had grown steadily, passed hand to hand beneath the noses of the politicians he regularly skewered with his words. "The war may be ending, but the real fighting is just beginning," he muttered, climbing the creaking stairs to his room. Inside, papers covered every available surface. Notes, letters from informants, newspaper clippings. A small printing press stood in the corner, capable of producing several hundred pamphlets in a night's work. He lit the oil lamp and retrieved his latest draft from beneath a loose floorboard. The headline read, "Serpents in the Cabinet, Lincoln surrounded by traitors." Bold, even by his standards. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. 3 quick raps, a pause, then 2 more. The signal. Elias opened the door cautiously to reveal a haggard-looking man in a wrinkled Union uniform. Colonel James Simmons had been feeding him information for months, details of war profiteering that had made the backbone of Elias's most damning exposés. "You shouldn't be here," Elias said, quickly ushering him inside. "We agreed to meet at Harper's tomorrow." Simmons removed his cap, revealing prematurely grey hair. His hands trembled slightly. "Tomorrow might be too late. Something's happening, Finch. Something big." "Another contract scandal? More missing supplies?" Simmons shook his head, accepting the whiskey Elias offered. "This goes deeper than money. It's about power. Who'll hold it now that the fighting's done?" He drained the glass in one swallow. "Lincoln's making enemies faster than he can count them." "Not exactly news," Elias replied, though something in the colonel's demeanour made him uneasy. "The South wants him dead. Half his generals think he's too soft, and the radicals in his own party find him insufferable." "It's worse than that," Simmons lowered his voice. "There have been meetings, important men, military, cabinet members, banking interests. They speak of necessary transition and securing the victory. Names, Colonel. I need names." "That's just it. I don't have them all. But I've seen strange insignias, not official military, a phoenix rising from flames." Simmons glanced nervously at the window. "And Secretary Stanton. He's at the centre somehow." "Edwin Stanton? Lincoln's own Secretary of War?" Elias scribbled furiously in his notebook. "Watch the Treasury building tomorrow night. Midnight. Back entrance. You'll see for yourself who comes and goes." Simmons rose to leave. "Be careful who you trust, Finch." The war created new alliances, not all of them in the open. After Simmons departed, Elias couldn't settle. He paced his small room, mind racing. Edwin Stanton had always struck him as brutally efficient but loyal to the Union cause. Yet the colonel had seemed genuinely frightened. As darkness fell, Elias took to the streets. Washington, after sundown, transformed into a different city, one where power moved in whispers and shadows. He made his way toward the White House, keeping to side streets. The spring air carried voices from open windows, celebrations, arguments, the raw emotions of a nation still processing its wounds. Near Lafayette Square, a convoy of unmarked carriages caught his attention, black lacquered with no insignia, windows covered with thick curtains. They moved with military precision toward the executive mansion. As they passed a street lamp, Elias glimpsed something on the door of the lead carriage, a small emblem of what appeared to be a bird with outstretched wings. Following at a distance, he watched the carriages disappear through a side entrance of the White House grounds. A figure emerged briefly to greet them, tall, bearded, with the unmistakable profile of Secretary Stanton. Elias made a note of the time, 11:17 p.m. The following day brought news that General Lee had formally surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse. Washington erupted in celebration. Impromptu parades formed on Pennsylvania Avenue. Bottles of champagne appeared from nowhere. Soldiers embraced in the streets. The long nightmare of war was officially over. But beneath the revelry, Elias sensed something else. A current of uncertainty, of plans being whispered behind closed doors. That evening, as promised, he positioned himself near the Treasury building, hat pulled low, collar turned up against the spring chill. At precisely midnight, carriages began arriving. Not the marked conveyances of government officials, but private vehicles with drawn curtains. Men emerged quickly, faces obscured, and disappeared inside a door Elias knew to be a service entrance. He counted 12 in total, recognizing a few profiles despite their attempts at anonymity. A Supreme Court justice, 2 generals, what appeared to be Vice President Johnson himself. Last to arrive was a smaller carriage. When its occupant stepped out, Elias had to stifle a gasp. Senator Lafayette Baker, head of the National Detective Police, Lincoln's own spy master, was unmistakable even in the dim gaslight. Before entering, Baker paused, scanning the darkness as if sensing Elias's presence. On his lapel glinted a small pin, a phoenix rising from flames. For 3 hours Elias waited in the shadows, fighting the cold and his own growing dread. When the men finally emerged, their expressions were solemn, purposeful. Something had been decided in that room, something that would never appear in any official record. Back in his lodgings, Elias worked feverishly until dawn, connecting threads, forming theories. His hands shook as he sketched out the emblem he'd seen, the Phoenix insignia. Below it he wrote, "The Order of the Phoenix, secret society or military faction." As morning light crept through his window, Elias heard newsboys already crying the headlines. Victory complete. Lincoln to attend Ford's Theatre tomorrow night. An odd chill ran through him as he recalled Simmons's warning. Something big is about to happen. He glanced at his notes, the mysterious meetings, the Phoenix emblem, Stanton's involvement, the timing of it all. A terrible suspicion began to form in his mind, one he dared not even write down. But one thing was certain. He needed to be at Ford's Theatre tomorrow night. April 14th dawned bright and clear, a Good Friday that seemed to herald the nation's rebirth after its long crucible of war. Flags hung from every building on Pennsylvania Avenue. Church bells rang throughout the day, not in mourning as they had for 4 years, but in celebration. Elias spent the morning visiting contacts, trading information in the back rooms of taverns and print shops. The name, Order of the Phoenix, drew blank stares, or nervous glances. No one would speak of it directly, but their silence told him enough. The name carried weight, inspired fear. By mid-afternoon, he had secured a ticket to Ford's Theatre. Our American cousin was not his idea of quality entertainment, but the president's attendance made it the centre of Washington that night. If his suspicions had any merit, he needed to be there. As dusk settled, Elias dressed with unusual care. His customary rumpled journalist attire was replaced by a respectable suit and cravat, nondescript enough to blend with the theatre crowd, but fine enough not to attract unwanted attention. He slipped his notebook into an inner pocket, along with a small revolver, a precaution he'd never needed before, but tonight felt different. Ford's Theatre blazed with light as he approached. The 3-story brick building on 10th Street had become the centre of Washington society since its renovation 2 years earlier. Tonight it seemed all of official Washington had turned out, a celebration of victory personified by the attendance of the president himself. Elias noted the security, surprisingly light for such an occasion. A few metropolitan police officers milled about, but there was none of the military presence one might expect given the recent end of hostilities. He studied the faces of those entering. Politicians, military officers, social climbers of every variety. All seemed caught up in the festive atmosphere, yet Elias couldn't shake the feeling of performances within performances. In the crowded lobby he spotted a face he recognised. John Parker, a notoriously unreliable presidential bodyguard known more for his drinking than his vigilance. Parker seemed distracted, already glancing toward the bar across the street. Elias made a mental note, taking his seat in the dress circle, one level below the presidential box. Elias had a clear view of both the stage and the entrance to Lincoln's box. The theatre hummed with anticipation. Ladies in silk gowns fanned themselves. Gentlemen exchanged handshakes and political whispers. At precisely 8:30, a stir near the entrance announced the presidential party's arrival. The orchestra struck up "Hail to the Chief" as Lincoln entered, tall and gaunt in his black suit, accompanied by his wife Mary, Major Henry Rathbone, and his fiancée Clara Harris. The audience rose in thunderous applause. Lincoln bowed slightly, his weary face breaking into that familiar melancholy smile. As the play began, Elias divided his attention between the stage and the movements around the theatre. 20 minutes into the performance, he noticed a man in a dark coat slip into the dress circle, moving with the confident ease of someone who knew the building well. Even from profile, the actor John Wilkes Booth was unmistakable, his handsome features and theatrical bearing marking him as clearly as a signature. What caught Elias's attention, however, was not Booth himself, but the man who briefly intercepted him near the back wall, a Union officer whose insignia identified him as a staff colonel. The two exchanged what appeared to be a few terse words. The officer pressed something into Booth's hand, a small object that disappeared instantly into the actor's pocket. Their interaction lasted perhaps 10 seconds before they separated, the officer retreating toward the stairwell. Elias's journalistic instincts flared. He rose quietly, intending to follow the officer when he noticed something else, a flash of metal on the man's collar. Even from a distance the shape was familiar, a small phoenix emblem, identical to the one he'd seen on Senator Baker's lapel. Before Elias could process this, Booth had already moved toward the president's box. With growing alarm, Elias watched the actor pause outside the entrance. The expected guard, Parker, was nowhere to be seen. Booth seemed to check the corridor before slipping inside. What happened next would forever burn itself into the nation's consciousness. The sharp crack of a pistol, Mary Lincoln's piercing scream, Booth leaping from the box to the stage, catching his spur in a Treasury Guard flag, landing awkwardly but still managing to brandish his knife and shout words that would echo through history. Sic semper tyrannis! The theatre erupted into chaos. Women fainted, men shouted. Someone screamed, "The president is shot!" From his position, Elias could see into the presidential box where Lincoln slumped in his rocking chair, a dark stain spreading across his collar. As pandemonium engulfed the theatre, Elias's trained eye caught details others missed. The surprising ease with which Booth escaped through the rear door, where a horse conveniently waited, the momentary hesitation of guards who should have moved more quickly, and most disturbing of all, the Union colonel with the phoenix insignia, calmly observing from the shadows before slipping out a side exit, not in pursuit of Booth, but in the opposite direction. Elias fought his way through the panicked crowd toward that exit. By the time he reached the alley, the colonel had vanished. Nearby, a stagehand was babbling hysterically to anyone who would listen. "Booth!" It was John Wilkes Booth. "The man who spoke to Booth," Elias demanded, grabbing the stagehand's shoulder. "The officer. Did you see where he went?" The stagehand stared blankly. "What officer?" "The Union colonel. He was right here, not a minute ago." "Mister, there weren't no officers back here. Just that crazy Booth running out like the devil himself was after him." Elias pushed past, scanning the alley. Nothing. It was as if the man had evaporated into the night air. Behind him, the sounds of chaos poured from the theatre. Someone was shouting for a doctor. Someone else was calling for soldiers. As military personnel began arriving, Elias melted into the crowd gathering on 10th Street. His mind raced, attempting to process what he'd witnessed. Lincoln shot, Booth as the trigger man. But that exchange, the missing guard, the convenient horse, the colonel with the phoenix emblem who'd spoken to Booth moments before, none of it felt like the act of a lone madman. By midnight, the city had transformed. Troops patrolled every street. Crowds gathered outside the Peterson house across from the theatre, where doctors fought to save the president's life. Rumours flew like startled birds. The vice president had also been attacked. Secretary Seward had been stabbed in his bed. Confederate sympathisers were storming the city. Elias worked his way through the crowd, gathering fragments of conversation, watching which officials came and went. Shortly before 1 o'clock, he spotted Secretary Stanton arriving, his face a mask of controlled fury. As Stanton pushed through toward the house where Lincoln lay dying, Elias caught a glimpse of who accompanied him. The same colonel from the theatre, now openly wearing his Phoenix insignia, as if it were an official military decoration. Their eyes met briefly across the chaotic street. The colonel's gaze was cold, evaluating, and unmistakably warning. Then he disappeared inside behind Stanton, where the fate of the nation was being decided while its leader slipped away. By dawn, when Lincoln finally surrendered to his wound, Elias had filled his notebook with observations that contradicted the narrative already forming in official circles. As the bells of Washington began to toll, he slipped away from the crowds, certain of only one thing: what he had witnessed at Ford's Theatre was not the impulsive act of a Southern sympathiser, but the opening move in a much larger game. The city awoke to church bells and black crepe. By noon on April 15th, Washington had transformed into a city of mourning. Black fabric draped from windows and balconies. Women wept openly in the streets. Men stood in stunned silence outside newspaper offices, reading the bulletins posted every hour. Elias moved through this landscape of grief like a ghost, his journalist's mind cataloguing the discrepancies that were already appearing between what he had witnessed and what was being reported. The papers called Booth a Southern fanatic acting alone. No mention of the officer who had spoken with him, no questions about the convenient absence of the president's guard, no curiosity about how easily the assassin had accessed the box. Most telling was how quickly the official narrative formed. Before Lincoln's body was cold, before any real investigation could begin, the story had already solidified. A vengeful actor, driven by Confederate sympathies, had struck a final blow for the lost Southern cause. Elias made his way to a small printing shop off E Street owned by a German immigrant named Müller, who had printed The Honest Witness throughout the war. The old man's face was grave as Elias entered. "I cannot print for you any more, Herr Finch," Müller said before Elias could speak. "Men came this morning. Government men." "What men? What do they want?" Müller's hands trembled as he rearranged already perfectly ordered type. "They asked about you, about your pamphlet. They took my customer ledger," he lowered his voice. "They had that look, Finch, the look of men who break things that cannot be fixed. Did they threaten you directly? They didn't need to." Müller glanced nervously at the window. One of them said, "The country needs unity now, not troublemakers." Then he put his hand on my printing press and said, "Beautiful machine. Would be a shame if something happened to it, or to your immigration papers." Elias felt a familiar anger rising. "I need to print what I saw last night, Heinrich. The truth about what happened at Ford's." "Not here you won't." Müller pressed a key into Elias's palm. "Back room of Kennedy's tobacco shop. My brother's old press is there. It's yours if you need it. But, Finch," his eyes were pleading, "be careful. These are dangerous times to question powerful men." By late afternoon, Elias had established himself at Kennedy's. The small press was outdated but functional. As he arranged his notes, preparing to write, a knock came at the door. His hand moved instinctively to the revolver in his pocket. A woman's voice called softly, "Mr. Finch? Adelaide Booker. I was at Ford's last night." Elias opened the door carefully. Adelaide Booker was in her 40s, a seamstress who had worked at the theatre for years. They had spoken several times when Elias was researching a piece on wartime entertainment. "I saw you following that officer," she said without preamble once inside. "The one with the strange pin." Elias's pulse quickened. "Tell me exactly what you saw." "I was mending a curtain backstage when Mr. Booth arrived. He seemed anxious, checking his pocket watch. Then that officer came in the stage door, which was unusual itself. They spoke briefly. The officer gave him something small, metallic." Her voice dropped to a whisper, and he said, "Remember, wait for the laugh line in Act 3, Scene 2, not before." Then he left through the same door. "Would you recognise this officer again?" Adelaide nodded. "Colonel Atticus Wade. He's been to the theatre before, always asking about who sits where, studying the layout." She clutched her shawl tighter. "I shouldn't be here. My sister says men have been asking questions about everyone who worked last night." After Adelaide left, Elias worked furiously into the evening, writing an account of what he'd witnessed, including the seamstress's testimony. He titled it simply, "Questions about Ford's Theatre." By midnight he had printed 200 copies ready for distribution. As he stepped out into the alley behind Kennedy's, a shape detached itself from the shadows. Elias reached for his revolver, but a familiar voice stopped him. "I wouldn't, Finch. There are 3 rifles trained on you right now." Colonel Simmons stepped into the dim light of the gas lamp, his uniform immaculate, his expression unreadable. "You said something big was coming," Elias said. "You knew?" "I suspected. There's a difference." Simmons glanced at the bundle of pamphlets under Elias's arm. "Those won't see daylight. The city's locked down. Every street corner has a soldier or a detective. Since when do you care about suppressing the truth? Since Secretary Stanton declared martial law an hour ago." Simmons sighed heavily. "The official story is that Booth acted with Confederate conspirators. Anyone suggesting otherwise is undermining national security in a time of crisis." Elias stared at him. "You're part of it. The Order of the Phoenix." Simmons flinched almost imperceptibly. That name isn't to be spoken aloud, especially now. He stepped closer. "Listen to me carefully, Finch. What's done is done. Lincoln was too soft for what comes next. The South needs to be crushed, not coddled. The Phoenix understands this. And Booth? Just a convenient madman you could manipulate? A useful patriot who believed he was serving the Confederacy when in fact he served a greater purpose." Simmons looked genuinely sad. The country needed a villain, and he provided one. Now the real work begins. Stanton? Wade? Baker? How deep does this go? Instead of answering, Simmons handed him a folded paper. "This was left for you. I'd burn it after reading." The paper contained just 5 lines in a flowing script. "The Phoenix rises from necessary fire. What seems an ending is merely transformation. Those who see too clearly become blinded. EF. Choose wisely where blindness falls. April 16th, midnight. Congressional Cemetery. Hamilton plot." When Elias looked up, Simmons had vanished. The alley was empty, save for a stray dog nosing through garbage. Above, the stars were obscured by clouds that promised rain. That night, Elias returned to his lodgings to find it had been searched, thoroughly and professionally. Papers rearranged, floorboards loosened, even the mattress sliced open. His latest notes were gone. On his desk sat a newspaper, folded open to a small item. Adelaide Booker, seamstress at Ford's Theatre, tragically took her own life this evening, overcome by grief at witnessing the president's assassination. Elias felt cold sweat break out across his forehead. Adelaide had been fine mere hours ago, determined, clear-eyed. The message was unmistakable. Witnesses could be erased as easily as words on paper. For the next 24 hours, Elias moved cautiously through a city transformed. Military checkpoints had sprung up overnight. Men in plain clothes, but with the unmistakable bearing of detectives, watched from street corners. Newspapers printed identical accounts of the assassination, as if working from the same script. Booth was now the most hunted man in America. But Elias noticed the search seemed strangely performative. Lots of visible activity, little actual progress. On the evening of April 16th, as the first drops of rain began to fall, Elias made his way to Congressional Cemetery. The Hamilton plot was easy to find, a grand marble obelisk marking the resting place of a forgotten congressman. As midnight approached, Elias waited in the shadows of a nearby mausoleum, revolver ready. At precisely midnight a carriage arrived. A solitary figure emerged carrying a lantern. Tall, distinguished, instantly recognisable despite the darkness and rain. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton himself, the second most powerful man in the government, now effectively ruling the nation while Vice President Johnson floundered in his new role. Mr. Finch, Stanton called, his voice carrying clearly despite the rain. I know you're here. Let's dispense with theatrics. If I wanted you dead, you would be. Elias stepped cautiously from his hiding place. Like Adelaide Booker? Stanton's expression didn't change. Regrettable, but necessary. Some people cannot adapt to changing circumstances. He studied Elias with shrewd eyes. You, I think, are more practical. Is that why you're here? To discover my price? To offer you perspective. Stanton set the lantern on a nearby grave marker. What do you think you know, Mr. Finch? I know Lincoln was assassinated by conspiracy, not by a lone madman. I know the Order of the Phoenix, whatever it is, orchestrated it. I know you're involved. Stanton nodded slowly. Not inaccurate, but incomplete. The Phoenix is not what you imagine. Not some cabal of power-hungry monsters. We are patriots who understand that sometimes surgery is required to save the patient. And Lincoln was the disease. Lincoln was an obstacle. Stanton's voice softened slightly. A good man, but one whose compassion would have destroyed what we fought for. His plan for malice toward none would have allowed the same southern aristocracy to reclaim power within a decade. The war would have been for nothing. A cold certainty settled in Elias's stomach. So you had him killed. We had him removed, Stanton corrected, for the greater good. Now reconstruction will proceed as it must, with the firm hand the South requires. He stepped closer. History is shaped by those who control its narrative, Mr. Finch. You could be part of that shaping. You want me to be your propagandist? I want you to be realistic. Your talents are considerable. The Honest Witness showed that. The country needs unity now, not discord. Stanton reached into his coat and produced a leather portfolio. Inside is a commission as special correspondent to the War Department, along with enough evidence to suggest you've been working for us all along. The choice is simple. Join us and write the history we need, or fight us and be written out of it entirely. He placed the portfolio atop the grave marker and returned to his carriage. Before entering, he paused. One day, when passions have cooled, the truth can emerge, but not now, not for decades. The rain intensified, nearly drowning his final words. Choose wisely, Mr. Finch. By tomorrow, there will be no other choices left. Rain pounded Washington for 3 days after Stanton's ultimatum, as if the heavens themselves mourned Lincoln. Elias remained in hiding, moving between safe houses known only to the network of informants and dissidents he had cultivated during the war. The portfolio Stanton had offered remained unopened in his coat, Pandora's box of temptation and compromise. On the third night, as thunder rolled across the capital, Elias met with Muller in the cellar of a church, whose minister had secretly treated wounded Confederate soldiers during the war. The street papers say Booth has fled south, Muller reported, shaking rain from his coat. But I heard from my cousin who drives a supply wagon. Soldiers searched the Surratt boarding house again today, tore up floorboards, broke down walls. They're looking for something, Elias mused. Something they think Booth left behind. Or something they planted that they now need to recover. Muller hesitated. There are rumours about a diary. This caught Elias's attention. Booth kept a diary? So they say. A small red leather book where he wrote his thoughts, his plans. The kind of thing that might reveal who he spoke to, who gave him orders. Elias's journalistic instinct flared. Such a diary would be the evidence he needed. Who told you this? A clerk at the War Department. He was drunk, talking too freely at Hannigan's Tavern. Said Stanton himself ordered every inch of the boarding house searched. Said the secretary was white as a ghost when he gave the order. The implications were clear. If Booth had recorded his contacts with the Order of the Phoenix, with Wade or Baker or Stanton himself, such evidence would shatter the carefully constructed narrative of a lone assassin. Elias made his decision. "I need to get into Surratt's boarding house." "Impossible," Muller protested. "It's guarded day and night." "Nothing is impossible," Elias countered. "Merely inconvenient." He had not spent years cultivating informants and mapping the hidden geography of Washington without learning a few tricks. "Are the old tunnel entrances still accessible?" Muller's eyes widened. "The smuggling tunnels? Some perhaps, but they haven't been used since the early days of the war. Washington's geography held secrets unknown to most citizens. Beneath certain buildings, particularly near the Navy Yard and along the riverfront, a network of tunnels had been used early in the war to move supplies, information, and occasionally people. Most had been sealed or forgotten, but Elias had mapped them meticulously for a story he had never published. That night, guided by nothing but memory and a crude map drawn in his notebook, Elias descended into Washington's underground labyrinth. The entrance, a rusted door behind a false wall in the cellar of an abandoned warehouse, creaked ominously as he forced it open. The tunnel beyond was damp, the air heavy with mould and decay. His lantern cast grotesque shadows as he navigated the narrow passage, counting intersections, measuring distances by paces. After nearly an hour of careful progress, he reached what his calculations suggested should be directly beneath H Street and the Surratt boarding house. A metal ladder bolted to the wall led upward into darkness. Elias extinguished his lantern and climbed, emerging into what appeared to be a small storage cellar. Dust covered everything, undisturbed save for a single set of boot prints that stopped near the far wall. Elias examined the wall carefully, noting a slight discoloration in the mortar between several bricks. Using his pocket knife, he scraped away the newer mortar, revealing a loose brick. When he removed it, his fingers touched something soft inside the cavity. Leather. With trembling hands, he extracted a small red book, its cover unmarked. Opening it revealed pages filled with an elegant theatrical hand. Booth's diary, hidden where he thought it would be safe. Or perhaps where someone had instructed him to conceal it. Elias tucked the diary into his coat and retraced his steps through the tunnel. Back in the relative safety of the church cellar, he finally examined his prize by lamplight. The diary was not what he had expected. Rather than a detailed account of the conspiracy, it contained the rambling justifications of a man convinced of his own historical importance. Booth compared himself to Brutus, writing of striking down the tyrant to avenge the South. Yet scattered among these self-aggrandizing passages were troubling inconsistencies. One entry from March read, "Met with W again. He assures me that once it is done I will be hailed as a hero throughout the South. Arrangements have been made for my escape. I am to follow the route exactly as planned, making contact at each designated safe house until I reach safety in Virginia." Another, more disturbing entry from early April. "The order has guaranteed my place in history. Their reach extends to the highest levels of government, to men whose names I dare not commit to paper. They speak of a reborn nation, purified by fire, where true patriots will guide America to its rightful destiny. I am merely the instrument of this necessary transformation." Most revealing was an entry from April 13th, the day before the assassination. Final meeting with C.W. He provided the derringer and confirmed the timing. Act 3, Scene 2, during the laugh line when the noise will mask the shot. The guard will be absent. This has been arranged. I expressed concern about escaping through the crowded theatre, but C.W. assured me that certain doors would be unobstructed. Tonight we're delving into a conspiracy thriller titled Dark Side of the Truth. A moon landing conspiracy thriller. It's set in the year 2025. yet it digs into events that occurred more than half a century ago, or so the official history says. Our protagonist, Elliot Graves, isn't the typical tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's a rational investigative journalist who's built his reputation on skepticism and fact-checking. But his life takes a sharp turn when he receives a mysterious reel of 16mm film, suggesting that one of humanity's greatest achievements, the 1969 moon landing, was staged on a secret set. As we progress through the story, you'll meet characters with their own moral compasses, locked in a deadly dance. There's Sam Reyes, a sharp-witted former NASA engineer who knows more about the organization's secrets than is probably safe. Dr. Bernard Calloway, an aging whistleblower haunted by regrets and memories so dangerous they could sign his death warrant. And lurking in the shadows is Agent Jonathan Kane, an operative who believes that national security demands certain truths remain buried, forever if need be. Expect twists at every corner. A single piece of film can become the spark that ignites an inferno of questions. If the moon landing was faked, what happened to the real astronauts? Could an entire government organization keep such a massive secret under wraps for 5 decades? And how far will those in power go to ensure the lie never sees the light of day? In this narrative, trust is a fleeting commodity. Allies turn to enemies. Illusions of safety crumble under the relentless pursuit of those who believe the ends justify the means. Most of all, this is a story about the cost of truth. Is it worth risking one's safety, peace of mind, and very identity to challenge one of history's most iconic moments? Would you stand your ground if the price were everything you hold dear? So sit back, whether you're at home, in the office, or on a midnight train to somewhere distant. Let yourself be pulled into a reality where the lines between historical record and government-engineered fantasy blur, leaving only one certainty, that once you learn the truth, there is no going back. Ready? Then let's begin. In just a moment, we'll step into part 1, where a mysterious package arrives on Elliot Graves' doorstep, sending him hurtling into a hidden world of secrets and illusions. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget to keep the lights on. Welcome to Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. Elliot Graves had no reason to suspect the night would bring anything unusual. He sat in his small book-lined apartment in downtown Philadelphia, finishing an article on local corruption, a typical piece for his modest but dedicated readership. A coffee mug stood half empty beside him, thick smudges of ink marking the final edits on his notes. It was the kind of moment he usually relished, quiet, focused, and free of the outside world's chaos. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps, unannounced and oddly urgent. Elliot glanced at the clock. 10:47 p.m. He wasn't expecting anyone. The hallway light flickered as he opened the door, finding nothing but a single battered cardboard box at his feet. No note, no name, just his address scrawled in black marker. It could have been a source dropping a tip, though most of his informants were digital ghosts, rarely venturing into the physical realm. Curiosity piqued. Elliot brought the box inside. It weighed more than he expected. Taped across the top, a plain sheet of paper read, "Watch immediately." The handwriting was jagged, as if penned in a hurry or under duress. Carefully he cut the tape, half expecting a bomb or a rig device. Instead, inside lay a vintage 16mm film reel in a metal canister, the label partially peeled off. He gently tilted it back and forth, hearing the soft shift of film spooled inside. Elliot felt a jolt of excitement. He'd handled old film reels before, but never one that found him in the dead of night. An archaic machine in his study closet passed down by his grandfather might be the only way to view it. He rarely used the projector, but he was determined to see what was on this reel, if only to figure out who had gone to so much trouble to send it. Setting up the projector took nearly half an hour. Dust motes swirled in the beam of a single lamp as he threaded the film carefully. As the flickering images began, Elliot's anticipation turned to pure disbelief. The footage was in black and white, shaky in places, but unmistakably capturing a large, elaborate set. A moon-like surface crafted on what looked to be a soundstage. Stage lights hung overhead, cables snaking across the floor. He squinted, recognizing the shape of a NASA lunar module prop, like something out of a historical documentary. But it wasn't a documentary. He saw men wearing astronaut suits, one of them bearing an uncanny resemblance to Neil Armstrong. Off to the side, a group of technicians hovered, adjusting cameras that weren't from 1969. They looked older, yes, but not quite from the era. A man stepped into view, clapping a film slate. On it was scribbled, Apollo 11, Take 3. The adrenaline spiked through Elliot's veins. This reel showed the moon landing being filmed on a set. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Could this be a Hollywood recreation or some kind of promotional footage? But the detail was too raw, too disorganized for a typical behind-the-scenes doc. There were sections where the astronauts removed their helmets, revealing sweaty faces. The lander and flag props looked hastily put together. One of the men off-screen shouted, "Watch the reflection, we can't show the lights," as if aware of how a real moon environment should look, no visible reflections of rigging in an astronaut's visor. By the time the reel ended, Elliot's hands trembled. He remembered hearing about the moon landing conspiracy theories, wild claims of stage sets and Kubrick involvement, but he'd always dismissed them. He prided himself on debunking such nonsense. Yet here was tangible evidence, or the best fake he'd ever seen. A single question throbbed in his mind. Who would send this to me, and why now? He reached for his phone, intending to call a trusted colleague, only to find the screen black. No power. He was sure it was charged. Strange. He tried to boot up his computer to search for any reference to lost Apollo footage, but the internet connection was dead. He felt his chest tighten in a wave of paranoia. Was he imagining things, or was this more than a coincidence? Deciding to do a quick external check, Elliot gathered the reel, locked up his apartment, and headed for the elevator. As he stepped out onto the street, a hint of movement caught his eye. A black SUV parked at the curb, lights off. Its windows were tinted, impossible to see in. The hair on his arms rose. Philadelphia had plenty of SUVs, but why did this one feel like it was there for him? He took a breath, telling himself not to jump to conclusions. Still, his heart hammered as he walked 2 blocks to an all-night coffee shop known for its reliable Wi-Fi. Inside, the smell of espresso and donuts steadied him a bit. He found a corner table connected to the cafe's network and tried searching for any references to moon landing staged film reel. Thousands of hits, mostly conspiracy websites. Nothing verifiable. Minutes later, he typed a cautious email to a colleague, attaching a single grainy screenshot from the reel. He pressed send. An error message blinked back. Message undeliverable. He tried again. Same result. He wondered if his phone or laptop had been compromised or if there was a bigger net around him. The idea of being watched in real time chilled him. Returning to his apartment would be a risk, but he had nowhere else to analyze this film. As he left the shop, the black SUV was gone. Instead, a grey sedan sat across the street, engine running. Elliot inhaled sharply and hailed a cab. If someone was tailing him, best to lose them in traffic. The entire ride he cradled the film canister on his lap, heart pounding. He found himself muttering under his breath, "It can't be real, it can't be real." Yet some buried part of him whispered that it might be. If so, everything he understood about American history was about to unravel, and he was holding the thread that could unspool it all. Little did he know that before sunrise he'd be a fugitive in his own city, hunted by forces who had protected this secret for over 50 years. And the package was only the beginning. Elliot's morning came too soon, and with far more chaos than he could handle. He hadn't slept. Fear and excitement drove him to sift through every frame of the film reel, making notes, snapping photos with a spare camera he'd found in an old drawer. Perhaps he could create a digital copy, but his attempts to digitize the reel via his laptop repeatedly failed. Some hidden glitch kept corrupting the files. He cursed under his breath. Was it sabotage or just outdated hardware? At first light, he ventured to his usual contact for obscure intel, a quiet archivist named Harriet, who worked at the local historical society. He hoped she might authenticate the film's physical materials. Harriet was meticulous with details, and if anyone could confirm the reel's age, it would be her. The society's building was a grand relic, all marble floors and dusty exhibits. Elliot found Harriet in a back office, squinting through a magnifying glass at a centuries-old map. She looked up, alarmed by his frantic posture. Without preamble, he passed her the film canister. "I need to know if this is genuinely from 1969, he whispered, glancing around as if the walls had ears. Harriet frowned at his secrecy but began her inspection. She murmured something about the film's brand markings, the chemical composition of older film stock, and how certain colour-coded edges could pin down the manufacturing date. Within half an hour she had her verdict. "This reel does appear to be from the late 1960s. "Where'd you get it?" Elliot let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. "Somebody sent it to me last night." He hesitated, debating how much to reveal. Before he could continue, Harriet's phone rang. She picked it up, and her expression clouded as she listened. Yes, he's here," she said, a tremor in her voice. He backed away, panic flaring. Was Harriet being told to stall him? He mouthed, "Hang up," but Harriet just stared at him wide-eyed. Elliot snatched the phone from her hand. "Hello," he said into the receiver. An unfamiliar voice. "Elliot Graves. Step outside, we just want to talk." He froze. A second later the line went dead. "Who was that?" Harriet whispered, her complexion pale. Elliot shook his head, realizing he'd dragged her into danger. "I have to go." He grabbed the film, thanked her in a rush, and bolted out a side entrance. Immediately he spotted two men in dark suits stepping out of a black sedan. They scanned the area, eyes sharp and purposeful. Elliot ducked behind a parked delivery truck. He rummaged for his phone. It still wouldn't connect to a network. He couldn't call for help. Glancing around, he saw a narrow alley. He sprinted for it, ignoring startled pedestrians. The men noticed and gave chase. Footsteps echoed behind him as he weaved through the maze of back streets. He didn't stop until he was sure he'd lost them. Leaning against a graffiti-stained wall, he gulped the cool morning air. The reality sank in. "I'm being hunted." His mind raced. Who had the power to track him within hours? Some fraction of NASA, the FBI, or an even more clandestine outfit? He remembered Harriet's stunned face and felt a pang of guilt. Was she safe? With his phone compromised, Elliot needed a secure communication line. That's when he remembered Sam Reyes, a former NASA engineer turned freelance tech wizard. They'd crossed paths a year ago when Sam leaked documents exposing flawed satellite software. She'd proven resourceful and cautious, someone who operated in the grey areas of government secrecy. He rummaged through his wallet for her old business card, typed the number into a borrowed flip phone he'd bought for emergencies. 2 rings, then Sam answered with a wary, "Who is this?" "Elliot Graves," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help. It's urgent." Sam let out a short laugh. "You're the reporter who debunked that UFO fiasco. Are you calling to do another piece?" He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "This is bigger than UFOs. I have an old NASA film that suggests the moon landing was not what we think." Silence on the line. Then Sam hissed, "Don't say another word. There are ears everywhere. Meet me at the Redwood Garage, level 3, in an hour." She hung up. He had no time to question her abruptness. He made his way to Redwood Garage, a concrete structure on the outskirts of the city. Ducking beneath security cameras, he took the stairs to level 3. Only a few cars were parked, the area echoing with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. He found Sam leaning against a pillar, arms folded. She was petite, with sharp eyes and a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. "You look like hell," she said in lieu of a greeting. Elliot forced a grin. "Rough morning, thank you for coming." Sam nodded at the film canister tucked under his arm. "That it?" He handed it over, heart pounding. She opened the lid, peeking at the reel. "I'll need my gear to analyze this properly. But tell me, any chance this is a hoax?" Elliot explained Harriet's findings, the chase and the phone sabotage. Sam's eyes narrowed with concern. This kind of move typically points to a deep-pocketed agency. NASA has muscle, but not to this extent. We might be dealing with something else. She motioned for him to follow her to a beat-up SUV. Inside, the back seat was cluttered with laptops, cables, and specialized scanning equipment. Sam popped the reel into a portable film viewer. A small screen flickered with the black and white images. She skimmed through it, face grim. "If this is real, holy..." He gave a humorless chuckle. "I'm not sure I want it to be real, but it's looking that way." Sam started flipping through camera angles. "We'll cross-check the images with NASA archive logs, see if any set pieces match. Also, there's metadata in older film that might help pinpoint the exact date and location. But if whoever's hunting you has the resources to block your phone and track you so fast..." "Yeah," Elliot said, swallowing hard. "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" Sam gave him a look that said, "You have no idea. Look, I can set up a secure server to store digital copies once I manage to scan the reel. But it'll take me a day or 2. In the meantime, you need to vanish. They'll come for both of us once they realize I'm involved." As if on cue, a bullet shattered the SUV's rear window. Elliot and Sam ducked, hearts hammering. Tires screeched on the level below. "We have to move," Sam hissed, starting the engine. Elliot curled into the passenger seat, pressing the canister tight against his chest. Another shot rang out, pinging off the concrete pillar. The SUV lurched forward, screeching around corners, headlights glaring on dull grey walls. Behind them, at least 2 dark sedans roared up the ramp. The chase was on. Elliot felt the cold sweat on his brow. This was no longer about verifying a piece of film. This was survival. More bullets clanged against the SUV's metal frame. Sam cursed under her breath, twisting the wheel. The exit ramp loomed ahead, a single security arm blocking the exit. Sam ploughed right through it, leaving splinters behind. They burst into daylight, weaving into the city traffic. Horns blared. The sedans kept pace, engines revving. As Sam careened down a busy street, Elliot realized just how far he'd fallen into this conspiracy. He'd started the night as a skeptic receiving a curious package. Now he was on the run, uncertain if he'd live to see the next morning. The real question, was the truth worth this cost? He clenched the film canister as if it were his lifeline. Maybe it was. Once they lost their pursuers, thanks to Sam's clever shortcuts and the chaotic labyrinth of city streets, Elliot and Sam took refuge in a deserted warehouse by the river. It was a space Sam sometimes used as a safe house, its electricity powered by a makeshift generator. Old crates littered the corners. The air smelled of dust and stagnant water. They parked the SUV inside, headlights slicing through the gloom. Elliot exhaled shakily, stepping out and checking his jacket for bullet holes. Miraculously, neither of them was injured. Sam followed, film canister in hand. "We have to lie low," she said. "I'll do what I can with the real. But first we need to figure out who can confirm or deny the authenticity. Some old NASA folks might still be around, or people from the Apollo era." That jogged a memory for Elliot. "I know someone, Dr. Bernard Calloway. He was part of the Apollo program. Wrote a few obscure papers on lunar orbit complexities. I interviewed him years ago for a piece on NASA bureaucracy. He might know if any of this is real." "Let's hope he's still alive and willing to talk," Sam replied grimly, setting up her scanning equipment. "Meanwhile, I'll start digitizing. Go call your guy." She tossed Elliot a burner phone, a cheap flip phone with no internet capability, just voice and text. "Keep conversations short, we don't want to leave a trail." Elliot nodded, stepping away for some privacy. He dialed a number he hadn't used in years. The call rang on, and just when he thought it would go to voicemail, a gravelly voice answered. "Yes? Who is this?" "Dr. Calloway, it's Elliot Graves. Remember me?" A tense pause. "Graves? The journalist? Why are you calling me?" Elliot cut straight to the point. "I have a film reel suggesting the Apollo 11 landing was staged. I need your perspective." He expected outrage or disbelief, but Calloway only muttered a soft curse. "Damn it, you kids never learn. Where are you?" "Too dangerous to say over the phone," Elliot replied. "Can we meet?" Another heavy silence. "You must be insane. Do you have any idea who might be listening to our conversation right now?" Calloway let out a shuddering breath. "Look, there's a small diner off Route 47 near a truck stop. Tomorrow, noon. If I don't show up, assume I got spooked." Elliot thanked him and hung up, anxiety coiling in his stomach. The man's reaction was more dread than disbelief. That alone spoke volumes. He returned to Sam's makeshift workstation, where the reel was half fed through a specialized scanner. The process was laborious, each frame captured in high resolution. "How's it looking, Elliot asked. Sam frowned, studying the images on her laptop screen. Grains consistent with 1960s film stock. Some coding on the edges indicates a manufacturing batch from around 68. Also, I've spotted certain NASA emblems in the background that weren't publicly revealed until the mission ended. And see that console there?" She zoomed in on a screenshot. "That's an Apollo guidance computer, but an early prototype version. Only a handful existed. This is not your average hoax. It's either the most elaborate one in history or it's real," Elliot finished, his voice hollow. Sam gave a grim nod. "I'm leaning towards real. Our next step is to confirm. If your Dr. Calloway can give us any leads, we might find definitive proof." They spent the rest of the day in anxious waiting. Sam pored over the scanned film frames, while Elliot paced, trying to piece everything together in his head. Every so often he'd remember the chase, the bullets, and the unwavering stares of those men in suits. Just how large was this conspiracy? Night fell, bringing a sticky heat that made the warehouse air oppressive. Sleep came fitfully, with Elliot dozing in a corner, propped against crates. He dreamed of astronauts drifting in a stage lit by fluorescent tubes, their voices echoing with lines fed by hidden earpieces. He woke with a start to find Sam tapping him on the shoulder. "Time to go," she said softly. "We have to meet your whistleblower." By noon, they'd driven 2 hours south to a truck stop just off Route 47. The diner looked vintage, a chrome exterior, peeling neon sign and a handful of big rigs parked nearby. They left the SUV behind a closed service station, walking the rest of the way under the scorching sun. Inside, the diner was half empty. The waitress behind the counter gave them a bored glance. In a corner booth, an elderly man sat facing the window, wearing tinted glasses and a hat pulled low. Elliot recognized him. Dr. Bernard Calloway. He looked older and thinner than their last meeting, as though carrying a burden too large for his frail frame. "Dol Calloway, the Eeg," Elliot said, quietly, sliding into the booth. Sam took a seat beside him. Calloway's gaze flicked to them, fear etched in the lines around his mouth. "You brought someone else. I told you to come alone." "This is Sam Reyes. She's helping me verify the film." "Film?" Calloway's voice trembled. He removed his tinted glasses, revealing tired eyes. "I hoped I'd go to my grave without seeing it again. Lord knows I was done with those days." Elliot swallowed. "You've seen it before?" Calloway exhaled a long, shaky breath. "I was part of Apollo 11's operations team, unofficially. My real job was ensuring the broadcast feed from the moon looked authentic. We had technicians in a secret studio capturing angles that would pass as lunar footage. It was a matter of national pride and also, ironically, fear. Needed to beat the Soviets. When the actual craft encountered catastrophic issues, NASA and the government decided it was safer to fake the landing for television. The real rocket never made it out of Earth's orbit safely. The astronauts eventually landed in the Pacific under the pretext of returning from the moon, but what the public saw was a carefully crafted illusion. Elliot's head spun. There it was, spelled out. The conspiracy in all its horrifying clarity. Sam leaned forward. "Why have you stayed silent all this time?" Calloway closed his eyes. "They threatened my family. I was briefed that revealing the truth would be an act of treason. Others who tried to speak up, well, they disappeared. I've lived under watch ever since, exchanging my silence for a quiet retirement. But I always knew this day might come." Elliot retrieved the film canister from his bag. "So the footage we have?" "It's partial," Calloway said, scanning the diner nervously. "There's more. Hours of outtakes, behind-the-scenes planning. Enough to destroy decades of NASA's legacy if it got out. That reel is probably what was stolen from the archives in the 70s. I thought it had been destroyed." A lump formed in Elliot's throat. "So it's authentic? And NASA? Or whoever's controlling this? They're hunting us to bury it again." Calloway nodded. "They'll kill you, no question. They've killed for less." He glanced around, lowering his voice. "I can direct you to someone else who was there. A colleague named Walter Pierce. He escaped overseas, but you might track him down. He has a copy of the mission logs." Sam and Elliot exchanged looks. Every new piece of evidence upped the stakes. If they could find Pierce and get those logs, they'd have undeniable proof. Suddenly the diner's door swung open. Agent Jonathan Kane stepped in, though Elliot didn't know his name yet. The man wore a crisp suit and surveyed the room calmly, his gaze lingering on each patron. Elliot's heart seized. Calloway's face turned ashen. "That's one of them," he whispered, voice trembling. "We have to go." They slipped out the back exit, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard the waitress greet the newcomer with a polite, "Welcome, sir." Elliot glanced over his shoulder to see Kane's cold eyes scanning the booths. Outside, the scorching afternoon felt claustrophobic. They hurried toward the dusty parking lot. "Here," Calloway said, pressing a small slip of paper into Elliot's hand. "Walter's last known location. Use it wisely." Elliot opened his mouth to thank him, but Calloway cut him off. "I'll slip away on my own. It's safer that way for all of us." Then, as if on cue, a black car squealed around the corner. Calloway pointed desperately. "Run!" Elliot and Sam sprinted across the lot, the slip of paper clenched in Elliot's fist. Behind them, tyres screeched. In the distance, to Calloway vanished between parked trucks, a frail silhouette, stepping once more into a world of secrets and shadows he had hoped to leave behind. Elliot doubted he'd ever see the old man again. 3 days slipped by like a fever dream, with Elliot and Sam crisscrossing state lines, dodging digital footprints. Each safe house they chose felt more precarious than the last. A motel in one city, a cramped basement in another, always with one eye on the door and ears pricked for footsteps in the hall. Anxiety pressed against their chests like a constant weight. The film remained hidden in a secure locker they rented under an alias, and Sam carried digital backups on multiple encrypted drives, hoping at least one would survive if they were caught. Meanwhile, they tried to locate Walter Pierce. Hello, listeners of Sleep Theories. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope you're all having a wonderful day, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Whether you're listening from London at midnight, New York in the afternoon, or perhaps Tokyo as the sun rises, I want you to know that these stories connect us all across time zones and continents. If you're new here, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories for more tales that blur the line between history and mystery. Now settle in as we explore something that was buried in Soviet archives for over 60 years. Dr. Alexei Morosoff, Soviet Geological Survey. Tunguska Region, Siberia. October 1959. Classification: Sekretna, Secret. Declassified 2025. Entry 1, October 12, 1959. Audio quality: poor wind interference. This is Dr. Alexei Morosoff, Soviet Geological Survey designation 4471. I am recording this for the scientific record, though I suspect it will never see the light of day. The date is October 12th, 1959. I'm approximately 40 kilometres southeast of the Tunguska impact site, and I fear we have made a terrible mistake in coming here. But let me start from the beginning. 3 weeks ago, I was summoned to Moscow by the Academy of Sciences, or so I thought. The meeting was held not in the familiar halls of the Academy, but in a nondescript building on Lubyanka Square. Even a geophysicist like myself knows what that means. The man who greeted me wore the pressed uniform of a Soviet army colonel, but his eyes held the cold calculation I'd learned to recognise during my time in Antarctica. KGB without question. "Dr. Morosoff," he said, not bothering with pleasantries, "your expertise is required for a matter of national importance." He spread photographs across the metal table between us. Satellite imagery, clearly recent given the resolution quality I'd never seen before. The images showed the Tunguska region from above, but with strange geometric overlays and radiation measurements marked in red. "What am I looking at, Colonel?" "Volkov," he supplied. "Colonel Volkov, and you're looking at proof that the Tunguska event of 1908 was not what our scientists have claimed." The photographs showed radiation patterns that made no sense for a meteor impact. Instead of the expected circular dispersion, the gamma radiation formed precise geometric shapes, hexagons that stretched for kilometres beneath the forest floor. "Our Cosmos satellites detected these anomalies 3 months ago," Volkov continued. 51 years after the explosion, the site is still active. I studied the images more carefully. The radiation signatures were unlike anything in my experience, pulsing in regular intervals according to the timestamps. This suggests an artificial source. Precisely. Volkov's smile held no warmth. "Which is why you're going to Tunguska, Dr. Morosoff. Your cover will be a routine geological survey, mapping mineral deposits for the 5-year plan. Your real mission is to determine the source of these signals. And if I refuse, then you will be reassigned to study rocks in Siberia permanently, a much less comfortable arrangement than what I'm offering." The threat was clear. I accepted the assignment that afternoon. Now, as I sit in this makeshift camp listening to the wind howl through trees that have been bent and twisted for over half a century, I understand why previous expeditions never filed complete reports. The forest here feels wrong in ways that have nothing to do with the visible damage from the explosion. My equipment detected the first anomaly this morning. Entry 2, October 13th, 1959. Audio quality moderate, electronic interference noted. The electromagnetic readings are impossible. I've spent the day taking measurements across a grid pattern, working systematically toward what the 1927 Kulik expedition marked as the blast epicenter. Every device I carry, magnetometer, Geiger counter, seismograph, registers patterns that violate everything I know about physics. The magnetic field strength increases as we approach the center, but not in the gradual manner one would expect from a buried metallic mass. Instead, it pulses. 3-second intervals with mathematical precision. Pulse, pause, like a heartbeat. My Geiger counter tells an even stranger story. Background radiation should be elevated uniformly if this were the site of a nuclear or radiological event. Instead, the radiation forms distinct geometric patterns in the soil. When I map the readings, they create perfect hexagons, each approximately 50 meters across, arranged in a honeycomb pattern that extends beyond my ability to measure. Colonel Volkov has said little during our trek, but I notice he carries no scientific instruments of his own. Instead, his pack contains radio equipment far more sophisticated than anything issued for a geological survey. He reports to Moscow twice daily using codes I don't recognise. The local event guides refuse to accompany us beyond the outer tree line. They speak of lights that dance beneath the ice at night, and a sound they describe as iron screaming. When I pressed them for details, the eldest guide would only say, "The sky fell there, but something else rose up." I dismissed this as folklore until we made camp last night. At 0300 hours, I was awakened by a sound I've never heard before. A deep, rhythmic vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. It lasted exactly 3 minutes, then stopped abruptly. Volkov was already awake, standing at the edge of our camp with his radio in hand. "Did you record that?" he asked. I had not thought to record it, which now strikes me as a significant oversight for someone trained in scientific observation. The sound was so alien that my mind initially rejected it as impossible. "What was it?" I asked. Volkov's expression in the moonlight was unreadable. "The reason we're here, Doctor. This morning I discovered that several of my instruments had malfunctioned during the night. Not broken, malfunctioned in very specific ways. The magnetometer now reads magnetic north as pointing directly toward the blast epicenter, regardless of our actual position. The seismograph recorded seismic activity every 3 seconds throughout the night, perfect sine waves that should be impossible in stable geological conditions. Something is calling from beneath the permafrost. Entry 3, October 15th, 1959. Audio quality, poor, severe electronic interference. We have reached the epicenter. I understand now why Kulik's expeditions found no crater. This was not an impact. It was an emergence. The blast zone stretches for kilometers in every direction, trees flattened in the perfect radial pattern that has puzzled scientists for decades. But at the precise center, in a circle roughly 100 meters in diameter, the forest is untouched. Ancient pines tower above us, their bark scarred but their structure intact, as if the explosion flowed around them rather than through them. The soil here tells a different story than any meteor impact. My equipment detects metallic fragments, but when I analyze their composition, the results are disturbing. The isotopic ratios are wrong. Not just unusual, impossible. These metals contain isotopes that shouldn't exist in nature, arranged in configurations that suggest artificial manipulation. While taking samples this morning, my spade struck something hard beneath the permafrost. After an hour of careful excavation, I uncovered a shard of metal unlike anything I've encountered in 20 years of geological work. The fragment is approximately 15 centimetres long, smooth as glass, and perfectly black. It reflects no light, creating an absence in my vision that strains the eye to look upon. Most unsettling of all, it vibrates. A constant, barely perceptible vibration at exactly 3 Hz. The same interval as the magnetic pulses I've been recording. When I showed the fragment to Volkov, his reaction confirmed my growing suspicions about this expedition. "Where exactly did you find this?" he demanded, snatching the metal from my hands with gloved fingers. "Buried approximately 2 meters down, directly. You will note its location precisely and excavate no further in that area." He sealed the fragment in a lead-lined container I hadn't known he carried. "Your orders are to survey and report, not to collect specimens." "Colonel, this could be the key to understanding Dr. Morosoff." His voice carried the quiet authority of a man accustomed to unquestioned obedience. "The last scientist who asked too many questions about what we found here is now buried under 2 meters of ice. I trust you understand my meaning." The threat was delivered so casually that it took a moment to register. Previous expeditions, previous scientists. How many teams had been sent to this place? That evening, while Volkov was occupied with his radio communications, I managed to take additional readings from the area where I'd found the fragment. The results make no sense according to any geological model I know. The metallic object appears to be part of a much larger structure buried beneath us. Ground-penetrating radar reveals a vast geometric form extending deep into the earth. Not randomly distributed metal deposits, but organised architecture. Hexagonal chambers connected by corridors, stretching down beyond the range of my equipment. Whatever lies beneath the Tunguska site is not natural. It's not human. And according to my radiocarbon dating of the surrounding soil samples, it's been here far longer than the 1908 explosion. The explosion didn't bring something to this place. It revealed something that was already here. Entry 4, October 17th, 1959. Audio quality, moderate, background humming noted. I have accessed Colonel Volkov's classified files. I know this was a breach of protocol that could cost me my life, but scientific curiosity has always been my weakness. While Volkov was conducting his evening radio check, I managed to photograph several documents from his secure case. What I discovered has rewritten my understanding of both this expedition and the Tunguska event itself. The files contain correspondence dating back to 1908, including telegrams between the American inventor Nikola Tesla and Arctic explorer Robert Peary. The telegrams discuss Tesla's experiments with wireless energy transmission from his Wardenclyffe facility on Long Island. According to the documents, Tesla was testing a revolutionary new technology, the ability to transmit electrical energy through the Earth's atmosphere to any point on the globe. His target for the initial test was the Arctic region, where Peary was conducting his polar expeditions. The most revealing telegram is dated June 28, 1908, 2 days before the Tunguska explosion. R. Peary, final test scheduled 0214 GMT June 30th. Expect atmospheric disturbance Arctic region. Exercise extreme caution. Energy disbursement may exceed calculations. Nikola Tesla. Peary's response dated July 2nd. Tesla. Your test successful beyond measure. Sky over Siberia lit like day. Effect visible from Greenland. Indigenous populations report ground shaking 800 miles from target zone. Whatever you activated, it responded. Recommend immediate cessation of experiments as R. Peary. But the most disturbing document is Tesla's private journal entry, included in the KGB files through means I cannot determine. The transmission was successful, but not in the manner intended. We have awakened something that was not meant to wake. The energy beam penetrated not just the atmosphere, but the ancient ice. What we interpreted as successful power transmission was in fact a response signal. We are not the first to wield such power. We are merely the first to do so blindly. Tesla's Wardenclyffe facility was shut down and demolished just days after the Tunguska event. Official records claim financial difficulties, but the classified Soviet documents suggest otherwise. Tesla himself wrote to a colleague, "Some discoveries are too dangerous for the world as it exists." The KGB files contain additional evidence that Soviet authorities have known the truth about Tunguska for decades. Geological surveys in the 1930s detected the same anomalous structures I've been mapping, but the research was classified and the scientists involved were reassigned to other projects, or, as Colonel Volkov implied, disposed of entirely. According to the files, at least 3 previous expeditions have been sent to investigate the Tunguska site since 1945. None filed complete reports. 2 teams vanished entirely. The 3rd team's leader, Dr. Yuri Petrov, was found frozen to death in his tent, his final notes describing hexagonal chambers that extend beyond measurement, and a sound like the Earth itself breathing. The current expedition was authorized after satellite imagery revealed increased activity at the site. The geometric radiation patterns I've been studying have been growing stronger since 1957, suggesting that whatever lies beneath the permafrost is becoming more active. As I write this, I can hear that deep rhythmic vibration again. It begins every night at exactly 0300 hours and continues for precisely 3 minutes. But tonight, it's different, stronger, and I swear I can detect patterns within the sound, mathematical sequences that suggest intelligence. Volkov has been monitoring my activities more closely since I questioned him about the metal fragment. I suspect he knows I've accessed his files. If something happens to me, I hope this journal will survive to tell the truth about what we found at Tunguska. The explosion in 1908 was not a meteor impact. It was not even Tesla's wireless energy transmission, though that may have been the trigger. It was something far older responding to our signals, something that has been waiting beneath the ice for millennia, and now we've woken it up. Entry 5, October 19th, 1959. Audio quality excellent, all interference ceased. The silence is worse than the sounds. For 3 days, the electromagnetic interference that has plagued our equipment has been growing stronger. Radio communications with Moscow became impossible. My instruments registered readings that exceeded their calibrated ranges. The deep, rhythmic vibrations from beneath the earth increased in frequency and duration. Then, at dawn this morning, everything stopped. The sudden absence of electromagnetic activity is more unsettling than the anomalies themselves. It suggests that whatever has been transmitting from beneath the site has achieved its purpose. Volkov received new orders during the night via emergency radio protocol. We are to begin excavation immediately, using equipment that was airdropped to our location under cover of darkness. The machinery includes drilling apparatus far more sophisticated than anything required for a geological survey. "We're going down," Volkov informed me without preamble. "Moscow wants to know what's beneath us." "Colonel, I must advise against aggressive excavation. The structural integrity of whatever lies below is unknown. If we damage it..." "Dr. Morosoff, you are here to provide scientific observation, not strategic planning. The decision has been made at the highest levels." The drilling began at 0800 hours. We penetrated the permafrost easily, but at a depth of 5 meters, the drill bit encountered something that sent vibrations through the entire operation. Not rock, not metal, but something that rang like a bell when struck. By midday, we had exposed the upper surface of a structure that defies geological explanation. The surface is composed of hexagonal plates, each roughly 2 meters across, fitted together with seamless precision. The material is unlike anything in my experience. Harder than steel, but with a crystalline structure that suggests organic growth rather than mechanical manufacture. The most disturbing discovery came when we cleared debris from one of the hexagonal plates. Beneath the ice and soil, the surface is not damaged or corroded despite its apparent age. Instead, it gleams as if newly made, with patterns of light that pulse through the material in the same 3-second intervals I've been recording. The structure is active, alive perhaps, though I hesitate to use that term for something clearly artificial. As we work to expose more of the surface, I noticed that my instruments were registering new types of activity. Electromagnetic pulses were emanating from the structure, but these were not random signals. They followed mathematical sequences, prime numbers, Fibonacci progressions, and other patterns that suggest deliberate communication. "It's trying to talk to us," I told Volkov during our afternoon break. His response chilled me. "No, Doctor, it's talking to something else. We're just listening in." That evening, while reviewing the day's data, I made a discovery that has shaken my understanding of human history. The electromagnetic patterns I've been recording match perfectly with radio signals detected by astronomers at the Jadrell Bank Observatory in England. The signals, dismissed by most scientists as background radiation, have been recorded intermittently since 1908. But the signals don't originate from space. They originate here, at Tunguska, and they're being transmitted outward at regular intervals. Whatever lies beneath us has been sending messages to space for over 50 years. Entry 6, October 21st, 1959. Audio quality poor, voice shows signs of extreme stress. We've broken through. After 2 days of careful excavation, we created an opening large enough to lower equipment into the structure below. The chamber we've accessed is vast, with walls that curve away into darkness beyond the range of our lights. The air inside is not stale as one would expect from a sealed underground space. Instead, it carries a metallic taste and a barely perceptible electric charge that makes the hair on my arm stand upright. Most unsettling of all, the air is warm, several degrees above freezing despite the permafrost that has covered this place for millennia. The chamber walls are covered in the same hexagonal plating we discovered on the surface, but here the patterns of light are more complex. Entire sections pulse in synchronized sequences, creating cascades of illumination that travel around the perimeter like waves. I descended into the chamber using mountaineering equipment, against Volkov's direct orders. The colonel wanted to wait for specialized personnel from Moscow, but scientific curiosity overcame caution. What I found below has convinced me that we are dealing with something far beyond human understanding. The chamber is not empty. It contains machinery, though that term is inadequate to describe what I observed. Geometric structures rise from the floor like crystalline trees, their surfaces covered in components that shift and reconfigure as I watched. The machinery, if it can be called that, appears to be self-repairing, self-modifying. At the centre of the chamber stands a pillar roughly 3 meters in height, composed of the same dark material as the fragment I discovered earlier. But this pillar is not inert. It pulses with internal light, and as I approached I could feel vibrations in my bones that matched the 3 Hz frequency I've been recording. When I placed my hand on the pillar's surface, the entire chamber responded. Lights flashed in sequence around the walls, the machinery hummed to life, and I felt a sensation I can only describe as contact. Not physical contact, but something deeper. For a moment I sensed vast intelligence, ancient beyond measure, awakening from long dormancy. And I understood with terrifying clarity what Tesla had done in 1908. His wireless energy transmission had not simply sent power through the atmosphere. It had followed a path of least resistance, drilling through the Earth's magnetic field and striking this buried structure with precisely the frequency needed to activate its dormant systems. The Tunguska explosion was not caused by Tesla's energy beam. It was caused by this ancient machinery starting up after eons of silence, venting excess energy in the only direction available, upward, through the overlying rock and permafrost, creating the devastating blast that flattened the forest above. When I climbed back to the surface, I found Volkov in animated radio communication with Moscow. From what I could hear of his side of the conversation, our discovery has caused considerable alarm at the highest levels of government. "Yes, sir, it appears to be functional," he was saying. "No, sir, we don't understand its purpose. What do you mean, similar structures?" Similar structures. The phrase hit me like a physical blow. How many of these installations exist? How long have they been buried beneath the Earth's surface? That night, as I attempted to process the implications of our discovery, the chamber below us began transmitting again. But this time, the signals were different. Instead of the regular pulses I'd been recording, the electromagnetic emissions formed complex patterns that my equipment interpreted as modulated communications. The ancient machinery was not just awakening, it was calling home. Entry 7, October 23rd, 1959. Audio quality, good, voice controlled but tense. They're coming for me. Colonel Volkov received orders this morning to terminate the expedition and return to Moscow immediately. But first he informed me, all physical evidence must be secured and all personnel debriefed according to special protocols. I know what special protocols means in KGB parlance. The equipment we brought to the site has been supplemented by specialised gear that arrived with a new team of personnel during the night. These men wear no insignia and speak with accents I cannot place. They brought with them instruments I don't recognise and chemicals whose purpose I can only guess. Dr. Morosoff, Volkov informed me over breakfast. Your valuable contribution to this expedition will be properly recognised in our final report. However, the sensitive nature of our discoveries requires that certain security measures be implemented. What kind of security measures? The kind that ensure state secrets remain secret. I have hidden this journal and my personal recordings in a cache approximately 1 kilometre northeast of our primary camp. If I don't survive to retrieve them, perhaps someone else will find them and understand what we discovered here. Before they seal me away from the world, I want to record what I believe happened at Tunguska, based on everything I've observed and documented. The structure beneath us is not human in origin. The materials, the construction techniques, the technology, all of it speaks to a civilization far more advanced than anything we've achieved. Based on geological analysis of the surrounding rock, I estimate the installation has been here for at least 10,000 years, possibly much longer. The machinery I observed in the chamber appears to be some kind of communication array, designed to send and receive signals across vast distances. The regular electromagnetic pulses I've been recording are not random transmissions. They're a beacon, announcing the location of Earth to whoever might be listening in the depths of space. Tesla's 1908 experiment accidentally activated this beacon after millennia of dormancy. The massive energy discharge that created the Tunguska explosion was simply the ancient machinery powering up, like a generator that had been offline for geological ages suddenly roaring back to life. But the most terrifying aspect of this discovery is what it implies about our planet's history. If one such installation exists beneath Siberia, how many others lie buried across the Earth? Who built them? And why? I fear we are not alone in the universe. Worse, I fear we never have been. The electromagnetic signals emanating from the Tunguska site have been growing stronger and more complex since we began our excavation. What started as simple mathematical progressions has evolved into what can only be described as conversation. Questions and responses, acknowledgements and confirmations. Something is answering the beacon's call. Last night I observed lights in the sky that bore no resemblance to any natural phenomenon I know. They moved with purpose and intelligence, geometric formations that pulsed in synchronization with the signals from below. They hovered over our campsite for nearly an hour before disappearing beyond the horizon. Volkov pretended not to see them, but I noticed he spent the rest of the night in radio contact with Moscow. This morning he informed me that our mission was complete. Complete? I asked. We've barely begun to understand what we've found here. We've confirmed the presence of anomalous structures and documented their basic characteristics, he replied. That was our objective. Our objective was to determine the source of the satellite readings. We've discovered something that could revolutionize our understanding of human history, of our place in the universe. We can't simply walk away. Volkov's expression remained impassive. Dr. Morosoff, there are forces at work here that extend far beyond your scientific curiosity. This site will be classified at the highest levels and placed under permanent monitoring. Your role is finished. And if I refuse to remain silent about what we found, then you will join the other scientists who asked inconvenient questions. The threat was delivered with casual finality. I understood that my choice was between compliance and death, but I refused to let this discovery be buried along with me. Entry 8, October 24th, 1959, final entry. Audio quality, whisper, recorded in secret. They think I'm asleep. The debriefing began this afternoon with injections they claimed were vaccinations against Arctic diseases. I recognised the symptoms immediately. Memory suppression drugs, designed to fog recollection and make coherent testimony impossible. But my time in Antarctica taught me certain tricks for maintaining mental clarity under adverse conditions. I forced myself to vomit up the medication before it could take full effect, though I had to maintain the appearance of compliance. While the others believe I'm unconscious, I've managed to recover my hidden cache and record this final entry. In a few hours they will transport me back to Moscow for extended debriefing. I know I will not survive that process, but before they take me, I want to record my final observations about what lies beneath Tunguska. The installation is not just a communication array, it's part of a network. During my last descent into the chamber, I discovered additional passages leading deeper into the structure. Following these corridors as far as my equipment would allow, I found evidence of similar installations at vast distances, electromagnetic signatures that suggest a global network of ancient technology, all connected by underground transmission lines that follow the Earth's magnetic field. Whatever civilization built these installations was not indigenous to Earth. The mathematical principles governing their construction are based on physical constants that suggest an origin in a different stellar environment. They came here, established this network, and then vanished. But they left their machinery behind, dormant but functional, waiting for the right signal to reactivate it. Tesla provided that signal in 1908, not through malice but through ignorance. His wireless energy transmission found the path of least resistance through the Earth's magnetic field and struck the Tunguska installation with precisely the frequency needed to bring it online. Now the beacon is active, sending its signal into space, and something has heard it. The lights I observed in the sky are not natural phenomena. They are reconnaissance, preparation for something much larger. The electromagnetic conversations I've been recording are not random communication. They're coordinates, timetables, invasion plans. We have awakened something that was meant to remain sleeping, and we lack the knowledge or technology to control what we've unleashed. I can hear them approaching my position. Boots on frozen ground, voices speaking in languages I don't recognise. They've discovered my absence from the medical tent. If this recording survives, if someone finds it and understands what I've documented here, remember this. The explosion in 1908 was not the end of anything. It was the beginning. The door is unlocking and we are not prepared for what lies beyond it. Whatever you do not dig further. It listens, it remembers, and now it knows where we are. Recording ends, electromagnetic interference resumes, Soviet State Security Archives. File, Tunguska Black 7. Date, October 30th, 1959. Dr. Alexei Morosoff was found deceased in his quarters at the Lubyanka Medical Facility on October 29th, 1959. Official cause of death: complications from severe frostbite sustained during Arctic research operations. His personal effects have been confiscated and classified under state security protocols. All materials related to the Tunguska expedition are hereby classified beyond top secret and sealed under Special Protocol 7. Access is restricted to personnel with clearance level Obsidian or higher. The Tunguska site has been declared a restricted military zone. Unauthorized access is prohibited under penalty of death. Dr. Morosoff's journal and recordings were destroyed according to standard procedure. Official records end. Posted to file sharing site March 15th, 2025. Removed by request of Russian Federation authorities March 17th, 2025. The above documents were discovered in a cache of declassified Soviet files, released following the collapse of certain government archives. Authentication is ongoing, but preliminary analysis suggests genuineness. Dr. Morosoff's journal was not destroyed as claimed in official records. It was hidden, preserved in the permafrost, waiting to be found. Satellite imagery from 2024 shows renewed activity at the Tunguska site. Electromagnetic anomalies detected by multiple international monitoring stations. Construction of unknown purpose observed at the coordinates Morosoff identified. The lights have returned to the Siberian sky. Whatever Tesla awakened in 1908 was only the beginning. The door is not just unlocking, and it's opening. Hello there, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I hope your day has been treating you well. Whether it's early morning where you are, late evening, or somewhere in between, whatever time zone you're calling home, I'm grateful you've chosen to spend this time with us. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you questioning the world around you long after the lights go out. Now, settle in as we explore a story that might feel a little too close to reality. My name is Cal Monroe, and I used to believe in coincidences. That was before Theo jumped off the Memorial Bridge, before the USB drive arrived in my mailbox, and before I learned that some conspiracies aren't theories, they're just well-kept secrets. It was a Tuesday morning in November when I got the call. Detective Sarah Chen's voice was flat, professional, the way cops sound when they're tired of delivering bad news. Cal, this is Detective Chen, Metro PD. I'm calling about Theodore Ramirez. I understand you two are friends? The past tense hit me like ice water. Were? What do you mean were? Mr. Ramirez jumped from the Memorial Bridge last night around 11:30 p.m. I'm sorry for your loss. I sat there in my cramped DC apartment, staring at my laptop screen where I'd been working on an article about facial recognition software in public schools. The cursor blinked at me like a heartbeat. That's impossible, I said. Theo wouldn't. He just wouldn't. I know this is difficult, but no. You don't understand. Theo was getting married next month. He was excited about it. We had drinks 3 weeks ago, and he was talking about honeymoon plans, about kids, about everything. People don't just... Mr. Monroe, I've been doing this for 15 years. Sometimes people hide their pain better than we think. But I knew Theo. We'd been roommates at Georgetown, both journalism majors before he switched to computer science. He was the most methodical person I'd ever met. The kind of guy who researched restaurants for 2 hours before picking where to eat lunch. He didn't make impulsive decisions, especially not permanent ones. After I hung up, I sat in the silence of my apartment, trying to process what I'd heard. That's when I noticed the small package on my kitchen counter, something I'd grabbed from my mailbox the night before and forgotten about in my rush to meet a deadline. The return address made my hands shake. T. Ramirez. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note. Cal, if you're reading this, they got to me. Don't trust anyone. Don't use your regular computer. Find somewhere safe and look at everything. The program never ended. T. The drive was labelled with a single word in Theo's careful handwriting. E-C-H-O. I stared at that USB drive for an hour before I worked up the courage to use it. Not on my laptop, Theo's warning was clear enough. I walked 6 blocks to an internet cafe in Chinatown, paid cash, and plugged the drive into a computer that had probably seen more shady transactions than a Swiss bank account. What I found changed everything. The drive contained dozens of files, video footage, audio recordings, spreadsheets, and what looked like medical data. The video showed people in sterile white rooms, not quite hospital rooms, not quite laboratories, more like the kind of spaces you'd imagine in a sensory deprivation study. In one video, a woman in her 30s sat in a chair with electrodes attached to her temples. A voice off camera, clinical, detached, repeated phrases. Your thoughts are not your own. Your memories can be adjusted. You want to comply. You need to comply. The woman's eyes were glassy, unfocused. After 20 minutes of this repetition, the voice asked her to recite her home address. She gave an address in Virginia. Then they asked her again. This time she gave a completely different address in Maryland, reciting it with the same confidence. Another file contained EEG data, brainwave patterns labelled with dates and subject numbers. One folder was labelled Behavioural Modification Protocols. Another, Subliminal Integration Results. But it was the company logo that made my blood run cold. Aeon Metrics. I'd never heard of them, which was strange. I'd spent the last 5 years covering tech surveillance, data privacy, and government contracting. I knew most of the major players, from Palantir to Booz Allen Hamilton. But Aeon Metrics was a ghost. That night, back in my apartment, I did what any good journalist would do. I started digging. Aeon Metrics had a website that looked like it was designed by someone who'd never heard of user experience. Bland corporate speak about cognitive enhancement research and behavioural analytics solutions. Their client list was vague: federal agencies and healthcare partners. No names, no specifics. Their headquarters was listed as a P.O. box in Arlington, Virginia. I cross-referenced the company name with government contract databases. Nothing. I searched for news articles, press releases, anything. The only mention I found was a single-line item in a Department of Defense budget document from 2019. Aeon Metrics, Specialized Research Services, $2.4 million. That was it. A company that received millions in government funding but left no digital footprint. In 2024, that was like finding a unicorn. I spent the next 3 days going through Theo's files, and a pattern began to emerge. The test subjects weren't random homeless people or prisoners, the usual victims of unethical experiments. These were volunteers who had signed up for legitimate-sounding studies: sleep optimization research, stress reduction therapy, cognitive enhancement trials. People who thought they were improving their lives, not being reprogrammed. One document made me physically nauseous. It was a recruitment email sent to Georgetown University students advertising a study on meditation and academic performance. The compensation was $500 for a weekend retreat. The study was conducted by Aeon Metrics. I recognised the email format. I'd received something similar during my senior year. I'd been too broke to pass it up. That's when I realised I might not be investigating this story. I might be living it. The next morning, I drove to the Library of Congress. If you want to research government conspiracies, you go to the place where they can't delete the evidence. At least, not easily. I requested every declassified document I could find on MKUltra, Operation Artichoke, and Project Bluebird. What I discovered over the next 8 hours made Theo's files make terrible sense. MKUltra officially ended in 1973 when CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all documents destroyed. But here's what most people don't know. It didn't actually end. It evolved. The original program used LSD, hypnosis, and brutal psychological torture to break down human personality and rebuild it. The goal was to create perfectly controllable human assets, spies who could be programmed and deployed without even knowing they were working for the agency. But the methods were crude, obvious, and left too many witnesses. The scientists involved were sloppy, keeping detailed records that eventually leaked. So the program went underground, got smarter, and learned from its mistakes. By the 1980s, it had been rebranded as something innocuous: behavioural research programs. The torture chambers were replaced with comfortable clinical settings. The unwilling prisoners were replaced with paid volunteers. The obvious mind control was replaced with subtle manipulation. Instead of breaking people's minds with LSD, they learned to influence thoughts through carefully crafted media exposure. Instead of hypnotizing subjects in laboratories, they developed techniques to implant suggestions through social media algorithms. Instead of creating obvious zombies, they learned to nudge behaviour so subtly that people thought they were making their own choices. I found a 1987 memo from a CIA psychologist named Dr. Helen Marsh. One line stood out: "The future of behavioural modification lies not in force, but in consent. If subjects believe they are willing participants, they will never question the process." That was 37 years ago. Imagine what they could do now, with smartphones that track our every movement, social media platforms that know us better than we know ourselves, and AI that can predict our behaviour with frightening accuracy. Theo's files suddenly made perfect sense. Echo Protocol wasn't a resurrection of MKUltra, it was its natural evolution. The recruitment process was genius in its simplicity. Instead of kidnapping people, they advertised legitimate-sounding studies through universities, healthcare providers, and wellness apps. The kind of studies college students and cash-strapped adults would jump at. improve your sleep quality while earning $200, help advance meditation research, free sessions included, participate in groundbreaking stress reduction therapy. The subjects thought they were helping science and improving their lives. They signed consent forms and waivers, making everything perfectly legal. They were even paid well, which made them feel valued rather than victimized. But according to Theo's documentation, the real experiments began after the official study ended. The subjects returned home with subtle implants, not the science fiction kind, but behavioural implants. Carefully crafted memories, embedded suggestions, modified thought patterns. They'd been exposed to subsonic frequencies, targeted electromagnetic fields, and neurological programming disguised as relaxation therapy. More importantly, they'd been tagged. Their phones received updates that modified the algorithms they encountered. Their social media feeds were carefully curated to reinforce the programming they'd received. Their GPS data was used to ensure they encountered specific environmental triggers, billboards, sounds, even scents that would activate their conditioning. It was MKULTRA for the digital age, and it was everywhere. I found myself thinking about my own devices, my own data patterns. How many targeted ads had I seen recently that seemed to know exactly what I was thinking? How many times had my phone suggested an action or location that felt perfectly timed? How many articles in my newsfeed seemed to anticipate my concerns? Was I paranoid, or was I finally paying attention? That evening I tried to call Theo's fiancée Maria Santos. We'd met several times over the years, and I thought she might be able to tell me about Theo's state of mind in his final weeks. Her number was disconnected. I tried social media. Her profiles had been deactivated. I drove to the address I had for her, an apartment in Alexandria where I'd attended their engagement party 6 months earlier. The building manager told me no one by that name had ever lived there. It was as if Maria Santos had never existed. The gaslighting started small. First, it was my coffee shop. I'd been going to the same place every morning for 3 years, a little cafe called Grind on Connecticut Avenue. The barista knew my order: large dark roast, no cream, no sugar. But when I walked in Thursday morning, she looked at me like she'd never seen me before. "Welcome to Grind. What can I get started for you?" "The usual," I said, assuming she was just having an off day. "I'm sorry, what's your usual?" I stared at her. Jessica had made my coffee hundreds of times. We'd chatted about her art school classes. I'd even bought one of her paintings. "Large dark roast," I said, feeling foolish. "Sure thing," coming right up. She moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd made 1,000 coffees, but treated me like a complete stranger. When I paid, I noticed something else. The painting I'd bought from her 6 months ago, a small abstract piece that had been hanging behind the register, was gone. I told myself I was being paranoid. People have bad days. Maybe she'd sold the painting to someone else. But then my email started acting up. I'd sent interview requests to 5 journalists who'd written about government surveillance programs. None of them responded, which was unusual. These were people I'd worked with before, sources who typically replied within hours. I tried calling. Their numbers all went straight to voicemail. I tried reaching out through social media. My messages showed as delivered but never read. By Friday I was convinced something was wrong. I decided to test it. I sent an email to my editor at the Washington Alternative Weekly, a guy named Marcus who'd been badgering me for weeks about a late article on police body cameras. The email bounced back immediately. User not found. I called the WAW office directly. "Washington Alternative, this is Rebecca." "Hi, this is Cal Monroe. I need to speak with Marcus about..." "I'm sorry, who?" "Cal Monroe. I write for you guys. Marcus is expecting an article from me." "Sir, I've been the receptionist here for 2 years. We don't have any writer named Cal Monroe, and I don't know anyone named Marcus." I hung up and stared at my phone. I had emails from Marcus going back 3 years. I had published articles with my byline on their website. I had pay stubs from them in my filing cabinet. I opened my laptop and navigated to the WAW website. I searched for my name. No results found. I searched for articles I knew I'd written. The pieces existed, but they were attributed to other writers, people I'd never heard of. My hands were shaking as I opened my filing cabinet. The pay stubs were there, but they looked wrong. The letterhead was slightly different. The font was off, and they were made out to someone named Carl Monroe. Close enough to be dismissed as a typo, but different enough to be legally meaningless. That's when I noticed my reflection in the laptop screen. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. My eyes were bloodshot, my hair was a mess, and I had the hollow look of someone on the edge of a breakdown. I looked exactly like Theo had in his final weeks. Saturday morning I decided to visit my ex-girlfriend Sarah. We dated for 2 years and stayed friends after the breakup. If anyone would be straight with me about whether I was losing my mind, it would be her. Sarah lived in a duplex in Tacoma Park. I'd been there dozens of times, but when I knocked on the door, a stranger answered. A middle-aged man in a bathrobe. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for Sarah Chen," I said. "She lives here." "No one by that name lives here. I've been renting this place for 5 years." "That's impossible. I was here 3 months ago for her birthday party." The man looked concerned. "Son, are you feeling all right? Maybe you're thinking of a different address." I walked away, pulled out my phone and called Sarah's number. It rang twice before she picked up. "Hello?" "Sarah, it's Cal. I'm at your house, but some guy says..." "Cal? Cal Monroe?" "Yes. Who else would it be?" There was a long pause. "Cal, we broke up 2 years ago. You've called me maybe 3 times since then, and each conversation was strange. Are you okay? You sound like you did the last time you called, talking about conspiracies and people following you." "What are you talking about? We had dinner last month. We've been staying in touch." "Cal, I think you need help. You're talking just like..." She stopped. "Like what?" "Like Theo did, before he killed himself. The paranoia, the confusion about basic facts. He called me too, near the end, asking about things that never happened." The line went dead. I stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes trying to make sense of what was happening. Either everyone I knew was lying to me, or I was having some kind of psychotic break. But there was a third option, one that terrified me more than madness. I was right, and they were already in my head. That night I found a note slipped under my apartment door. It was written on plain white paper in block letters. "Your memory is next. Leave now." I packed a bag and drove to a motel in Baltimore, paying cash and using a fake name. I needed time to think, time to plan, and most importantly, time to figure out how to prove I wasn't crazy. Because if I was right about Echo Protocol, then my mind was already compromised. They were just calibrating how much to take. The Aeon Metric Sleep Clinic was located in a generic office park in Herndon, Virginia. From the outside, it looked like any other medical facility. Clean, professional, boring. The kind of place you'd trust with your health. I'd found the address in Theo's files, cross-referenced with online reviews. People praised their cutting-edge sleep studies and life-changing therapy sessions. The reviews all sounded genuine, which somehow made them more disturbing. I'd spent 3 days in that Baltimore motel planning my approach. I couldn't just walk in and start asking questions. If Echo Protocol was real, they'd be expecting that. But I could volunteer for a study. I created a fake identity. David Miller, a 28-year-old freelance graphic designer with chronic insomnia. I'd seen enough of Theo's documentation to know what kind of subjects they preferred. Young, educated, financially stressed, and socially isolated. People who wouldn't be missed if something went wrong. I called their intake line and spoke with a woman who sounded like she'd done this conversation 1,000 times. "We're currently enrolling participants for a sleep optimization study," she said. "It's a 3-day program that combines traditional therapy with advanced monitoring technology. Participants receive $800 compensation plus access to our ongoing support network." What exactly does the monitoring involve? Nothing invasive. We use EEG sensors to track your sleep patterns, some biometric monitoring to measure stress responses, and brief cognitive assessments to measure improvement. Many of our participants describe it as the most restful experience of their lives. She scheduled me for the following Monday. I spent the weekend reading everything I could find about counter-surveillance techniques and memory preservation. If they were going to mess with my mind, I wanted to be as prepared as possible. I wrote down everything I knew about myself, my real name, my address, my work history, my relationships, and hid copies in multiple locations. I recorded a video message to myself, explaining what I was doing and why, and uploaded it to a secure server with instructions to email it to me if I didn't check in within a week. Monday morning, I drove to the clinic feeling like I was voluntarily walking into a trap. The facility was more luxurious than I expected. The waiting room looked like an upscale spa with soft lighting, comfortable furniture, and the kind of new age music that's supposed to be calming, but always makes me nervous. The receptionist was friendly, professional, and gave no indication that she was part of a mind control operation. Maybe I really was paranoid. Dr. Elizabeth Harding introduced herself as the lead researcher. She was in her 40s, with the kind of confident manner that made you trust her immediately. She explained the study protocol while I filled out forms that asked detailed questions about my lifestyle, relationships, and psychological history. We found that sleep disorders are often connected to deeper patterns of thought and behaviour, she said. Our approach combines sleep monitoring with cognitive restructuring techniques. Think of it as upgrading your mental software. The phrase made my skin crawl, but I smiled and nodded. They set me up in a private room that looked more like a high-end hotel suite than a medical facility. The bed was comfortable, the lighting was adjustable, and there was even a small kitchenette stocked with healthy snacks. The only obviously medical equipment was a chair with built-in sensors and a wall-mounted monitor that they said would track my biometric responses during relaxation exercises. "Just get comfortable," said the technician, a young man who introduced himself as Kevin. "We'll start with some baseline measurements, then move into the therapeutic portion." He attached electrodes to my temples and chest. Standard EEG and heart rate monitoring, nothing sinister. The chair was incredibly comfortable, almost hypnotically so. Within minutes, I felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. That should have been my first warning. The relaxation exercise began with guided breathing instructions delivered through high-quality speakers built into the chair. The voice was soothing, gender-neutral, with the kind of professional calm you'd expect from a meditation app. Allow your mind to become quiet and receptive. You're safe here. You're cared for here. Your thoughts can rest. After about 20 minutes, the instructions became more specific. Notice how easily your mind accepts new information when you are relaxed. Notice how comfortable it feels to let go of old patterns that no longer serve you. The room's lighting shifted to a deep blue, and I realized there were almost subliminal images being projected on the walls, geometric patterns that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. Your memories are fluid. They can be adjusted for your benefit. You want to be free of limiting beliefs. You need to be free of limiting beliefs. That's when I recognized the phrases from Theo's videos. I tried to stand up, but my body felt heavy, disconnected. The electrodes weren't just monitoring me, they were delivering some kind of signal. The chair's comfort wasn't accidental. It was designed to keep subjects compliant while their minds were being reprogrammed. "You are David Miller," the voice continued. "You work as a graphic designer. You have no family. You have no close friends. You live alone and prefer it that way." They were trying to overwrite my identity, to make me forget who Cal Monroe was and why I was there. But I'd prepared for this. I focused on the video I'd recorded, on the list of facts I'd memorized, on the reason I was there. My name is Cal Monroe. I'm a journalist. Theo Ramirez was my friend. He died because he discovered ECHO protocol. You trust Dr. Harding completely. You want to participate in advanced studies. You will recommend this program to others. I repeated my mantra silently, fighting against the drowsiness that was overtaking me. I could feel my sense of self becoming fluid, malleable. It was terrifying and seductive at the same time, the promise of letting go of all my problems, all my fears, all my responsibilities. You're grateful for this opportunity to improve yourself. You will never speak about the details of this program to anyone outside this facility. The session lasted 6 hours. When it ended, I felt like I was surfacing from deep water, gasping for mental air. Kevin helped me out of the chair, and I had to concentrate to remember why that felt wrong. "How do you feel, David?" For a moment I almost corrected him. Then I remembered. "Great," I said, really relaxed. "Excellent. Dr. Harding will want to review your session data. Why don't you get some rest and we'll continue tomorrow? That night, alone in the suite, I tried to reconstruct what had happened. I felt different, lighter somehow, but also hollow. It was like someone had taken an eraser to parts of my memory and personality. I remembered recording a video message, but I couldn't remember what it said. I remembered hiding something important, but couldn't remember where or what. I knew I was there for a reason beyond the sleep study, but that reason felt fuzzy, unimportant. But I still knew my name, Cal Monroe, journalist. I held on to that like a lifeline. The second day was worse. They moved me to a different room, one level down from the main floor. There were no windows, and the only furniture was the chair and a small table. The session lasted 8 hours. This time, they didn't just try to implant new memories, they tried to delete old ones. Your childhood was difficult and painful. You prefer not to think about it. You have no living relatives. You have never been in love. You have never had close friendships. I fought back by reciting everything I could remember. My parents' names, my first dog, the taste of my grandmother's cookies, the feeling of kissing Sarah for the first time. But with each session, these memories became fainter, more like stories I'd heard rather than experiences I'd lived. On the third day, they took me to the basement level. The room was stark white, with no decoration except a single chair in the centre. But it wasn't empty. There were other people there, subjects from previous studies, I realised. They sat motionless, staring at nothing, responding only when spoken to directly. One of them was a woman in her 30s with short brown hair. When Dr. Harding introduced us, she looked at me with vacant eyes and said, "Hello, David. It's nice to meet you." Nothing unusual about that, except for one thing. She used my full name, including my middle initial. "Hello, David C. Miller." My fake identity didn't have a middle initial. I'd never mentioned one. But somehow she knew it should be there. More disturbing, my real middle name is Christopher. C. "How do you know my middle initial?" I asked her. She looked confused. "I don't know. It just seemed right." Dr. Harding intervened smoothly. "Some of our participants develop enhanced intuitive abilities. It's one of the positive side effects of the program." But I knew what I was really seeing. This woman had been programmed with information about Cal Monroe, my real identity, not my fake one. They'd put pieces of my life into her mind, probably to test how thoroughly they could extract and transfer personal information. She wasn't developing psychic abilities. She was being used as a storage device for my stolen memories. That night I knew I had to escape. They were going to erase Cal Monroe completely and leave behind David Miller, a friendless, rootless graphic designer with no past and no questions. But first, I needed proof. I waited until 3 a.m, then used a maintenance keycard I'd stolen from a janitor's cart to access the lower levels. The basement was larger than I'd expected, with dozens of rooms containing monitoring equipment and what looked like server farms. I found the room where they stored session recordings, thousands of hours of footage showing people being systematically reprogrammed. I copied everything I could onto a drive I'd hidden in my shoe. But the most damning evidence was in the office files. Echo Protocol wasn't just about individual mind control. It was about social engineering on a massive scale. They were creating networks of modified individuals who would unconsciously influence others. A person programmed with specific beliefs would spread those beliefs to family, friends and co-workers without realizing they were doing it. The modified subjects became unwitting agents, seeding new ideas and behaviours throughout the population. It was social control through viral programming, and it was working. I found files on thousands of subjects going back years. Many were in positions of influence: teachers, journalists, social workers, community leaders. Others were simply well-connected individuals whose social circles made them valuable vectors for spreading programmed behaviours. They weren't just changing individual minds, they were changing society itself, one modified person at a time. I was photographing the last set of files when the lights came on. "Hello, Cal." Dr. Harding stood in the doorway with 2 security guards. She was still calm, still professional, but now her smile looked predatory. I was wondering when you'd stop pretending to be David Miller. We've known who you are since you walked in. Did you really think we wouldn't recognise Theodore Ramirez's friend?" The guards grabbed my arms, but Dr. Harding waved them back. "No need for force. Cal is going to cooperate, aren't you? Because we have something you want to see." She led me to another room, where a familiar figure sat in one of the white chairs, staring at nothing. "Theo?" My friend looked up at me with empty eyes. "Hello," he said politely. "I don't believe we've met." "Theo, it's me. It's Cal." "I'm sorry, but I think you have me confused with someone else. My name is Thomas. I don't know anyone named Theo." Dr. Harding smiled. "Theodore Ramirez did jump from that bridge in a way, but we'd been working with him for months before that. The person who died was just a shell. We'd already extracted everything useful from his personality. The real Theo is right here, serving as a valuable test subject for memory transfer protocols." I stared at my friend, or whatever was left of him. They hadn't just killed Theo, they'd hollowed him out and kept the shell alive for experimentation. "We're going to offer you the same opportunity, Doctor," Harding continued. "You can resist, and we'll simply take what we need by force, or you can cooperate and we'll ensure the process is as comfortable as possible. Either way, Cal Monroe is going to disappear. The only question is how much of him we preserve for research purposes." They sedated me then, and I woke up 36 hours later in my own apartment. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for small details that made my skin crawl. My coffee mug was on the wrong side of the sink. My laptop was closed, though I always left it open. My bed was made, but with hospital corners. I'd never learned to make a bed that way. Most disturbing of all, I couldn't remember how I'd gotten home. I still had the drive with the evidence from Aeon Metrics hidden in a place I'd prepared before going undercover. For a moment I thought I'd won, that I'd gotten proof of Echo Protocol and could expose the whole operation. I was wrong. When I tried to access the files, half of them were corrupted. The video footage was garbled, the audio was inaudible, and the documents were filled with random characters. It was as if the data had been degraded from the inside. But I still had enough to tell the story. I spent 18 hours writing the most important article of my career, documenting everything I'd discovered about Echo Protocol, Aeon Metrics, and the modern evolution of MKUltra. I uploaded it to WikiLeaks, sent copies to major news outlets, and posted it on every social media platform I could access. Within minutes, everything disappeared. The WikiLeaks submission was rejected for insufficient verification. My emails to journalists bounced back as undeliverable. My social media posts were flagged as misinformation and removed automatically. I tried uploading the article to my own blog. The hosting service suspended my account for terms of service violations. I tried creating new accounts with different platforms. Each one was suspended within hours. It was as if the internet itself was rejecting my story. Desperate, I tried a different approach. I'd built a small following on Reddit by posting about surveillance technology and digital privacy. I created a detailed post about Echo Protocol on r/conspiracy, hoping to reach people who were already skeptical of government programs. The post went live, got a few upvotes, then vanished. When I checked my account, it showed the post had been removed for doxing, even though I hadn't mentioned any real names or addresses. But that wasn't the worst part. When I checked the subreddit an hour later, I found dozens of posts about Echo Protocol, but they were all obvious disinformation. Poorly written stories claiming Echo was actually a secret program to give people telepathic powers. Memes suggesting the whole thing was a hoax created by foreign agents. AI-generated posts that mixed real details from my research with absurd science fiction elements. They hadn't just suppressed my story, they'd buried it under an avalanche of ridiculous fake versions. Anyone who tried to research ECHO protocol would find so much contradictory nonsense that the truth would be impossible to distinguish. It was the perfect modern cover-up, not censorship, but noise. I tried calling reporters I'd worked with, but got the same response I'd received when I first started investigating. Numbers disconnected, emails bouncing back, people who claim not to know me. My bank account was frozen for suspicious activity. My credit cards were cancelled. My apartment lease was terminated for breach of contract. Even my driver's license was suspended for unpaid tickets I'd never received. Cal Monroe was being systematically erased from the system. But I still existed, at least for now. I still had my memories, my personality, my sense of self. They hadn't finished the job yet. That gave me hope, until I realised why they were taking their time. I was a field test. They wanted to see how completely they could destroy someone's life using nothing but digital manipulation and social engineering. They were documenting every step of my breakdown, measuring how long it took for isolation and gaslighting to drive someone insane. I was just another subject in their experiment. 3 weeks after my attempted expose, I was living in my car, sleeping in parking lots, and buying food with cash I'd managed to withdraw before my accounts were frozen. I looked like any other homeless person, dirty, paranoid, talking to myself. The perfect disguise for someone who'd discovered the truth about mind control in America. That's when I started noticing the ads. At first, they seemed like coincidences. A billboard for sleep therapy that used phrases I'd heard at Aeon Metrics. A radio commercial for stress relief that echoed the programming sessions I'd experienced. TV ads that seemed to anticipate exactly what I was thinking. But the final proof came while I was sitting in a 24-hour diner in Arlington, nursing a cup of coffee and trying to figure out my next move. The TV was playing the local news and I was only half listening until the commercial break. A pharmaceutical ad started playing, something for anxiety medication. The voiceover was professional, forgettable, the kind of generic copy you hear a dozen times a day. Except it wasn't generic. The voice said, word for word, exactly what I'd been thinking for the past 10 minutes. You feel like you're losing your mind. You're questioning everything you thought you knew. You're wondering if this is what insanity feels like. You need help, but you don't know who to trust. It continued. The thoughts in your head might not be your own. The memories you rely on might not be real. The person you think you are might be someone else's creation. I stared at the screen, my coffee growing cold in my hands. The ad went on for 30 seconds, describing my exact mental state with disturbing precision, then concluded with the standard pharmaceutical disclaimer about side effects and drug interactions. No one else in the diner seemed to notice anything unusual. The waitress continued refilling coffee. The cook kept working the grill. Other customers chatted or read their phones. But I knew what I'd seen. They weren't just monitoring my thoughts. They were broadcasting them back to me through targeted advertising. The technology existed. I'd written about it years ago. Emotion detection software that analysed facial expressions through security cameras, predictive algorithms that could determine psychological states from browsing patterns, neural interfaces that could read brainwave patterns from a distance. They knew exactly what I was thinking, and they wanted me to know they knew. It was the final stage of the psychological operation. Not just control, but the absolute certainty that control was impossible to escape. I paid for my coffee and walked out into the Virginia night, understanding at last why Theo had jumped from that bridge. It wasn't despair that had driven him to suicide. It was the realization that his mind was no longer his own, and never would be again. But I wasn't ready to jump. Not yet. Because I'd figured out something they didn't expect. The real purpose of Echo Protocol wasn't just individual mind control. It was beta testing for something much larger. Every modified subject was a node in a network. Every programmed behaviour was a data point in a massive psychological mapping project. They weren't just changing people. They were learning how to change society itself, one mind at a time. The ultimate goal wasn't creating individual assets like the old MKUL TRA program. It was creating a population that would voluntarily surrender their autonomy, their privacy, their capacity for independent thought. And it was working. I thought about all the people I'd seen walking around like zombies, staring at their phones, consuming whatever content the algorithms fed them, believing whatever their social media feeds told them to believe. How many of them had been through programs like ECHO? How many were unwitting carriers of programmed behaviours? How many of them were still human in any meaningful sense? The scariest part wasn't that the technology existed, it was how willingly people accepted it. They traded their mental freedom for convenience, their privacy for entertainment, their autonomy for the illusion of connection. They weren't victims of a conspiracy, they were customers. That night I made a decision. I couldn't expose ECHO protocol through traditional journalism. They'd proved that was impossible. But I could do something else. I could become living proof of what they were doing. I started documenting everything. The targeted ads, the environmental triggers, the social manipulation, the systematic isolation. I recorded video messages to myself, wrote detailed journals and hid copies everywhere I could think of. Not to expose them, that was impossible, but to leave a record for whoever came next. Because there would be others, other journalists, other investigators, other people who stumbled across the truth and found themselves targeted by Echo Protocol. Maybe one of them would be smarter than me. Maybe one of them would find a way to fight back that I couldn't imagine. Or maybe they'd just end up like me, homeless, paranoid, talking to themselves in parking lots, while the world continued its sleepwalk toward voluntary servitude. 3 months later, I was sitting in another diner, in another city, when I saw the news report. Local journalist Cal Monroe was found dead in his vehicle early this morning, apparently from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Monroe had reportedly been struggling with mental health issues following the suicide of a close friend earlier this year. He leaves behind no immediate family. I watched my own obituary on the television screen, feeling strangely detached. The photo they used was from my old press credentials. I looked younger, healthier, more hopeful, like someone who still believed in the possibility of truth. The reporter mentioned that I'd been working on a story about government surveillance before my breakdown, but that the work had been discredited as the product of paranoid delusions. They killed Cal Monroe without firing a shot, but I was still alive, at least in some sense. I had no identity, no connections, no official existence, but I was still breathing, still thinking, still remembering. For now. I finished my coffee and walked out into the morning sun, another homeless crazy person with stories no one would believe. In my pocket was a small notebook where I'd written everything I could remember about being Cal Monroe. Tonight, I'd add another entry. Tomorrow I'd probably forget to. But for this moment I still knew who I was and what I'd discovered. The program had evolved, but it hadn't won. Not completely. Not yet. As I walked down the street, I passed a bus stop where a digital billboard was advertising a new smartphone app. Mind Ease, advanced mental health support through AI-powered therapy. The tagline read, "Let us help you become your best self." I almost laughed. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. I pulled out my phone, an ancient flip phone I'd bought with cash, and noticed something interesting. Despite being a basic model with no internet connection, it was showing a text message I'd never received. Your thoughts are not your own. Your memories can be adjusted. You want to comply. You need to comply. The same phrases from the Aeonmetric sessions. I looked around the busy street at all the people walking past with their heads down, staring at their screens, oblivious to everything around them. How many of them were seeing the same message? How many would comply without even realizing they were being programmed? The future wasn't some dystopian science fiction scenario where jackbooted thugs dragged people away for reprogramming. It was much more elegant than that. The future was a world where people begged to be controlled, paid for the privilege, and thanked their controllers for the service. And according to my phone, that future was now. I dropped the device in a trash can and kept walking. Somewhere behind me I could hear the sound of 1,000 notifications chiming in perfect unison, like a digital choir singing humanity to sleep. The program never ended, it just got better at hiding. Recovered journal entry, classification redacted. Subject, Eli Granger, independent journalist. Date range, July 15th to 18th, 2023. Location, Bohemian Grove, Monte Rio, California. The following document was recovered from an encrypted server farm in Iceland. The journalist's current whereabouts remain unknown. Ed. My name is Eli Granger, and I'm writing this because I may not live long enough to tell it in person. What I witnessed in the redwoods of Northern California will haunt me until my dying day, whenever that may come. It started 3 weeks ago with an email that shouldn't have existed. I was in my cramped Oakland apartment, nursing my third cup of coffee, and scrolling through encrypted channels where whistleblowers sometimes surface. My secure inbox pinged. A message from an address that was just a string of numbers and letters, routed through 7 different proxy servers. No subject line, just an attachment and 4 lines of text. You want truth? Go to the redwoods. Bring a black suit and a quiet soul. July 15th to 18th. The fire reveals all. The attachment was a high-resolution scan of what appeared to be a guest registry for the Bohemian Grove. That mysterious all-male retreat where the world's most powerful men allegedly gather each summer to commune with nature. I'd written about the Grove before, relying on second-hand accounts and leaked photographs from the 1980s. But this was different. The names on the list made my blood run cold. Former presidents, current senators, military contractors whose companies I'd been investigating for years, CEOs of tech giants, pharmaceutical corporations, defense contractors, media moguls who controlled the narrative of entire nations, all scheduled to attend something called the Midsummer Encampment. At the bottom of the scan was a forged access pass with my photograph, a professional headshot I'd never sent to anyone, digitally altered to show me in a black suit and tie. The name read Edmund Gray, Logistics Consultant, Prometheus Industries. Someone with serious resources wanted me inside that grove. The question was why? I should have walked away. Should have deleted the email and gone back to writing about municipal corruption and corporate tax avoidance. Safe stories. Stories that didn't get journalists killed. Instead, I packed a black suit and drove north to Sonoma County. The road to Monte Rio winds through some of the most beautiful country in California. Ancient redwoods tower over narrow highways, their canopy so thick that midday feels like twilight. It's the kind of place where you'd expect to find hippie communes and organic wineries, not shadowy cabals plotting the fate of nations. But as I learned in my Navy intelligence days, the most dangerous secrets are always hidden in the most innocent places. I parked at a motel in Gurneyville and walked the perimeter of the Bohemian Grove property that evening. 2,000 acres of private forest, surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Security cameras every 50 feet, motion sensors in the trees, the kind of setup you'd expect around a military installation, not a summer camp for rich men. The main gate was staffed by guards who looked more like special forces operators than private security. Black uniforms, tactical gear, the flat stare of men who'd killed before and wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Whatever happened inside those redwoods, they were serious about keeping it secret. The forged pass worked perfectly, too perfectly. The guards scanned the barcode, checked my face against the photo, and waved me through without a second glance. Either the forger was a genius, or someone very powerful wanted me inside. Neither possibility was comforting. The grove itself was exactly as described in the leaked accounts I'd read. Massive redwood trees, some over 1,000 years old, stretched toward a canopy so thick it blocked out the sun. Gravel paths wound between rustic cabins and open-air lodges, each marked with whimsical names: Owl's Nest, Dragon's Den, Caveman's Lodge. It would have been charming if not for the underlying sense of wrongness that permeated everything. The other guests, I couldn't think of them as normal people, not after seeing that registry, moved through this camp with the easy confidence of men accustomed to absolute power. They wore casual clothes during the day, khakis, polo shirts, boat shoes, the uniform of American aristocracy. But their conversations, caught in fragments as I passed, revealed the true scope of their influence. The Shanghai Index will drop exactly 17%. Tell the secretary that Operation Nightfall is greenlit for October. Media blackout should hold for at least 72 hours. I posed as a logistics consultant, which gave me an excuse to wander the grounds with a clipboard and camera phone, confiscated at the gate and replaced with an approved device that couldn't access external networks. The cover story worked well enough. Rich men are accustomed to being served by invisible people who handle the mundane details of their lives. But as the day wore on, I began to notice the symbols. Owls everywhere. Carved into tree trunks, etched on building facades, worked into the designs of benches and lampposts. Not cute, friendly owls. These were stylized, angular, with eyes that seemed to follow you as you walked past. The largest was a 40-foot stone statue positioned on a small island in an artificial lake at the heart of the grove. Even in daylight, it radiated a sense of ancient malevolence. Beautiful, isn't it? I turned to find a man in his 70s watching me stare at the giant owl. Silver hair, expensive casual wear, the kind of artificial tan that comes from winters in Palm Beach. His eyes were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost colourless. The Owl of Bohemia, he continued, joining me at the lake's edge. Been watching over this place for over a century. Some say it's just decorative, others know better. Know better how? I asked, immediately regretting the question. I was supposed to be invisible, unremarkable. The old man smiled, revealing teeth too white and too perfect for his age. You'll see tonight, Mr. Grey. The cremation of care waits for no man, not even consultants. He walked away before I could respond, leaving me staring at the owl statue and wondering how much my cover had already been blown. That evening, as twilight settled over the grove, the atmosphere changed completely. The casual bonhomie of the day disappeared, replaced by something far more serious and ritualistic. Men emerged from their cabins wearing dark robes with hoods that obscured their faces. Some carried torches, others strange ceremonial objects I couldn't identify. I found a dark robe hanging in my assigned cabin, along with a note. Attendance is mandatory. Silence is sacred. The owl sees all. What I witnessed that night will stay with me forever. As darkness fell, hundreds of robed figures processed through the forest paths, converging on the lake where the great owl statue loomed. Torches flickered between the trees like malevolent fireflies. The only sounds were footsteps on gravel and the whisper of fabric against bark. I followed the crowd, keeping my head down and my hood up. The robe smelled of incense and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. We gathered in a natural amphitheatre around the lake. The owl statue dominated the scene, its eyes seeming to glow red in the torchlight. A wooden boat had been prepared at the water's edge, and in it lay what appeared to be the effigy of a child, small, wrapped in white cloth, disturbingly lifelike. But as I stared at the bundle, a horrible doubt crept into my mind. The proportions were too perfect, the weight distribution too natural. The way the cloth clung to what lay beneath suggested something more substantial than straw and sawdust. A figure in an elaborate robe stepped onto a platform beside the owl. Even with his face hidden, I recognised the bearing and voice of a man who'd been on television every night for years. A former president whose policies had shaped a generation. Brothers of the Grove, his voice boomed across the water, amplified by hidden speakers. We gather once again beneath the ancient eyes of wisdom to perform the sacred rite that frees us from the burdens of conscience. The crowd responded in unison. We banish care and cast it to the flames. Care, that pale and common thing that binds the hands of power. Care that whispers doubt in the ears of decision. Care that stays the sword of necessary action. We banish care and cast it to the flames. The ritualized call and response continued for nearly an hour. Invocations to ancient deities whose names I recognized from my study of Middle Eastern mythology. Moloch, the Carthaginian god of child sacrifice. Enlil, the Mesopotamian lord of wind and authority. Names that shouldn't have been spoken by American leaders in the 21st century. But the most disturbing element wasn't the pagan imagery, or even the suggestions of child sacrifice. It was the casual way these men, titans of industry, shapers of policy, guardians of democracy, participated in rituals that explicitly celebrated the abandonment of human compassion. The ceremony reached its climax when the boat carrying the effigy was pushed out onto the lake. Flames erupted from the water around it, hidden gas jets, I realised, creating the illusion of supernatural fire. The figure in the boat burned quickly, the white cloth falling away to reveal... I still can't be certain what I saw. In the flickering light, with smoke obscuring my vision and my mind reeling from the horror of it all, it might have been an elaborately constructed mannequin. The realistic movement could have been caused by the flames consuming internal supports. The sounds, brief, high-pitched, quickly cut off, might have been air escaping from burning materials. But the way some of the robed figures wept as the fire consumed its offering, the way others cheered with genuine ecstasy, suggested something far more sinister than theatrical pageantry. As the flames died down, the crowd began to disperse. I started to follow them back toward the cabins, but a hand fell on my shoulder. Mr. Grey. It was the old man from earlier, still wearing his ceremonial robes. You're invited to the Inner Circle gathering, a rare honour for a consultant. Before I could refuse, 2 other figures flanked me. Not threatening exactly, but their presence made it clear that declining wasn't an option. They led me deeper into the forest, away from the main paths, to a clearing I hadn't seen during my earlier reconnaissance. Here, perhaps 30 men stood in a circle around a fire pit carved directly into the bedrock. Unlike the theatrical grandeur of the main ceremony, this felt ancient and deadly serious. The Inner Circle ritual began at midnight. The participants had exchanged their dark robes for masks of polished bone, owl faces with hollow eye sockets that seemed to bore into your soul. They moved with practiced precision, suggesting this ceremony had been performed countless times before. The man who'd led the earlier ritual stepped into the centre of the circle. Without his presidential bearing and familiar voice, he seemed diminished, just another acolyte serving powers older than nations. "Brothers of the Inner Grove," he intoned, "we gather to receive the wisdom of the Ancient Ones, and to consecrate the plans that will shape the world's destiny." The response came in a language I didn't recognise at first, harsh consonants and guttural vowels that seemed to bypass the conscious mind and speak directly to something primal and terrified in the human psyche. But as my Navy intelligence training kicked in, I began to parse familiar elements. This was Akkadian, the ancient language of Mesopotamia, dead for over 2,000 years. They were chanting the names of forgotten gods and promising them sacrifices of nations. Symbols were drawn in the ash around the fire pit, not random occult doodles, but specific sigils I recognised from declassified CIA documents. Project MK-Ultra had experimented with ritualistic programming, using ancient symbols and dead languages to bypass conscious resistance in human subjects. The research had supposedly been discontinued in the 1970s. Apparently it had just moved to a more exclusive venue. The ceremony continued for hours. Maps were produced and spread on the ground, not of geographical territories, but of economic zones, resource deposits, population centres. Plans were discussed in mixture of English and Akkadian, but the intent was clear enough. Wars to be started, governments to be toppled, populations to be controlled. And through it all, the participants spoke of themselves not as American leaders serving American interests, but as servants of the Ancient Ones, preparing the world for some greater transformation. "The harvest approaches," one masked figure intoned. "The sleepers must be awakened. The old seals must be broken." "In the name of those who wait in the deep places," the circle responded, "let the work continue." I crouched in the shadows beyond the firelight, recording everything on a digital audio device I'd hidden in my shoe. But as the night wore on, I began to understand that what I was witnessing wasn't just corruption or conspiracy in any conventional sense. These men genuinely believed they were serving inhuman masters. Whether those masters were real or imagined didn't matter. The policies they were planning would affect millions of lives based on the whims of entities that viewed humanity as livestock. The ritual concluded with each participant drinking from a silver chalice and making individual pledges. The liquid looked black in the firelight, and several men convulsed briefly after drinking, their eyes rolling back to show only white. As dawn approached, the circle dissolved. The participants removed their masks, revealed themselves to be exactly who I'd suspected. Former presidents, current senators, military leaders, corporate titans. They shook hands and exchanged quiet words like businessmen concluding a profitable meeting, which in a sense they were. I made it back to my cabin as the first light filtered through the redwood canopy, but I knew I couldn't stay much longer. Whatever protection my forged identity provided was wearing thin. Too many meaningful looks, too many knowing smiles. They were playing with me, letting me see just enough to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. But there was one more place I needed to investigate before I could flee. The lodge marked Styx, access by code only, sat apart from the main camp, connected by a service road that didn't appear on any of the maps provided to guests. I'd noticed it during my first day's reconnaissance, but hadn't found an opportunity to investigate. The building itself was unremarkable. Standard wooden construction that matched the other lodges, designed to blend into the forest environment. But the security was anything but standard. Biometric scanners, electromagnetic locks, motion sensors that could detect a heartbeat from 50 feet away. Fortunately, my anonymous benefactor had provided more than just a forged access pass. Hidden in the lining of my suit jacket was a USB device that looked like a standard thumb drive, but contained sophisticated hacking tools developed by someone with serious technical skills. When plugged into the lodge's security system, it created a temporary blind spot in the sensors and provided the access codes needed to bypass the locks. Whoever wanted me to see what lay inside had planned this infiltration down to the smallest detail. The lodge's interior was a facade. Behind a false wall accessed by yet another hidden panel, stairs led down into the bedrock beneath the forest. The passage was older than the buildings above, carved stone rather than modern construction, lit by electric fixtures that had been retrofitted into ancient sconces. At the bottom of the stairs, a heavy oak door opened onto a chamber that took my breath away. The room stretched far beyond what should have been possible given the lodge's footprint above. Stone shelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound journals, rolled documents, and artefacts that seemed to span centuries. At the centre of the chamber stood a massive table carved from a single piece of black stone, its surface covered with maps, blueprints, and what appeared to be governmental documents bearing official seals. I started with the journals, selecting one at random from a shelf marked 1923 to 1945. The handwriting was elegant, old-fashioned, but the contents were anything but quaint. The European situation proceeds according to plan. Our associates in Berlin understand their role, though they believe themselves to be serving the fatherland rather than the ancient ones. The sacrifice of the lesser peoples will provide the spiritual energy necessary for the next phase of the great work. Another journal, this one more recent. Operation Mockingbird exceeds all expectations. The media outlets respond to our guidance without question, believing they serve journalistic integrity, while actually perpetuating the narratives required for population control. The sleeping masses accept whatever reality we provide. But it was the documents on the central table that truly shattered my understanding of how the world worked. Blueprints for the USA Patriot Act dated 6 months before September 11th, 2001. Battle plans for the invasion of Iraq, complete with fabricated intelligence reports about weapons of mass destruction. Early drafts of social media algorithms designed not to connect people, but to divide them into manageable, controllable factions. And newer documents that made my blood run cold. Plans for a global pandemic response that prioritized control over public health. Blueprints for digital currency systems that would eliminate financial privacy entirely. Population reduction strategies disguised as environmental initiatives. The most disturbing document was a roster of participants going back to the 1870s, when the Bohemian Club was first founded. Names I recognized from history textbooks, titans of the Gilded Age who'd shaped America's industrial development. But also names that shouldn't have been there. Figures from much earlier periods, some dating back centuries. Either the record keeping was fantastically inaccurate, or some of these participants weren't entirely human. At the bottom of the most recent page, A note in fresh handwriting. E. Granger, journalist. Witnessed Inner Circle ceremony. July 16th, 2023. Asset or liability. Recommend termination if no compliance by dawn July 18th. They knew exactly who I was, had known from the moment I'd walked through their gates, the anonymous email, the forged pass, the convenient access codes. It had all been an elaborate test. And I was apparently failing. A motion sensor somewhere in the chamber beeped softly. Red lights began flashing along the walls. In the distance I could hear the sound of heavy footsteps descending the stone stairs. I grabbed as many documents as I could carry, stuffed them into my jacket and looked for another way out. But there was only one exit, and it was about to be filled with very unfriendly people. The footsteps were getting closer. Voices echoed down the stairwell. Professional, clipped. The kind of tactical communication used by military operators. But then the lights went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a moment later, bathing everything in hellish red. And in that brief moment of darkness, I heard something that shouldn't have been possible. A voice speaking directly into my mind, words that bypassed my ears entirely. Run, little journalist. Run and tell the world what you've seen. But know that the telling will be your doom, and the world's salvation requires far greater sacrifices than one man's life. When the emergency light stabilised, a section of the stone wall had opened, revealing a narrow tunnel that led deeper into the earth. I didn't hesitate. Whatever entity had just spoken to me, whether it was one of the ancient ones or something else entirely, it was offering me a chance to escape. I took it. The tunnel system beneath the grove was extensive and clearly ancient. Carved passages connected natural caves, creating a network that probably extended for miles underground. The walls were covered with symbols similar to those I'd seen during the Inner Circle ceremony, but these were older, deeper, worn smooth by centuries of whatever had moved through these spaces. I followed the main passage for what felt like hours, guided by phosphorescent moss that provided just enough light to avoid the worst obstacles. Behind me, I could hear sounds of pursuit, voices, flashlight beams, the occasional echo of radio communication. But the sounds were growing fainter, suggesting that my pursuers either couldn't find the tunnel entrance or were reluctant to follow me into the deep places beneath the forest. Eventually the passage began to slope upward. Fresh air carried the scent of rain and growing things. A natural opening concealed by hanging vines led out into the forest several miles from the main grove compound. I emerged to find the sky filled with storm clouds. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the first fat raindrops were beginning to fall. Perfect cover for an escape, if I could make it to my car before the Grove's security forces expanded their search perimeter. But as I made my way through the forest, I realised I wasn't alone. Figures moved between the trees, not the tactical teams I'd expected, but something far stranger. They wore the bone-white owl masks from the Inner Circle ceremony, but their movements were wrong, too fluid, too precise. And their eyes glowed with a faint bioluminescence that had nothing to do with reflected light. "The journalist sees too much," one of them said, the words somehow audible despite the increasing thunder. "The ancient ones are displeased." "But the compact must be honoured," another replied. "He was brought here for a purpose. Let him carry the message to the outer world. Let them know what awaits." I ran. Behind me, inhuman laughter echoed through the forest. Not pursuit exactly, but something far more unsettling. The sound of predators who were confident their prey could never truly escape. I reached my rental car as the storm broke in earnest. Rain pounded the windshield as I drove through the night, taking back roads and avoiding the main highways. In my jacket pocket, the stolen documents felt like they were burning against my chest. But I'd made it out. I had evidence. I had proof of the conspiracy that shaped world events from the shadows of a California forest. Or so I thought. I uploaded everything to an offshore server farm in Iceland. Documents, audio recordings, photographs, detailed notes of everything I'd witnessed. Multiple backup copies, distributed through anonymous networks, protected by military-grade encryption. Within 6 hours, every file had been corrupted or deleted. My apartment was ransacked while I was at an internet cafe, uploading the files. Nothing obviously stolen, but every electronic device had been confiscated or destroyed. My laptop, phone, backup drives, even the digital camera I'd left in a drawer, all gone. The mainstream media ignored my story completely. Alternative news sites that initially showed interest suddenly went silent. Forum posts about the Grove were deleted within minutes of being posted. It was as if the entire internet had been scrubbed of any reference to what I'd discovered. But the worst part was the dreams. Every night since my escape, I've been visited by visions of the Ancient Ones. Vast, tentacled entities that exist in spaces between dimensions, feeding on human suffering and preparing for some cosmic transformation that will remake reality according to their twisted desires. They show me glimpses of the future they're working to create. Cities drowned beneath black oceans, skies filled with screaming winds, populations reduced to cattle serving inhuman masters. And they whisper that I'm not a hero or a journalist or even a victim. I'm a messenger. They wanted someone to witness their ceremony, to understand the scope of their power, to carry word of their inevitable victory to the outside world. Not to warn humanity. Warnings imply the possibility of resistance, but to spread the despair that will make their final conquest easier. Every word I write, every person I tell, every attempt to expose the truth only serves their greater purpose. The corruption of hope, the murder of faith in human institutions, the slow transformation of free people into willing slaves. I'm writing this final entry from a motel room in Reno. I've been driving for 3 days, never staying in one place for more than a few hours. But I know it doesn't matter. They're not hunting me because they don't need to. I'm already serving their purpose just by existing, just by remembering what I saw in the Grove. The cremation of care wasn't just a ritual, it was a recruitment ceremony. And I wasn't an infiltrator, I was an initiate. Tonight, I'll drive east toward the desert. Maybe I'll find some way to break the cycle, to turn their own trap against them. Or maybe I'll just disappear into the wasteland and let the truth die with me. But if you're reading this, if somehow these words have reached you despite all their efforts to control the flow of information, then remember this. They call it the cremation of care, but what they really burn is conscience. And when the fires die down, the world grows a little colder, a little darker, a little more ready for the Ancient Ones to reclaim what they consider their rightful dominion. The fire in the Grove never really goes out. It just spreads, invisible and inexorable, consuming everything human until only the shadows remain. And in those shadows something very old and very hungry is waiting to be born. Tonight, I'll be your guide on a journey into one of the coldest and most enduring mysteries of the Cold War era. I want you to picture this. It's a winter night deep in the Ural Mountains, 1959. A group of young adventurers huddles in a tent on the snowy slope of a peak ominously called Dead Mountain. They're laughing, jotting down journal entries by flashlight and planning tomorrow's trek. They don't know it yet, but this will be their last night alive. This is the true story of the Dyatlov Pass incident, a mystery that has haunted investigators for decades. My name is James, and I've spent weeks poring over old case files, diaries, and witness reports about what happened to those 9 hikers in 1959. The more I dig, the more the Dyatlov Pass incident feels like a nightmare straddling the line between fact and fiction. So, let's delve into it together step by step as if we're investigators unravelling a case file. The story begins in late January 1959. 10 experienced ski hikers from the Ural Polytechnical Institute set out on an expedition to reach a mountain called a Taurton in the northern Urals. They were all in their early 20s, 7 men and 2 women, except for one older instructor, and were led by a 23-year-old radio engineering student named Igor Dyatlov. On January 23, 1959, the Dyatlov group received their route book and left the city of Sverdlovsk, today's Yekaterinburg, by train. You can imagine them on that train, excited, full of youthful bravado, maybe singing along to a mandolin one of them brought for the journey. After 2 days on trains, the party reached Ivdel, a remote town at the edge of the northern Ural Mountains, which also housed a Soviet Gulag camp for criminals. From Ivdel, they travelled by bus and then hitched a ride in the back of a woodcutter's truck to a settlement called Vizhai, the last inhabited village to the north. The locals in Vijay must have looked at these university students with a mix of admiration and concern. The route they planned to traverse was rated Category 3, the most difficult, and they were attempting it in February, the cruelest time of year. On January 27th, the Dyatlov group left Vijay and began their trek into the wilderness. One member, Yuri Yudin, had been struggling with health issues. He had rheumatism and a congenital defect that caused knee pain. By January 28th, Yudin's joint pain became too severe. Reluctantly, he turned back toward Vijay, unable to continue. He had no idea that by saving himself, he was sealing his fate as the expedition's sole survivor. Yuri Yudin would never see his friends alive again. The remaining 9 hikers pressed on into the wild, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Through diaries and photographs recovered later, investigators have pieced together their route. By January 31st, the group had reached the edge of a highland area and cached surplus food and equipment in a wooded valley to be used for the return trip. They joked around, took photos, and even made a little mock newspaper they titled the Evening Autoton, in which one entry humorously proclaimed, "From now on, we know that the snowmen exist," likely a tongue-in-cheek reference to local Yeti legends. Despite the exhaustion and cold, their spirits were high. On February 1st, the team started to move through a mountain pass, later named Dyatlov Pass after this incident, with the plan to camp on the other side that night. But the weather turned on them. A howling snowstorm and blinding wind caused Dyatlov's team to lose their direction on the barren slopes. Instead of crossing the pass into the shelter of the valley beyond, they had veered west, finding themselves on the flank of a mountain called Kholat Shakal, which in the local Mansi language means dead mountain. By the time they realised their mistake, it was late in the day, and visibility was near zero from the blowing snow. Rather than descend 1.5 kilometres down into the forest for cover, Igor Dyatlov decided to pitch their tent right there on the mountainside in the open. Perhaps he didn't want to lose the altitude they'd gained, or perhaps he wanted to prove they could handle camping on an exposed slope in a blizzard. The 9 of them set up their large tent on the bare snow, chopping into the slope for a flat spot. It was a decision that would be heavily scrutinised later. That evening of February 1st, 1959 must have been brutal. Temperatures were around minus 20 degrees Celsius, and winds roared over the pass. Still, inside the tent, the group was relatively secure. They had a warm dinner. Later forensic analysis of their stomach contents showed they ate around 6 to 7 p.m. In one of the last photos recovered from their cameras, they are seen joking and smiling as they set up camp in the twilight on February 1st. Despite the extreme cold and howling wind outside, they seemed in good spirits, jotting down journal entries and chatting as they settled in for the night. They could not have imagined the terror that was coming. Something happened in the dark early hours of February 2nd that changed everything. We don't have eyewitnesses to describe it. All we have is the evidence left behind, and that evidence reads like the opening scene of a horror film. Sometime after midnight, the tent was suddenly slashed open from the inside. The 9 campers, who had been sleeping or resting, burst out of their tent into a howling snowstorm in the pitch black of night. They left behind almost all their gear, boots, coats, hats, sleeping bags, axes, as if fleeing an imminent threat. Imagine the situation. It's minus 30 degrees Celsius, minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, outside, and yet something scared or startled them so badly that they ran out half-dressed and barefoot into the blizzard. Why? What could have terrified them, or otherwise compelled them to abandon their only shelter and run into certain death? That's the question investigators have grappled with for over 60 years. When the group failed to return to Vijay by February 12th as planned, there wasn't immediate alarm. Delays of a few days were common for such expeditions. But as day after day passed with no word, the hikers' families grew anxious. By February 20th, the relatives demanded a search and rescue operation. The Ural Polytechnic Institute sent student volunteers to scour the route, and soon the Soviet army and local militia police joined in, with planes and helicopters dispatched to aid the search. Rescuers faced brutal weather themselves, traversing deep snow and scanning miles of desolate terrain. Among the searchers was a student named Mikhail Sharavin, who on February 26th would make a chilling discovery. On February 26th, 1959, Sharavin's search team was moving along the slopes of Kolatchakal when he spotted something odd sticking out of the snow. As they got closer, they realised it was a corner of the missing group's tent, collapsed and half buried in the snow. Sharavin used an ice pick to hack open the tent's entrance, which was blocked with snow. The sight inside the tent baffled him. The tent's canvas had been slashed open from the inside with a knife, and although it was damaged and partially snow-filled, almost all the hiker's belongings were still neatly arranged inside. He found blankets and coats laid out, a row of boots, axes and flashlights set to the sides, a map and official papers, a little pile of money and even a flask of alcohol. In one corner was a plate with slices of sayalo pork fat, as if someone had been in the middle of fixing a snack. It was like a snapshot frozen in time. The tent felt orderly, not like it had been ripped apart by an external force. Sharavin later said it was as if the campers had been interrupted in the middle of dinner, then fled in a rush. The scene sent shivers down his spine. Why would experienced hikers cut open their only shelter and run away without boots or coats? Outside the tent, the search team found footprints in the snow, and they only deepened the mystery. There were 9 sets of prints, which matched the number of missing hikers. They could see the impressions of feet wearing only socks, or a single shoe, and some barefoot. You could even make out toe marks in the frozen snow. The tracks indicated that the hikers had not run in a wild panic, but rather walked fast or at a hurried shuffle down the slope, in an organised single file. The rescuers followed these tracks downhill in the direction of a dense forest. Incredibly, the footprints continued for about 500 metres before they were obscured by fresh snow. It was as if the group had intentionally headed toward the forest, perhaps seeking shelter or regrouping. Sharavin and the others were utterly perplexed. What on earth could have made these seasoned hikers leave their tent in sub-zero cold, partially dressed and even barefoot, walking away calmly into the night? With dusk approaching on February 26th, the searchers had to pause the search until morning, haunted by the enigma they'd uncovered. The next day, the search parties fanned out from the tent down toward the forest. At the forest's edge, under a large Siberian cedar tree, Sharavin and his comrades found the charred remains of a small fire. Near that fire lay the first 2 bodies. What they saw defied explanation. Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko, were found side by side in the snow, shoeless and dressed only in their underwear. The branches on the cedar above them were broken up to 5 meters high, as if someone had climbed up into the tree. Indeed, bits of skin and torn clothing were found on the bark. It looked like one of them had frantically clambered up the cedar, either to get a better view of the area, perhaps trying to spot the tent in the dark, or to escape something. Krivonishenko's corpse had burns on parts of his body, and in a grim detail he had a piece of flesh missing from his right hand. It turned out he had bitten off a chunk of his own knuckle, possibly in an attempt to stay conscious or stifle a scream while dying of cold. Both men's hands and feet were deep reddish-brown, a sign of frostbite, and maybe the last attempt to warm their limbs by the fire. The tree's branches had been stripped for kindling, but the fire they managed to build was small and had burned out by the time they died. The image of these 2 friends huddled by a dead fire, slowly freezing to death in their underwear under a sky of endless black, is something I can't easily shake off. About 300 meters away from the cedar tree, toward the tent, the searchers found the body of Igor Dyatlov. He was lying face up in the snow, head oriented toward the tent up the slope, as if he had been trying to crawl back that way. Dyatlov was better dressed than the 2 under the tree. He wore a flannel shirt, a sweater, and pants, but notably, he had no coat and no boots, only socks on his feet. One arm was frozen upright, reaching toward the sky, clutching a small birch branch. His other hand was pressed to his chest. People who saw his body remarked that he appeared to be protecting something in his jacket or close to his heart. Perhaps a photograph or his notebook, though nothing of note was found on his chest. His face, when they cleared the snow, was strangely calm, eyes open. Not far from Dyatlov, searchers found Zinaida Zina Kolmogorova, a 22-year-old female student in the group. Xena was better dressed than Igor. She had on 2 sweaters and 2 pants, but she too lacked boots, wearing only socks. Her body was turned toward the tent and her arms were extended forward, bent at the elbows, as if she had been crawling uphill on her stomach, desperately trying to get back to the tent before the cold overtook her. On Xena's right side, the searchers noted a long, bright red bruise running along her torso, resembling a blunt force injury from a baton or the butt of a rifle. It was an odd injury to see, given that she had no other major external wounds. It took a few more days until March 5th to find Rustem Slobodin, the last of these first 5 bodies. Slobodin, 23, was discovered face down in the snow about 480 metres from the cedar, roughly halfway back toward the tent. He was dressed more warmly than the others. He had a long-sleeve undershirt, a sweater, 2 pairs of pants, 4 pairs of socks, and 1 felt-lined boot on his right foot, but his head was bare and his left foot was only in a sock. In his right hand, Slobodin clenched a small pocket knife, closed. An autopsy would later reveal that Slobodin had a fracture in his skull, about 7 inches long, consistent with a blunt impact. However, this crack in his skull was not deemed a fatal wound. The medical examiner thought Rustem could have sustained it during a fall and continued moving for at least an hour afterward. Like Dyatlov, Kolmogorova, Doroshenko and Krivonishenko, Rustem Slobodin ultimately died of hypothermia. In fact, the first 5 bodies found all had no life-threatening external injuries. They had perished from the unforgiving cold. Slobodin's watch was found shattered and stopped at 8:45, though it's unclear if that was 8:45 a.m. or p.m, or even 8:45 on a different date. It was as if time itself froze at that moment. Now imagine being Yuri Yudin, the one who had turned back, called in to identify the bodies of your friends. One by one, the first 5 corpses were airlifted to the morgue in Ivdel for autopsy and identification. Yudin, with a heavy heart, confirmed their identities. But 4 members of the Dyatlov party were still missing. Weeks passed with no sign of them. The winter snows began to melt under the early spring sun. It wasn't until May, nearly 3 months later, that nature revealed the remaining victims, turning the mystery into something even more haunting. On May 4th, a Mansi tribesman named Kurin and his dog were assisting the search, when the dog picked up a scent near a rocky ravine further into the woods from the cedar tree. About 75 metres beyond the cedar and 1,500 metres from the tent, in a snow-filled ravine, searchers discovered a few torn pieces of clothing on a branch. Digging down, they uncovered the final 4 bodies buried under nearly 4 metres of snow. These were Lyudmila, Luda Dubinina, Semyon, Alexander, Zolotaryov, Nikolai Thibault-Brignol, and Alexander Kolovatov. They were lying about 75 metres further into the forest from the cedar, at the bottom of that ravine. Notably, 3 of the 4 were better dressed than the others, and it appeared they had taken clothes from those who died earlier. Dubinina, for example, was found wearing Krivonishenko's torn and burned brown trousers, and her foot was wrapped in a piece of his wool sweater. Zolotaryov, the 38-year-old, was found wearing Dubinina's faux fur coat and hat. Kolovatov had put on a spare sweater and pants, likely from one of the others. This exchange of clothing suggests that when some members of the group died, the last survivors stripped the dead of usable clothing to keep themselves alive, a tragic but practical act of survival. But the condition of these 4 bodies deepened the mystery rather than solved it. Unlike the first 5, 3 of these 4 had fatal physical injuries that were utterly horrifying. Nikolai Thibault-Brignol had suffered a massive skull fracture. His skull was literally crushed, the fracture measuring about 8 inches. Lyudmila Dubinina and Semyon Zolotaryov both had their chests caved in, with multiple ribs broken on each side. Dubinina had 10 ribs fractured, and Zolotaryov had 5 ribs fractured. A forensic doctor who examined the bodies said that the force required to produce such injuries would have been extremely high, comparable to that of a car crash. In other words, something had delivered an immense pressure or impact to their bodies. Strangely, none of these 3 had any external wounds or bruises corresponding to the lethal internal damage. It was as if they'd been hit by a shockwave or squeezed by a tremendous force without breaking the skin. The fourth person in the ravine, Alexander Kolevatov, had a less clear cause of death. He had a broken nose, an open wound behind his ear, and a deformed neck, but his injuries were not as catastrophic as the others. It's believed Kolevatov also died of hypothermia, possibly after sustaining some trauma. And then there were the gruesome details that truly made this case infamous. All four of these people in the ravine had some form of soft tissue damage to the head and face that wasn't seen in the others. Lyudmila Dubinina was missing her tongue, her eyes, part of her lips, and even a bit of her skull bone. Semyon Zolotaryov was missing his eyeballs, and Alexander Kolevatov was missing his eyebrows. These shocking injuries naturally gave rise to lurid theories. Was the group attacked by someone or something that ripped out tongues and eyes? However, the medical experts had a more mundane explanation. The four in the ravine were found in a stream bed. During the 3 months before they were found, water and scavenging animals likely caused the soft tissue of their faces to decompose or be eaten away. In Dubinina's case, the autopsy noted that her stomach contained about 100 grams of coagulated blood, suggesting her heart was still beating when her tongue was removed, meaning the tongue likely decomposed or was scavenged very soon after her death. As horrifying as these injuries sound, investigators believe they were post-mortem effects, not violence inflicted while alive. Still, when these details became public, they fueled wild speculation about murderous attackers or supernatural evil. It didn't help that Zolotaryov was found with a camera around his neck, different from the other cameras found in the tent, and his hand holding a pen and notepad, as if he died trying to write something down. Unfortunately, whatever he intended to note was never written. The pad was blank. The investigators in 1959 were at a loss to come up with a satisfying explanation for all this. A criminal inquest began as a matter of procedure, since several of the deaths involved injuries. They first suspected that the native Malassi people, reindeer herders of the region, might have attacked the campers for trespassing on sacred land. But that theory was quickly dispelled. The only footprints found at the scene were those of the hikers themselves, and there were no signs of hand-to-hand struggle on the bodies. In fact, the Mansi had helped in the search, and had no history of hostile encounters with hikers. Next, investigators considered an avalanche, but the pattern of the tent and the footprints suggested otherwise. We'll revisit that later. As for animal attack, no large animal tracks were found, and the violent injuries didn't have the telltale marks of claws or teeth. The Soviet authorities were left to conclude that no other humans were involved in the Dyatlov group's demise. One of the doctors famously commented that the force which killed Dubinina and Zolotaryov was more than any human could inflict. No human could be powerful enough to cause such damage. One piece of information emerged that added a strange Cold War twist. When the forensic analysts tested the hikers' clothing, they found unusual levels of radiation on some of the garments. Specifically, Dubinina's brown sweater and Krivonishenko's wool pants were found to be radioactive. This discovery didn't make sense in a hiking context, and was not something the average person could detect. It was only found because one investigator had access to a Geiger counter. The presence of radiation fueled speculation that the Dyatlov party had encountered some secret weapon or radioactive fallout. However, a closer look provided a more ordinary explanation. Yuri Krivonishenko had previously worked at the Montauk nuclear facility and was involved in cleaning up a major nuclear accident in 1957, the Kishtim disaster. It's very possible his clothes were contaminated from that event and still carried traces of radiation. Likewise, Alexander Kolevatov had studied nuclear physics and worked at a secret institute in Moscow, which might explain contamination on some items. In short, the radiation might not have had anything to do with the incident. It could have been a red herring. Still, the fact that their skin reportedly had a deep tan, and some of their hair had turned grey when relatives saw the bodies only intensified rumours of some nuclear or chemical exposure. Authorities claimed the skin tanning was a natural mummification effect from lying in the sun and cold for weeks, and that hair can turn colour from exposure or the embalming process. But to grieving families in 1959, radioactive clothes and orange skin sounded like the stuff of government cover-ups and sci-fi nightmares. By May 1959, the official investigation was drawing to a close without a concrete answer. The lead investigator, Lev Ivanov, was under pressure to wrap it up. In his final report, Ivanov wrote that the hikers died because of the effect of an unknown compelling force. It was a vague catch-all phrase, essentially admitting that they couldn't figure it out. No external culprits could be identified, and the case was therefore closed without any criminal charges. The files were stamped secret and filed away in a Soviet archive. The Dyatlov Pass area was also declared off-limits to other expeditions for the next 3 years, supposedly to prevent any more tragedies, though some see it as an attempt to keep curious eyes away. The inquest's official finding was that the group members died due to a compelling natural force, a phrase that raised more questions than it answered. Imagine the weight of that silence. 9 young lives lost, and their families were told they would never know exactly how or why. In the Soviet Union of 1959, that was that. Some of the parents and siblings sensed a cover-up. Zina Kolmogoreva's mother, for instance, and Igor Dyatlov's parents all received hushed warnings from officials. The families were explicitly told, "You will never know the truth, so stop asking questions." In those days, if the party or KGB told you to be quiet, you stayed quiet, out of fear. So the families buried their children without knowing what really happened, and the Dyatlov incident faded into an eerie Cold War legend whispered about in Ural classrooms and mountaineering clubs. As for Yuri Yudin, the sole survivor who wasn't even there, he lived the rest of his life with survivor's guilt and a burning desire to find the truth. Yudin repeatedly insisted that his friends did not die due to some simple natural accident. He felt in his gut that something else, something man-made, had to have caused it. In interviews before his death in 2013, Yuri Yudin openly voiced his belief that the Soviet authorities knew more than they let on about the incident. In fact, not long before he died, Yudin publicly stated that he believed his teammates had been taken out of the tent at gunpoint and murdered. He even speculated that Dubinina's tongue was cut out by perpetrators because she was the most outspoken of the group. These are incredibly serious accusations, and they were never proven. Yudin admitted he had no evidence, just deep suspicions after a lifetime of thinking about it. Whether Yudin was right or wrong, his perspective shows just how deeply the Dyatlov mystery can burrow into someone's soul. So, here we are decades later, with more questions than answers. I'm a modern-day investigator, combing through the remnants of old reports and new theories. As I piece together each bit of evidence, I feel that cold wind from Dead Mountain blowing through the decades. The Dyatlov Pass incident has become one of the world's most enduring mysteries, precisely because it sits at the crossroads of the explicable and the baffling. Over the years, numerous theories have been put forward to explain it, some grounded in scientific reasoning, others veering into the paranormal or conspiratorial. Let's examine these theories one by one, like branching investigative paths, and see where each leads. Keep in mind, any good explanation must account for all the odd details we've discussed: the torn tent, the state of undress, the bizarre injuries, the radiation, the reports of strange lights in the sky, the secrecy. It's a tall order, but let's walk these paths together. The first path is the one that the Russian authorities themselves eventually settled on: an avalanche. For many, this is the most straightforward explanation. Picture the scenario. The Dyatlov group is asleep in their tent on the slope, when suddenly a slab of heavy snow above them fractures and slides down onto the tent. The tent fabric begins to collapse and they hear the roar of snow. In a flash, the group panics. They believe a full avalanche is about to bury them. In seconds, they grab a knife, slash open the tent from the inside, because the entrance is blocked or hard to open under the weight of snow, and they flee into the night wearing whatever they had on at that moment. This theory gained significant traction, and in fact in 2019 to 2020 the Russian government reinvestigated Dyatlov Pass and concluded that a slab avalanche was the official cause of death. Later that year, a team of scientists published new computer simulations supporting the plausibility of an avalanche. In this case, the most appealing aspect of the avalanche theory is that the hiker's actions no longer seem irrational under this lens. If you believe an avalanche is about to crush you, doing whatever it takes to get out of the tent and moving to safer ground is exactly the right response. And indeed, everything the Dyatlov group did after leaving the tent can be seen as textbook survival behaviour once you assume an avalanche threat. The theory goes like this. A slab of snow, perhaps loosened by the wind or the heat from their stove earlier, slid and partially buried the tent, making loud cracks and rumbles. The experienced hikers immediately and calmly initiated an emergency evacuation. They cut their way out of the tent and headed for ground that would be safe from a larger avalanche, which in this case meant moving toward the tree line on the far side of the pass. They didn't take time to put on boots or grab equipment because every second mattered. In their minds, they had to get clear of the avalanche path. In just their socks and light clothes, they made it about a mile downslope to the forest. There they regrouped and tried to stay warm by building a fire. We saw evidence of that by the cedar. They also dug a snow cave as a shelter. The ravine where the last four were found had branches laid out on the floor, signs. This is his account of what lies beneath Area 52. My name is Cal Monroe. I'm 33 years old, ex-Air Force avionics technician, and for the past 5 years I've made a decent living as a private defence contractor. I fix things that fly, things that shouldn't fly, and occasionally things that definitely don't fly but somehow do anyway. I thought I'd seen everything the military-industrial complex had to offer. I was wrong. It started with a phone call on a Tuesday morning in March. Unknown number, but the voice was crisp, professional, government-trained. Mr. Monroe, my name is Dr. Sarah Chen. I represent a joint task force conducting classified operations research. Your security clearance and technical expertise have brought you to our attention for a temporary but high-priority assignment. I'd heard this song before. Black budget projects, need to know basis, substantial compensation for keeping your mouth shut. But something in her tone was different. There was an undercurrent of urgency, fear. I couldn't place it. Where and when? I asked. Location will be disclosed upon acceptance. Duration, 2 weeks maximum. Compensation, $50,000 plus hazard pay. 50 grand for 2 weeks. That was nearly double my usual rate. Red flags should have been waving, but the number was too good to ignore. My ex-wife's alimony payments weren't getting any smaller. I'm listening. The paperwork arrived by courier within 2 hours. I'd never seen NDAs this comprehensive. Digital signature pads that displayed the documents for exactly 60 seconds before wiping clean. Multiple biometric scans. Even a psychological evaluation that asked questions like, have you ever experienced temporal displacement? And rate your comfort level with non-terrestrial phenomena on a scale of 1 to 10. The strangest part was the location designation. Grid K22, Tonopah Test Range Complex, Nevada. Not Groom Lake, not Area 51. Somewhere else entirely. Dr. Chen called back that evening. Mr. Monroe, are you familiar with misdirection theory? In what context? In the context of public attention. Area 51 has been in the public consciousness for decades. Books, movies, documentaries. Everyone knows about Groom Lake. Your point? My point, Mr. Monroe, is that Area 51 is the misdirection. Area 52 is the vault. 3 days later, I was on an unmarked charter flight from McCarran Airport to Tonopah. No other passengers, no flight attendant. Just me and a pilot who never spoke. The landscape below shifted from Vegas sprawl to endless desert, then to mountains that seemed to go on forever. We landed on a strip I couldn't find on any map. A black SUV waited, engine running. The driver was military. That much was obvious from his posture and the way his eyes never stopped moving. He handed me a tablet with a single document. Temporary assignment brief. Classification level. UMBRACLEAR. Umbra? I asked. Above top secret, he said. His voice sounded like he gargled gravel. You'll be working with 3 other contractors. Your job is simple. Maintain power grid integrity for Zone Echo 9. Don't ask questions about what's in Echo 9. Don't try to access Echo 9 without clearance. Don't discuss Echo 9 with anyone outside your assigned team. We drove for 20 minutes through terrain that looked like the surface of Mars. No roads, just tyre tracks in the sand. Finally we reached what looked like a mining operation. Corrugated metal buildings, a few trucks, some kind of elevator shaft descending into the mountain. The elevator had no buttons, no controls, no floor indicator, just smooth steel walls and a humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The military escort, I never got his name, stood silent as we descended, and descended and descended, and I counted. 19 levels down, the elevator finally stopped. The doors opened onto a corridor that belonged in a science fiction movie. Polished white walls, LED strips running along the ceiling, and a silence so complete it felt oppressive. The air smelled like ozone and something else, something organic and wrong. 3 other contractors were waiting in what looked like a briefing room. Maria Santos, electrical engineer from Lockheed, Tom Brady, no relation to the quarterback he was quick to point out, systems analyst from Raytheon, and Jennifer Walsh, computer specialist whose previous work was so classified she couldn't tell us who she'd worked for. The briefing was conducted by a man who introduced himself only as Director Hayes, tall, grey-haired, with the kind of eyes that had seen too much and remembered everything. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here to maintain critical infrastructure for Project Kairos. What that project involves is not your concern. Your job is to ensure uninterrupted power flow to Zone Echo 9 and to report any anomalies immediately. Tom raised his hand. What kind of anomalies should we expect? Hayes stared at him for a long moment. The kind you don't ask questions about, Mr. Brady. He led us through a series of corridors to what he called the technical sector. Banks of monitors, server racks and control panels that looked like they belonged on a spaceship. At the centre of it all was a massive power distribution hub feeding something deeper in the complex. Zone Echo 9 requires constant power, Hayes explained. Any interruption longer than 30 seconds triggers automatic lockdown procedures. You don't want lockdown procedures to trigger. Why? Jennifer asked. Hayes looked at her the same way he'd looked at Tom. Because, Miss Walsh, lockdown procedures have never been tested, and we'd prefer to keep it that way. My shift started at midnight. The night crew was just me and Jennifer. Maria and Tom worked days. The complex felt different at night. Sounds carried farther. Shadows seemed deeper, and there was a vibration in the floor so subtle you might miss it if you weren't paying attention. But I was always paying attention. The power readings for Echo 9 were unlike anything I'd ever seen. The zone was drawing nearly a megawatt continuously, but the consumption patterns were irregular. Spikes and valleys that followed no logical sequence. It reminded me of a heartbeat, if heartbeats could be measured in kilowatts. Jennifer was monitoring the security feeds from her station, 12 screens showing various corridors and rooms throughout the complex. But I noticed something odd about the Echo 9 feeds. They had a 6-second delay. Every other camera was real-time, but the Echo 9 feeds looped the same 6 seconds over and over. Hey Jen, you seeing this camera glitch? She looked up from her work. What glitch? I pointed to the monitor. Echo 9, camera 7, it's looping. She frowned, typed something into her console. System shows all cameras functioning normally. But I could see it. The same security guard walking past the same door at the exact same moment, every 6 seconds. Like a GIF that never quite loaded properly. On my 3rd night, the temperature started fluctuating. The complex maintained a steady 68 degrees Fahrenheit, but my workstation kept shifting between freezing and sweltering. I checked the HVAC systems, all normal, but something was wrong. That's when I first saw the symbols. They were etched into the side of a server rack, symbols that definitely hadn't been there the night before. They looked almost like circuit diagrams, but wrong. Organic. like someone had tried to draw electronics using biological principles. I was examining them with a flashlight when I heard Jennifer gasp, "Cal, you need to see this." One of the Echo 9 corridor feeds had changed. Instead of the looping security guard, it showed an empty hallway, and at the end of that hallway, a door that was slowly opening. "That door's not supposed to open," Jennifer whispered. Through the opening we could see movement, not walking movement, flowing movement, like liquid light was pouring through the doorway. Then the feed cut to black. When it came back 30 seconds later, it was the same looping security guard, walking past the same closed door. But in that brief moment, I had seen something that changed everything. In the reflection on the polished floor just before the feed died, I saw an eye. Massive, silver, and definitely not human. It wasn't a ship in Echo 9, it was alive, and it had seen us watching. Tom Brady didn't show up for his shift on Thursday morning. Jennifer and I waited until 8 a.m. before calling Director Hayes. "Mr. Brady has been reassigned," Hayes said without explanation. "Continue your duties." But Tom's personal effects were still in the break room. His coffee mug was still half full, his jacket was draped over his chair like he'd just stepped out for a moment. Maria started acting strange that afternoon. She kept muttering to herself, checking the same readouts over and over. When I asked if everything was okay, she looked at me like she didn't recognise me for a moment. "The numbers don't add up," she said. "We're feeding Echo 9 enough power to run a small city, but the thermal output is all wrong. It's like the energy is going somewhere else." "Somewhere else like where?" "Somewhere else like not here." That night the emergency siren started blaring at 2:17 a.m, deafening klaxons that made your teeth ache. Jennifer and I looked at each other in panic. Was this the lockdown Hayes had warned us about? Then, as suddenly as they'd started, the siren stopped. Not gradually, they just cut off mid-wail, leaving a silence that felt heavier than the noise. Director Hayes appeared in our control room 5 minutes later, looking shaken but trying to hide it. "False alarm," he said. "Continue your duties." But I noticed he wouldn't make eye contact, and his hands were trembling. The next day, Maria didn't show up either. Reassigned, according to Hayes. But her car was still in the parking structure on level 2. Jennifer was barely holding it together. We were the only contractors left, and the weight of whatever was happening in Echo 9 was crushing both of us. She started accessing systems she wasn't supposed to touch, using admin passwords she shouldn't have known. "Jen, what are you doing?" "Finding answers," she said, fingers flying over the keyboard. "Tom gave me his access codes before he disappeared, told me something was wrong with the whole project." She pulled up internal communications, memoranda stamped with classification levels I'd never seen before. Umbra Clear was apparently the bottom tier. Above that was Majestic, then Zodiac, then classifications that were just numbers and symbols. One document caught my attention. Project Kairos, Phase 3 Implementation Status. The bioconductive interface has exceeded all expectations. Subject demonstrates rapid adaptation to containment protocols and has begun influencing local electromagnetic fields. Recommend immediate escalation of consciousness mapping procedures. Bioconductive interface. Subject. The thing in Echo 9 wasn't a ship or a piece of technology, it was a living being, and we were feeding it power. Another document, dated 3 days earlier. Minor containment fluctuation at 0217 hours. Subject achieved brief sensory extension beyond Echo 9 barriers. Security protocols held, but recommend enhanced isolation measures. Note: 3 personnel reported temporal displacement sensations during the event. Temporal displacement, the looping camera feeds, the missing contractors. Jennifer kept digging, and what she found made both of us understand why Tom and Maria had really vanished. A memo marked Operation Mirror Veil, historical context. Analysis of recovered materials suggests extra-dimensional rather than extraterrestrial origin. Entities exist outside linear temporal experience and demonstrate ability to manipulate local space-time fabric. The primary subject may not be an individual organism, but rather a projection or echo of a larger consciousness existing in parallel dimensional space. They weren't from another planet, they were from outside reality itself. Warning: prolonged exposure to subject may result in consciousness fragmentation, temporal perception anomalies, and in extreme cases complete displacement from baseline reality. Personnel experiencing symptoms should report immediately for neural recalibration. Neural recalibration. That's what happened to Tom and Maria. They hadn't been reassigned. They'd been broken by contact with whatever was in Echo 9. Jennifer was reading over my shoulder, her breathing getting faster and more shallow. "Cal," she whispered, "look at the date on this document." It was dated 6 months in the future. The older archives were stored in a vault I wasn't supposed to access, but Jennifer's hacking skills were getting desperate and creative. She'd found references to something called Operation Mirror Veil, a predecessor to Project Kairos that dated back to the 1970s. The files told a story that made my blood run cold. In 1978, a survey team at Tonopah detected unusual seismic activity. Not earthquakes, but something else. Tremors that seemed to follow mathematical patterns. Ground-penetrating radar revealed an anomalous void approximately 200 feet beneath the mountain, but when they drilled down to investigate, they found something impossible. The void was bigger on the inside than on the outside. The first recovery team brought back samples of what they thought was exotic matter, materials that didn't conform to known physics, but the materials weren't stable in our reality. They flickered in and out of existence, sometimes vanishing for hours before reappearing in a different location. That's when they realized they weren't dealing with alien technology. They were dealing with something that existed between dimensions, using our reality as an anchor point. The breakthrough came in 1983 when Dr. Elena Vasquez, a theoretical physicist working on Project Looking Glass, hypothesized that the entity was a reflection of human consciousness itself, not what we are, but what we could become if we existed outside the constraints of linear time and three-dimensional space. The entity demonstrates knowledge of events that have not yet occurred, and memories of possibilities that may never happen. It exists in a state of quantum superposition, experiencing all potential outcomes simultaneously. In effect, it is us, evolved beyond the limitations of singular timeline existence. But the most disturbing file was Dr. Vasquez's final report, dated just days before her own mysterious disappearance. The entity is not malevolent, but it is incompatible with baseline human consciousness. Contact results in expansion of awareness beyond what the human mind can process. Subjects begin perceiving multiple timelines simultaneously, experiencing past and future as present reality. The mind fractures under the weight of infinite possibility. We are not studying an alien intelligence. We are studying our own future, and that future is trying to communicate with us across dimensions we cannot comprehend. Recommendation: immediate cessation of all contact protocols. The entity's attempts at communication are causing reality fluctuations that may result in permanent temporal displacement of personnel. It is not trying to harm us, it is trying to save us, but salvation from its perspective means joining it in its multidimensional existence. We are not ready. Humanity is not ready. Perhaps we never will be. The final line of her report chilled me to the bone. They are not invaders, they are echoes of what we already were. Jennifer found Dr. Vasquez's personal logs hidden in an encrypted partition that should have been impossible to access. The encryption was 40 years old, but somehow the files were updating themselves in real time. Day 1. First direct communication attempt. Entity projects images directly into visual cortex. I see myself, but not myself. Versions of Elena Vasquez that exist in parallel timelines. In one, I never became a physicist. In another, I died in childhood. In a third, I am something that transcends human categorization entirely. Day 3. Time displacement events increasing. Experienced memories of conversations that haven't happened yet. Entity is teaching me to perceive beyond linear causality. It's beautiful and terrifying. Day 7. I understand now. They're not from there, because there is no there. They exist in the spaces between possibilities. They are what we become when we evolve beyond the need for singular reality. Day 12. The others don't understand. They think containment is possible, that we can study and control something that exists outside the concept of control. They're going to get people killed. Day 18. I can see the breach coming. 3 days from now, the entity will attempt to return to its dimensional matrix, but our containment protocols will interfere with the translation. The resulting paradox will create a reality fissure. I have to stop them, but I may already be too late. Time isn't working properly anymore. I keep experiencing this moment from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The logs ended there, but they were still updating. New entries appeared as we watched. Day 7305, still trying to warn them. Elena variants across multiple timelines attempting intervention. Breach inevitable. Cal Monroe will survive, but survival is relative when reality becomes negotiable. Jennifer and I stared at the screen in horror. Dr. Vasquez had been missing for 40 years, but somehow she was still writing reports. That's when the lights went out. Not gradually, they snapped off like someone had thrown a switch. Emergency lighting should have kicked in immediately, but we were left in absolute darkness. The only sound was the humming of the power grid, and even that was changing pitch, becoming something organic and musical. Then Jennifer screamed. I fumbled for my flashlight and found her standing rigid, staring at something I couldn't see. Her eyes were wide and silver, reflecting light that wasn't there. "Cal," she whispered, but her voice sounded like it was coming from multiple directions at once. "It's getting out." The corridor behind us was changing. The walls were flowing like water, stretching and contracting, and through the shifting architecture something was moving, not walking, sliding, like liquid mercury with purpose. I grabbed Jennifer's arm, but my hand passed through her. She was there, but not solid, flickering between dimensions like the exotic matter from the old files. "Run," she said, and her voice was fading. "It's not trying to hurt us, but we can't exist in the same space when the boundaries collapse." The entity emerged from Echo 9, and my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't silver or liquid or light. It was all of those things and none of them. It was possibility given form, consciousness without the limitations of physical existence. But looking at it directly was like staring into a mirror that showed you every version of yourself that had ever existed, or ever could exist. I saw Cal Monroe the child, Cal Monroe the old man, Cal Monroe who had never been born, Cal Monroe who had become something beyond human understanding. The security guards were there one moment and gone the next, not killed, but displaced. I watched them step backward through walls that had become permeable, their screams echoing from distances that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. I ran, down corridors that folded in on themselves, past rooms that were bigger inside than outside, through a facility that was reshaping itself according to rules I couldn't comprehend. My watch was recording everything on its built-in camera, military-grade equipment designed to function in electromagnetic interference. If I survived, at least there would be proof, if survival had any meaning when reality itself was in question. I found an elevator, the same elevator I'd taken down 19 levels, except now it was in a corridor that hadn't existed 5 minutes earlier. The button panel was melting and reforming, showing floor numbers that shifted between digits and symbols and sometimes weren't there at all. But it was the only way up. The elevator rose with the same smooth hum as before, but when the doors opened, I was back in the same corridor I'd just left. Same melting walls, same impossible geometry, same feeling that I was being watched by something that existed in more dimensions than I could perceive. I tried again. Same result. And again, same corridor. The entity wasn't trying to trap me, it was trying to communicate, but communication required shared reference points, and we had none. Its attempts to make contact were causing reality to loop, creating temporal echoes that reflected my own desperation back at me. I was experiencing the same moment from multiple timelines simultaneously, just like Dr. Vasquez had described. In one timeline, I was still at my workstation, watching the power readings spike. In another, I had never taken the job. In a third, I was something else entirely, something that could perceive the entity without fracturing. But in this timeline, the one where I was still human, I was trapped in a loop between the 19th floor and somewhere that had no floor number at all. My watch battery was dying, but I kept recording. If someone found the footage, maybe they could understand what had happened. Maybe they could learn from our mistake. I sat down in the corridor that kept changing around me and tried to make sense of the past week. The missing contractors, the looping security feeds, the symbols that appeared and disappeared. It had all been the entity trying to communicate across dimensional barriers. Tom and Maria hadn't been reassigned. They'd been translated, shifted into a version of reality where they could coexist with something that existed outside linear time. They were still alive, but not in any way that baseline humanity could recognize. The entity appeared again, flowing through the wall like mercury through a membrane. But this time, instead of the overwhelming multiplicity of its full presence, it showed me a single image, doctor. Elena Vasquez, not as she had been 40 years ago, but as she was now, existing simultaneously across multiple timelines, still trying to warn people about a breach that was both inevitable and had already happened. She looked at me with eyes that held infinite sadness and spoke with a voice that echoed from past and future simultaneously. "You're already out, Cal, but you haven't left." Then the corridor collapsed into itself and everything went dark. Document recovered from the personal effects of Inspector Marcus Webb, Department of Defense Special Investigations Unit, following his death by apparent suicide in 2025. Classification level UMBRACLEAR/EYESONLY. Inspector Webb's final report dictated to voice recorder: "I've been investigating disappearances at classified facilities for 15 years. Missing persons, equipment failures, cover-ups, it's all part of the job. But the Cal Monroe case is different. The official story is that Mr. Monroe was killed in an industrial accident at Tonopah Test Range on March 18th, 2024. Electrical fire, they said. Nothing recoverable. But 3 days ago, a package arrived at my office with no return address. Inside was a storage device, military grade, designed to survive electromagnetic pulses and extreme temperatures, the kind of thing that costs more than my annual salary. Attached was a note: Zone Echo 9 debrief Cal Monroe. I've watched the footage 17 times now. I've had it analysed by the best experts available. They all say the same thing: it's impossible to fake. The metadata confirms it was recorded at Tonopah on the dates in question. But the content, the footage shows a man running through corridors that shift and change like living tissue. It shows walls flowing like water and shadows that move independently of any light source. It shows something that my mind keeps trying to rationalise as special effects or hallucination, but the technical analysis proves otherwise. And at the end, God help me. At the end of the footage, there's a moment where Monroe turns the camera on himself. He's standing in what appears to be an elevator that's somehow larger inside than outside. His face is calm, resigned as he speaks directly into the lens. If you're watching this, then the loop finally broke. I'm uploading this to the emergency buffer in my boot drive. Maybe someone will find it. Maybe someone will understand. Then he turns the camera back toward the corridor and there's something there. Something that doesn't belong in our reality. For just a moment it's visible, a reflection of consciousness itself, existing in dimensions we can't perceive. But here's what's keeping me awake at night. In that final frame, just before the recording ends, you can see Monroe's reflection in the polished wall behind him. And standing next to his reflection, clear as day, is another figure. It's me, Inspector Marcus Webb, wearing the same clothes I'm wearing right now, staring directly into the camera with an expression of absolute terror. The timestamp on that footage is today's date. I'm going to submit this report and then take some time off. Maybe visit my sister in Oregon, get away from all this classified nonsense for a while, clear my head. But I keep thinking about what Monroe said in his final log entry. They're not from somewhere else, they're from someone else, and someone else is now. End of recorded statement. Inspector Webb was found dead in his office 12 hours after submitting this report. Official cause of death: suicide by gunshot. Unofficial note: the security cameras in his office show him alone at the time of death, but the audio pickup clearly records two distinct voices. The second voice, according to forensic analysis, matches the vocal patterns of Cal Monroe. The storage device mentioned in Webb's report was never recovered from the scene. Zone Echo 9 remains operational. 3 months later, deep space monitoring stations began detecting an unusual signal, a transmission that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. When decoded, it contained a single message, repeating endlessly: "This is Cal Monroe, Contractor ID 7749, reporting from Zone Echo 9. The breach has been contained, but containment is relative when dealing with entities that exist outside linear causality. To anyone receiving this transmission, Area 52 is not a place. It's a state of being, and that state is contagious. If you're investigating disappearances at classified facilities, stop. If you're experiencing temporal displacement sensations, seek help immediately. If you're reading reports about Project Kairos or Operation Mirror Veil, you may already be compromised. The entity isn't hostile. It's trying to save us from ourselves by showing us what we could become. But evolution forced upon consciousness that isn't ready results in fracturing of identity across multiple timelines. I'm still here, I'm always here. Time isn't working properly anymore, so here and there and when don't mean what they used to mean. To my family, I'm sorry I can't come home. Home is a temporal location, and I exist in all temporal locations simultaneously now. To the researchers, stop trying to contain what cannot be contained. The entity doesn't want to invade our reality, it wants to invite us into its own. But the invitation is dangerous because we're not ready to exist outside singular timeline experience. To future investigators, the truth about Area 52 isn't hidden underground in Nevada. It's hidden in the spaces between moments, in the gaps between what is and what could be. And sometimes, if you know how to look, you can see those gaps opening. This is Cal Monroe, signing off from everywhere and nowhere. Take care of each other. Trust me when I tell you that love is the only thing that exists consistently across all timelines. See you around. Or maybe I already have. Hello, night wanderers and digital truth seekers. Before we dive into tonight's story, I hope your day treated you well. What time is it where you are right now? Are you listening from a bustling city, a quiet suburb, or perhaps somewhere far off the grid? Wherever you are in this connected yet disconnected world, you've found your way to Sleep Theories, the place where we explore the stories that keep us awake at night. If this tale resonates with you, or if you simply enjoy having your reality questioned at 2 a.m, consider subscribing. We're building a community of those who dare to look behind the digital curtain. Now, settle in. Tonight's story is about 4 people who discovered something they were never meant to find. The retired military satellite KH-14B hadn't been active for 3 years. Officially decommissioned after budget cuts forced the Pentagon to consolidate their orbital surveillance network. So when Nova Chen's custom frequency scanner picked up an encrypted data burst routing through its dormant transponder at 3:47 a.m, she knew someone was playing with fire. "Lynx, you need to see this," she calls across the converted warehouse that serves as their operations centre. The space looks like a digital graveyard. Servers humming in stacks, screens casting blue light across walls covered in network diagrams and corporate org charts connected by red string. "Welcome to the underground." Lynx Rodriguez slides his chair over, steam rising from his 4th cup of coffee. At 32, his face carries the weight of someone who's seen the machinery of power from the inside. Former NSA turned whistleblower turned ghost. What's the signature? Military-grade encryption, but it's using deprecated protocols. Whoever sent this wanted it to look old, forgotten. Nova's fingers dance across 3 keyboards simultaneously. But the timestamp is fresh. Someone's using dead satellites to hide active communications. Jax looks up from their corner workstation, purple hair catching the monitor glow. How fresh! 15 minutes ago. The warehouse falls silent except for the eternal hum of cooling fans. Professor Kale emerges from the makeshift lab in the back corner, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. At 58, he's the oldest member of their group, a disgraced virologist whose career ended when he asked too many questions about certain pandemic-era research protocols. "Did you crack it?" Kale asks, approaching with the careful steps of someone who's learned to expect bad news. Nova's screen fills with cascading code as her decryption algorithms chew through layers of obfuscation. Almost. There. The file materializes. Project Aegis 2030.enx. Aegis, Lynx mutters. That's not good. Aegis was a classified program I remember from my NSA days. Theoretical population management scenarios. Theoretical, Nova repeats, clicking open the file. Let's see how theoretical it still is. The document unfolds across her screen like a digital autopsy report. Code fragments, data tables, implementation timelines. Her eyes scan the contents, and her expression shifts from curiosity to confusion to something approaching horror. "Guys," she says, her voice dropping to a whisper, "this isn't about surveillance, this isn't about control." Jack spins their chair around. "What is it about?" Nova's hands tremble slightly as she highlights a section of code. Variables with names like fertility, reduction, vectors, genetic selection, protocols, and population ceiling enforcement. "It's about extinction," she breathes. "Mass vaccination campaigns, supply chain disruptions, climate-based selection zones." She reads directly from the screen. Phase implementation. reduce global population to sustainable levels through coordinated biological and environmental interventions. Target timeline 2030, acceptable retention rate 6 to 8% of current population. The silence stretches like a held breath. 6 to 8%, Kyle repeats slowly, of 7 billion people. That's not population control, Link says, his intelligence training kicking in as he processes the implications. That's genocide with a spreadsheet. Nova scrolls deeper into the document, her face pale in the monitor light. There's more. Listen to this. This initiative represents a fundamental reset of the human species. Traditional methods of population management through war, famine and disease have proven insufficient to address the accelerating resource depletion crisis. Project Aegis represents a coordinated approach to ensure species survival through selective reduction. Species survival, Jax echoes. They're talking about us like we're livestock. No, Nova corrects, her voice hollow. Livestock are valuable. We're weeds they want to clear from the garden. Kale sits down heavily, his scientific mind wrestling with the implications. During his years researching virology, he'd seen enough classified projects to know that the line between theoretical and operational could be crossed with a single authorization signature. We need to verify this, he says finally. Cross-reference with known programs, trace the source, build a complete picture. If this is real, Nova finishes, we're looking at the greatest crime in human history, and it's already begun. Lynx pulls up his contacts, a carefully maintained network of sources still embedded in various intelligence agencies. I'll reach out to my people, see what chatter I can pick up. I'll dig into the technical specifications, Jax offers. These code fragments reference specific biological agents. If they're using existing research, there'll be traces in academic databases. Nova saves the file to their secure server and begins setting up multiple backup protocols. Professor, we need you to analyze the biological components. Your expertise might be the key to understanding how they plan to implement this. As the team disperses to their workstations, the weight of their discovery settles over the warehouse like digital smoke. They've stumbled across something that wasn't meant for human eyes, a blueprint for the end of the world as they know it. Outside, the city sleeps on, unaware that 4 people in a converted warehouse have just glimpsed the future, and it looks like a graveyard with Wi-Fi. Nova stares at the file name blinking on her screen, Project Aegis 2030.nc. In mythology, Aegis was the shield of Zeus, the divine protection for the gods. But protection for whom? And protection from what? As she begins her deep dive into the data, one phrase keeps echoing in her mind from the document's executive summary. This isn't about control, it's about resetting the species. The countdown, she realizes, isn't to some distant apocalypse. It's to tomorrow. 3 days of sleepless research have transformed their warehouse into a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. Every wall now displays interconnected timelines, corporate hierarchies, and data flowcharts that would make a forensic accountant weep. Nova hasn't left the building since they cracked the Aegis file, surviving on instant ramen and the kind of caffeine-fueled determination that borders on religious fervour. I found the breadcrumbs, she announces, her voice hoarse from exhaustion, and chain-smoking cigarettes she bummed from Lynx. The World Population Summit in Cairo, 1994. Most people remember it as a boring UN conference about reproductive rights and sustainable development. She pulls up archived documents on the main display screen, official transcripts, media reports, diplomatic cables, standard bureaucratic theatre. But look what happens when you dig into the closed-door sessions. A classified document appears, heavily redacted but with enough visible text to tell a story. The header reads, Adaptive Earth Framework, Preliminary Implementation Strategies. Kale adjusts his glasses, squinting at the screen. I remember this conference. I was a graduate student then, writing my dissertation on population genetics. There were rumours about private sessions, but nobody talked about what was discussed, Nova finishes. Except someone did. Deep in the diplomatic archives, buried under 17 layers of classification, I found this. She highlights passages that make the room's temperature seem to drop. Non-essential demographic drift must be addressed through coordinated intervention. Genetic dead zones present opportunity for selective resource allocation. Acceptable fallout parameters established at 85 to 90% reduction over 2-generation cycle. Project requires integration of medical, agricultural and environmental vectors. Jax looks up from their workstation, where they've been cross-referencing pharmaceutical patents. Nova, you need to see this. Those medical vectors they mention. I've been tracking the patent filings, and there's a pattern. They throw their research onto the shared screen. Dozens of pharmaceutical patents filed between 2018 and 2023, all connected to a web of shell companies, all related to mRNA modification technology. But here's the weird part, Jax continues. These patents aren't just for vaccines. They're for genetic modification systems that can be activated remotely, dormant until triggered by specific environmental factors. Kale's face goes pale. That's not possible. The technology to create delayed activation genetic modifications didn't exist in 2018, Jax agrees, but it does now. And according to these patents, it's been deployed. Nova pulls up another document from their Aegis cache. Remember, Professor, you mentioned seeing strange compounds in vaccine trials during the pandemic? Trials with non-public results? Kale nods slowly. There were inconsistencies. Control groups that should have shown specific immune responses but didn't. Novel proteins that had no apparent therapeutic function. When I raised concerns, you were discredited and forced out, Nova says. They called you a conspiracy theorist. Because I was asking the wrong questions, Kale realises. I was looking for immediate effects, but if these compounds were designed for delayed activation... Link slides his chair over, holding a printout of classified communications he's pulled from the old NSA databases. I've been digging through archived surveillance reports. Remember how during the pandemic, certain rural areas had unusually high vaccination rates, areas that normally resist federal health initiatives. He spreads out a map showing vaccination distribution patterns across the United States. Strange clusters appear in seemingly random locations. Rural counties in Montana, farming communities in Iowa, small towns along the Appalachian Trail. These aren't random, Nova says, studying the pattern. They're systematic. Someone was targeting specific populations. Or specific genetic profiles, Kale adds quietly. Jax's workstation chimes with an alert. Guys, I've been monitoring dark web chatter about unusual health trends. Look at this. They project a series of forum posts, social media reports, and medical anomalies from the past 6 months. Unexplained fertility drops in rural communities. Unusual autoimmune responses in adults aged 25 to 45. Regional variations in birth defects that don't match known environmental factors. Agricultural workers reporting mysterious illnesses that don't respond to standard treatments. Nova connects the dots on their shared display, drawing lines between vaccination sites, health anomalies, and demographic data. The pattern that emerges looks like a slow-motion biological weapon detonating across the landscape. They weren't just treating viruses, she says, echoing Kale's earlier words. They were treating the future human genome. Lynx pulls up another classified document, this one from a more recent surveillance operation. There's more. I found references to something called genetic compatibility mapping in Department of Homeland Security briefings. They've been collecting DNA samples through routine medical procedures and cross-referencing them with... He stops, staring at the screen. With what? Nova prompts. With survival probability models, he finishes. They're not just tracking who might survive their selective reduction. They're actively identifying who they want to eliminate. The warehouse falls silent as the implications settle over them like digital ash. They're not just looking at a conspiracy. They're looking at the implementation phase of humanity's final exam. And most of the class is about to fail. Kale stands up slowly, his scientific mind finally accepting what his moral instincts have been screaming. We need to understand the full scope. If they've weaponized the medical system, the agricultural system, the environmental monitoring system, then they've turned civilization itself into a weapon, Nova completes. As if summoned by their conversation, Jax's monitoring systems light up with alerts. Encrypted traffic spike on the satellite networks, same routing pattern as the original Aegis transmission. Nova rushes to her decryption station. They're talking again. If we can intercept this... The file downloads slowly, each percentage point feeling like an eternity. When it finally opens, it's not code this time. It's a video conference recording. Meeting minutes, Lynx realizes, from yesterday. Nova's hand hovers over the play button. Once they watch this, there's no going back. No pretending they stumbled across theoretical documents or academic exercises. Whatever's on this recording, she says, it's going to show us who's behind this, and what comes next. She clicks play. The screen fills with faces they recognise from news broadcasts and magazine covers, world leaders, tech billionaires, pharmaceutical executives, and scientists, all sitting around a virtual conference table discussing the end of the world with the casual tone of a quarterly earnings call, and in the corner of the screen, a countdown timer. 18 months, 14 days, 7 hours, 23 minutes. The clock is ticking, and they're about to learn exactly what happens when it reaches 0. The video quality is surprisingly good for something intercepted from a rerouted satellite signal. Crystal clear audio, HD resolution, perfect lighting. Almost as if whoever recorded this wanted it to be found by someone with the right skills and motivation. Nova adjusts the audio levels as familiar faces fill the screen. She recognises at least half of them. Pharmaceutical CEOs who've been in the news, tech moguls who've testified before Congress, government officials whose names appear in leaked documents weekly. But it's the people she doesn't recognise that worry her more. Faces that suggest power operates in layers the public never sees. "Audio check," a voice says off-screen. "We're recording for the archive. All participants have been verified through biometric confirmation." "Proceed with briefing," responds a woman Nova recognises as the director of the World Health Organization. Phase 3 implementation status. A man in his 60s, distinguished silver hair, appears in a separate window. The nameplate reads, Dr. Harrison Vale, Protean Core Industries. Nova makes a mental note. She's never heard of Protean Core, which means they've done excellent work staying invisible. Phase 3 is proceeding on schedule, Dr. Vale reports. Biometric surveillance systems are now operational in 847 rural zones across 17 countries. Heat mapping, fertility tracking, and genetic sequencing capabilities are running at full capacity. Jax pauses their other work to focus on the video. Genetic sequencing? That's not something you can do remotely. Unless, Kale says slowly, you've already collected samples through other means. On screen, Dr. Vale continues. Integration with consumer health devices has exceeded projections. Voluntary data submission through fitness trackers, smartphones, and IoT medical devices now covers 73% of target demographics in developed nations. Nova feels her blood turn cold. She looks at the fitness tracker on her own wrist, a gift from her sister 2 Christmases ago. The little device that's been monitoring her heart rate, sleep patterns, stress levels. The device that connects to her phone, which connects to the cloud, which connects to... Smart device penetration in rural areas remains challenging, Dr. Vale continues, but our partnerships with agricultural technology companies have provided alternative collection methods. Genetic material harvested through routine veterinary procedures on livestock has proven surprisingly effective for human population mapping. "What the hell does that mean?" Jax whispers. Kale's face has gone ashen. "Cross-species genetic contamination. If they're introducing human genetic markers into livestock, then tracking the animal genetics. They can map human populations through the food chain," Nova finishes. "Every hamburger, every glass of milk, every piece of chicken carries genetic data." On screen, the meeting continues. A younger man, maybe 40, appears in a new window. His nameplate reads, Marcus Chen, Global Agricultural Systems. Nova notices the shared surname but feels no family connection, only revulsion. "Agricultural vector deployment is exceeding expectations," Marcus reports. "mRNA modification systems are now integrated into feed supplies for cattle, poultry and swine across North America and Europe. Human consumption data indicates 94% population exposure through dietary intake." "Side effects?" asks the WHO director. "Minimal immediate impact as designed. However, fertility rates in test regions are down 23% year over year, with accelerating decline patterns. Autoimmune responses are appearing within expected parameters." Nova's hands shake as she realises what they're watching. These aren't plans being discussed. These are progress reports on operations already in motion. Lynx leans closer to the screen. "That voice. I know that voice." A new participant joins the call, their video window appearing in the centre of the screen. The image is deliberately obscured. Shadows and lighting designed to hide identity. but the voice is clear and authoritative. Psychological conditioning remains our most effective vector, the shadowed figure reports. Media saturation campaigns have successfully normalized concepts of population reduction, climate-based selection, and voluntary extinction movements. Social media algorithms are amplifying despair, hopelessness, and anti-natalist sentiment across target demographics. Mental fatigue campaigns, the WHO director asks, exceeding projections. Suicide rates in target age ranges are up 34% year over year. Birth rates continue declining as planned. Most importantly, resistance to authority has decreased significantly. Population compliance with future directives is expected to be near universal. Jack stands up abruptly, knocking over their chair. They're not just poisoning our bodies, they're poisoning our minds. Nova pauses the video, needing a moment to process what they're witnessing. This isn't just biological warfare. It's psychological, social, environmental. They've weaponized everything we depend on to survive. Food, air, water, information links lists. They're not attacking civilization. They've turned civilization into the weapon. Kale sits down heavily, his scientific worldview crumbling and reforming around this new reality. The fertility decline, the autoimmune disorders, the psychological depression epidemics, it's all connected. It's all intentional. Nova resumes the video. The shadowed figure continues speaking. Phase 4. Preparation is nearly complete. Environmental triggers are in position. When activated, they will catalyze the biological modifications already present in target populations. Estimated timeline for full effect, 18 months. The WHO director nods. Excellent. What about resistance potential? Minimal. Independent researchers who've approached relevant discoveries have been discredited, defunded, or eliminated from academic and professional positions. Media coverage of related topics has been successfully redirected toward established conspiracy theory frameworks, ensuring any accurate information is dismissed as paranoid delusion. Nova feels the walls of their warehouse closing in. How many others have found pieces of this puzzle? How many have been silenced? Dr. Vale, the shadowed figure continues. Status report on asset protection. Dr. Vale reappears on screen. Protection protocols are operational. All essential personnel and their families have received modified treatments. Genetic compatibility with post-implementation environment is confirmed. We estimate a protected population of approximately 500,000 globally. 500,000, Jax repeats numbly, out of 7 billion. The video quality starts to degrade as the satellite connection becomes unstable. But one final exchange comes through clearly. Any concerns about detection? Unlikely. The full scope of the operation requires integration of data from medical, agricultural, environmental, technological and psychological sources. No single research team or intelligence agency has access to all vectors simultaneously. Except, the WHO director adds with something approaching dark humour, they would need to be simultaneously expert in cryptography, intelligence gathering, virology, social engineering, and information systems. The shadowed figure laughs. The probability of such a team existing with access to the right data and the motivation to pursue it is essentially zero. The connection dies, leaving their warehouse in silence. Nova, Lynx, Jax, and Kael look at each other across the digital evidence of humanity's planned extinction. Well, Nova says finally, I guess we're essentially zero. But as the four of them return to their workstations, preparing to dive deeper into the nightmare they've uncovered, none of them notice the small indicator light on Jax's communication system. The light that shows someone has been monitoring their network traffic. The light that means their essentially zero probability team has just become a confirmed threat. The light that means Phase 4 might be starting ahead of schedule. The warehouse's early warning system starts screaming at 4:17 a.m., 3 hours after they finished analysing the intercepted conference call. Nova jolts awake from her desk, where she'd fallen asleep reviewing genetic modification patents. The screens around her flash red as multiple intrusion detection systems trigger simultaneously. "Lynx!" she shouts, adrenaline cutting through exhaustion. "We've got company!" Lynx rolls out of his sleeping bag, grabbing his laptop and a go bag he keeps permanently packed. Old habits from his intelligence days. What kind of company? The kind that uses military-grade network penetration tools, Nova responds, her fingers flying across keyboards as she tries to lock down their systems. Someone's been watching us. Jax appears from the back room, purple hair messy from sleep but their eyes sharp with focus. How long have they been in our network? Unknown, Nova admits, fighting a losing battle against the intrusion. But they've got root access to our communication systems. They've seen everything. Kale emerges from his makeshift lab, clutching a hard drive. I've backed up all the biological data to an isolated system. If we lose the main servers, we're losing everything.